Howdy, y'all. It's been longer than I said. I saw Najwan was posting in chat that, incredible, that they can speak SDLEs, and I thought it was 4 to 5 days is what I say, what I mean when I say tomorrow. It was 6 days. It was 6 days, dog. In full fairness to me, I spent one of those evenings playing with my sister, so I think that absolves the rest of the days as well. Howdy to Fudge Smith, Najawin. Play the Doctor Who NFT game? That sounds horrific. Howdy, Anarcho Soviet Goose. Saw your DM. God, Nazis are so insane. And how did all the people in YouTube chat? We got Limey Redneck. We got I Don't Know Was Dead. Zoomy Deer. Red Scare. Nice to see y'all coming in again. So I had wanted to cover this earlier, but there's actually some nicety to having waited a little longer because there's just so much fun stuff that's happened after the election, because the elections went relatively well for the Democrats. Not like overwhelmingly well. There were some losses and it could have been better, as always. But like way more than you'd expect were a red wave. Like the way that people are talking about Biden, there are polls coming out that have Biden down like 10 points in swing states. In that kind of environment, Dems should be losing like every fucking election. That's the exact opposite of what we saw. Like Dems generally overperformed in the average election. Which is, for me, really heartening, because as we'll talk about a little bit later, Trump's rhetoric is fucking insane nowadays, man. He referred to socialists and Marxists as vermin that need to be, like, rooted out of the country. He talked about the need for mass deportation of all undocumented residents of this country, which is something so extreme we haven't seen it in 70 years. Yeah, it's not good. So here's hoping that that fucker loses. Doesn't generic Democrat perform better than Biden? It's possible that Biden in particular is uniquely bad. However, voting nowadays is so partisan, meaning that people who vote one Dem will vote for the other Dem. That ballot splitting is pretty rare. It still occurs. Like you see it in like the Mississippi elections, for example, and the Kentucky elections. But it's really rare to find it that large. Especially at national elections. Like ballot splitting between the House, the Senate, and the President is like less than, I think, 5% nowadays. Generic X doesn't have the baggage. Yeah, that's why. Fudge Smith says the polls can be misleading because only boomers pick up the phone. It's not actually clear whether polls nowadays are like accurate. It's really hard to know whether all the new attempts to try and get around the total collapse of people responding to phone calls have been successful. It's really, really, really hard. Suck, finish, left? I don't even know what that means. Hi, Alex. Hey, Judina. Soviet Goose says you should try to not let people join my Discord server with that. Well, I'm not in charge of that. I'm not like manually letting people in or not. It's that server has like 2,000 people in it. You think I'm the gate man? All right. So I want to start with something that I'm sure some people have covered, but I've seen get relatively undercovered. This is a very minor thing. I'm not going to have a full segment on this, but I just wanted to note that like we are in real time watching the ethnic cleansing of Artsakh, which you may also know as Nagorno-Karabakh, by Azerbaijan, of the ethnic Armenians there. 100,000 people fled the region of Artsakh to go back into Armenia. And they hosted a victory parade through an empty city to signify the culmination of that campaign. This is a Victory Day parade, roughly akin to a Veterans Day. Streets are empty because all the Armenians left. So I think that, like, partly this is just timing. I think that the ethnic cleansing, I would argue, of Gaza has overtaken the ethnic cleansing of Armenia, or in our Armenian population, in terms of the news. But this is really fucking bad. 100,000 people being displaced from their homes is really fucking bad. And I think that this deserves international condemnation. In fact, so I haven't looked too deeply into it, but my understanding is that American companies are already moving in to do business with the new Azerbaijani government. Russia was supposed to be a peacekeeping force. This is another timing thing. Russia's military forces, as you may be aware, are currently involved somewhere else and cannot stop an ethnic cleansing. And all of this is a sign of, like, this is just an enormous failure on so many levels. The international community has failed. The U.S. has failed. Russia has failed. Like, basically every agency that could have had any attempt to stop this completely failed. And I think it's again, I think this is one of those world historic moments that we'll look back a decade later on and be like, oh my God, why didn't they fucking act? Why didn't Putin, like, suck it the fuck up, draw a fucking peace in Ukraine and say, okay, time to end this. I have to protect human lives. Why didn't Biden, like, stop tailing Israel, stop, like, defending Israel for everything it's doing, stop spending all its time defending Israel in the UN, and condemn this and demand action? Actually, related to that, something I briefly want to talk about is that sometimes it feels like people really desperately want to believe that everything has a materialist explanation. And I think the reason why is because it can be kind of scary to think of things in just, like, raw vengeance, raw ethno-nationalism. So I saw this post. It got enormous likes the other day. Part of it was people dunking on it, but just to read: Gaza has gas, Sudan has gold, Congo has cobalt, Haiti has limestone. That's why people dunked. Afghanistan has copper, West Papua has crude oil. Every nation suffering from some form of genocide or intense suffering is attractive in the eyes of the Western imperial machine of consumer capitalism. So people dunked on this because limestone is, like, it's everywhere. You wouldn't need to go to Haiti to get limestone. You would just make a quarry. It's like all over the United States. But more broadly, I guess I wanted to raise the point that I think people like to frame things in terms of, oh, actually, this conflict is just because of material impulses, because it suggests a rational explanation, that the reason that people are fighting is because they just want resources. They're just rational capitalists who want more profit, and there's profit over there, so they're going to go do it. It's like imperialism in a very cut and clean way. But that was never true of imperialism in the old days, right? Like, there's a reason that the white man's burden had to be developed. There's a reason that we built up so much ideology around race and around people being lessers and around the need to civilize the third world, because people needed more than just, oh, I'm going to go there and make profit, to go there and shoot people, to go there and keep people down for centuries. So I think there's an understatement of the degree to which ideology motivates a lot of these conflicts. Najwan says, yes, correctly, sometimes people have ideological reasons to kill, and this is one of them. 100,000 Armenians have fled from this region that's been conquered by Azerbaijan. And the reason Azerbaijan is doing it, like, yeah, there's some gas there. Yeah, there's some hydropower. Yeah, there's a few mines, I believe, from the Soviet era that put out minerals, right? But that's true of, like, a shit ton of places. Azerbaijan isn't doing this to, like, neighboring Caucasus countries. It isn't trying to, like, slip out a little territory from Iran. It's doing it because it thinks it owns this blood and soil, right? This is ethno-nationalism. And I would actually say some of the reason the Ukraine war has gone on for so long, from Putin's perspective, is also because it's driven by an ethno-nationalist view. Putin, repeatedly before the invasion, said that Ukrainians and Russians are people of one soul, united by history, who should be reunited again, who are only driven apart by Western foreigners driving a wedge between the two cultures. He's not just invading Eastern Ukraine for their steelworks, okay? It's clearly more than that. He also clearly has dreams of, like, restoring the Russian sphere of power, or empire, one might say. And so I just bring it up again. And lastly, finally, what I actually said in this post is that this was also true of Iraq and Afghanistan. People think that we invaded Afghanistan either for, like, copper or various minerals, or opium, if they want to be even more conspiratorial. On the opium, I would just note that the vast majority of heroin and opium from Afghanistan actually went to Europe. Like, very little of it went to the United States, and most of the remainder went to places like India, Pakistan, and China. We weren't like the number one recipient of opium, regardless of whatever you think, why you think the CIA would be like getting cheap opium into the United States, which again is mega conspiratorial. It's so insane to me that lefties have taken up the right-wing conspiracy that the CIA invaded Afghanistan to get Americans hooked on heroin, which is like, you see it all over conservative news, but some of the dumbest lefties have adopted this conspiracy, and I have no fucking idea why. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. But regardless of all of that, like to make context on that, we literally like burned opium fields. We bombed like opium. Like, we made peace with some people who traded opium for the sake of military advantage, but the U.S. was very strongly anti-opium. The only person more anti-opium was like the Taliban to some degree. But like we could have let a thriving opium industry like blow up. We could have let it expand enormously, but we didn't, because it wasn't actually about opium. Same thing. I said, most Iraqi oil goes to China. Most Afghan exports go to India, Pakistan, and Iran. I think people prefer America always fights for material gain, which is a false explanation. It's a part of every war, but it's a false explanation as our overall motives, because it's less scary that America can simply flatten a country if its leaders want vengeance bad enough. I think that understanding 9/11 and the invasion of Afghanistan is George Bush thinking, yeah, I can invade a country, I can set up a government, I can do whatever the fuck I want, there's no problem with that whatsoever. And then he just did it, right? He was like, oh, we got terrorist attacked, I'm going to topple a country and set up a US puppet government. And then he did it. And then no one could fucking stop him, because we are the world hegemon. I think that, in a sense, is way scarier than George Bush meeting with like copper companies to get a deal to raise their profit rates by 5% or whatever. Because at least that kind of thing you can get rid of, right? You can imagine a society where no longer is that true. We've gotten rid of corporations from the government. We've got like super strong attacks on lobbying government, super strong attacks between the ability of the United States representatives to receive money from donations from corporations. Like, you can imagine something where fucking politicians are wearing like the cameras on their chests like cops do. Okay, you can imagine a world where we've totally removed that, and that would remove that like materialist explanation. It would remove all the like cabal behind the scenes sort of chicanery there, but it wouldn't remove stuff like ethno-nationalism. It wouldn't remove stuff like vengeance. People say that in the open, right? Like, Bibi Netanyahu was not talking about vengeance in private. All of the Israeli leaders are not talking about vengeance in private. People are so fucking open about that. And it's not going away if you just did socialism, right? A socialist country could react in the same horrific way. And so I think that people, in part, like the materialist explanation because it suggests a saner, more solvable world. When in reality, it literally is ideology a lot of the time. Like, literally pure ideology beyond material needs. And that's not to say that material needs don't impact ideology, just ethno-nationalism is strong, revenge is strong. Soft Machines Man says, the politics of resentment, or grievance-based politics. I know people are weary of using Nietzsche when it comes to politics, but his concept of resentment does kind of explain some of what you're saying. I think that there's a lot of evidence that people are very strongly driven by in-group and out-group divisions. And it's very, very, very clear that nationalism is a easy way to get people extremely driven up in supporting something. Like, nationalism was so powerful that combined with liberalism, it reshaped the borders of Europe in a way that you hadn't seen in like 2 centuries. The only things that reshaped the forces of Europe were like the collapse of empires, liberalism plus nationalism, and Napoleon. Literally 1 in a century or 2 in a century events, right? It's an extremely powerful force. So, anyway, ethnic cleansing is happening. We should be stopping it. The UN should be stopping it. We're not. That fucking sucks. Neocons are so back, says Najawin, because Tony Blair is being floated as someone to handle Gaza. No! Tony Blair taking back power would be so fucking bad. Fudge Smith says the human brain is wired for tribalism. We have to provide proper education around the world to combat it. Something I do think that's worth noting is that there has actually been a very long march away from tribalist thinking. One of the things that sets aside people in high income, high education, relatively secular, relatively educated societies. I've sometimes seen the acronym WEIRD, WEIRD, something like Western Educated. I don't know what I stands for. Relatively high development. I don't fucking know what it stands for, but it describes what I'm talking about. And I don't think that actually the word Western needs to be there, because you see similar things emerging from Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea, which are also extremely educated, extremely high income societies by world standards. And the reason I bring all this up is those people shift their moral universe. In the United States, conservatives overwhelmingly value their family more than they value the nation. And they value the nation overwhelmingly more than they value the universe or the globe or all people or humanity. Their moral universe is local. For liberals and for leftists, we are internationalists and often literally universalists, that we value ourselves, our family, our nation less than the people of the world, less than the well-being of all human beings. And I think that's mostly a good thing. Have I looked into Kohlberg's work? That might be the work that I'm citing without knowing the name of it. Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic. Okay, I should critique the word industrialized because in some of these societies are post-industrial. I would mostly just, I think it's mainly secularization and high income. But secularization is mostly driven by high income and high education. But whatever. That's aside the point. The whole point here is just I do broadly agree that this is a project, and it's one of the reasons that I'm sympathetic. Like I'm sure y'all are pretty aware that I'm way more sympathetic to liberals. Like I'm way more sympathetic to liberals and liberalism than a lot of socialists are, and part of it's because I don't think we live in anything close to a liberal world. Like when you talk to a person who is genuinely a radical liberal, and when I say that, I'm envisioning someone's in the lineage of like Rawls, John Rawls, or the lineage of like, hey, I just want everywhere to be a democracy or whatever, or hey, I just want everywhere to have human rights. That vision is so radical compared to the current world that like it's hard to even imagine. Imagine a world where every single country were democratic. It's really fucking different if China is truly democratic, if India is no longer fascist, if all the countries of Europe are no longer fascist, if Russia has free and fair elections. That alone changes the world like so enormously. The reason I'm sympathetic to it is that I don't think that the project of socialism is just abolishing class, is just economic. I think it also requires a reshaping of people to no longer think in terms of nation, in terms of individual, but also in terms of well-being of the human species, right? And that is something that even liberals fight for. So I tend to think of it literally is a very long march through culture to try and change people to an objectively, in my view, better way of approaching humankind. Oh, that reminds me. All y'all, like the stream. Every like you give is like another viewer pretty directly in. Social progressivism. Yeah. I think that, like, I literally describe myself in my Twitter bio as a progressive and a socialist because I think that the two are basically inseparable. In fact, let me note, what collapsed the Soviet Union? It was nationalism. It was literally a combination of Stalin's crimes being revealed to the Soviet public in detail for the first time since Khrushchev, really, and nationalism of individual nations leading local leaders to be like, oh my god, these crimes are fucking horrific. Also, I really wanted to be an independent country anyway. See you later. And they left. And that killed the Soviet Union, and killing the Soviet Union moved the whole world like 10, 20, 30% right. Not again, I've said this before, whenever I say this, I'm not defending the Soviet Union. I'm just trying to say that objectively, like a SOCDEM post-Soviet Soviet Union would be objectively better for the world than this horrific, oligarchic, reactionary, like, clique that rules Russia nowadays. What's a good John Rawls book? I still haven't read any John Rawls books. I can't say. I would suggest, if you want to read G.A. Cohen, who is a socialist counterpart who extends John Rawls, it would be The Egalitarian Currency of Justice, I think, is the one that I think that's the one that I most enjoyed. But it was a good book regardless of whether it was my favorite. And I believe that it goes down the same theme of exploring whether freedom and capitalism is possible and the arguments for socialism from like an egalitarian framework. Also, G.A. Cohen is one of the cleanest philosophy writers I've ever read. Maybe the only one that comes closer is Mill. And Mill writes just extraordinarily cleanly. So very, very easy for new to philosophy, I think. Najawin's recommending you Rawls books, and since the Najawin is the resident pet liberal of the chat, I'm sure they're getting it right. Very hard to imagine Putin saying that. I'm not sure what that was a reference to, but probably the Armenian peacekeeping mission. This is the first time catching a SDL stream. Howdy, meme joy. I believe in objective morality. No. I'm just trying to say alphabet that like on the scale of which type. Okay, I don't believe in objective morality, but I do believe there's an objective ranking of how bad your morality is among those who believe in moral realism. Is one like, one prayer? Literally true. Send your thoughts and prayers. There's 50 people watching. Send the likes to the stream right now. More thoughts, more prayers, more money for me. I'm a mega church pastor, and you, my cultish residents, deserve to give me a like. I don't believe in objective morality, but I do believe that like someone who thinks that the nation is the locus, is the focus, the area of moral consideration, like the unit of moral consideration, that's bullshit. Like the nation doesn't even fucking exist. You like, what is a nation? Show me one. I think that more broadly, arguments that relate back to human behavior and types of human behavior you'd like to see maximized are objectively superior. Just in the sense that it's not referring to, it's not like several steps removed from reality. It's like increasingly close and of an argument to reality. That's all. We need a gospel stream. Let me get on some Christian music in the back. Lithic says even universal morality isn't necessarily objective. Okay, I don't. How come every stream gets into the topic of whether objective morality exists? We're gonna do this. Then we're gonna discuss like the nature of graphs, and then we're gonna discuss relativity, and we'll have a true SDL stream. We've knocked off all three. Lithix asks, do you see any value in nationalism? I think that the stock standard socialist position is that it is useful insofar as it can be tied to truly liberatory ends, meaning stuff like anti-imperialism. But usually after you've thrown off the shackles of the imperial power, nationalism just serves as a mean to keep people tied to a country or tied to a ruling class. Also, non-subjective morality exists. Okay, I refuse to get into this. Can you say, chat, is this real? Are you trying to make a clip? Chat? Chat, is this real? Chat? After the Artsakh debacle, in my opinion, the fucking complete failure, I want to talk briefly about it's only some conservatives, but a whole lot of conservatives have been justifying a violent incident that happened recently. I think it's a real insight into what we're going to see going to 2024 and how conservatives approach violence. So there was a shooting in Panama. And this guy that you see here is the shooter. And I'm just showing the context of this because this wasn't just like, oh, he ran up and shot someone. No, he was there for like a full ass minute talking. He whipped out his gun. He was talking to other people. He takes out his gun and he says, I'll shoot you if you keep this up, basically. And that's fucking insane. He is exercising the worst gun discipline you've ever seen, directly pointing it at people. Directly confrontational. I can't see clearly, but it also looks like he's got his finger like almost on the trigger. This goes on for like a minute. He starts trying to move the rocks and he can't. And without showing it, because I can't get it on YouTube, this one does have it blocked out, but I'm not even going to show the audio to it. He just goes from standing there. And then he shoots 2 people. And everyone starts screaming afterwards because he goes fucking insane. So there were a lot of pictures of this circulating because people made it out to be like, oh, this is a really fucking cool picture. And they started like worshiping it. I want to give, before we get into this, context on who this guy is and what the protests were over. So the victims were Abdiel Diaz and Ivan Mendoza, and I've been unable to verify their occupation, but they've been widely reported as teachers because the strikes that we're seeing here were mostly led by teachers' unions and other like center-left bodies of the Panamanian public. For some context of the protests, here's Newsweek. The incident occurred in the 3rd week of nationwide protests over a contract which was approved by Congress on October 20 in Panama that allowed the local subsidiary of Canadian mining company First Quantum Minerals to continue operating an open pit copper mine in a richly biodiverse jungle west of the capital for 20 years. There is also an option to extend for another 20 years in return for $375 million in annual revenue to Panama. So they're not climate protesters, they're anti-gigantic open copper pit mine protesters. For some context on why people are opposed to the mining, from CNN, environmentalists say the mine could contaminate drinking water and devastate tracts of the 32,000 acres that the company negotiated access to. Panama is a really small country. That's a lot of fucking land to take control of for yearly payments of just $375 million. So farmers are pissed, teachers are pissed, and environmentalists are pissed because this is not a great payment for an enormous destruction of the environment by a gigantic mining company. So they're protesting. They have been marching through the streets. They have been blocking roads. That's what we saw here early on. If you saw there's some rocks in the way. There's also some logs. It's literally called a logjam protest. They've been doing a lot of the same things that other climate protests have been doing. So maybe I understand why people thought this was a climate protest. But the reason they're doing it is, again, environmentalist reason. They don't want their country strip mined. They don't want their water possibly contaminated. I'm just bringing all this up because what you're going to see is that conservatives don't care about any of that nuance. They just call them climate protesters and justify their deaths. I want to also add a tiny bit of context on the killer, because again, a lot of people have been sort of just treating this as, oh, he's just an old man. He was just tired. He couldn't handle all of the woke getting in his way on the road. Again, a different article. Yeah, wrong link. This was from Panama News. And this website is so jank, but it is a real news agency. In 2005, Darlington was arrested after a raid on an apartment in Paitilla, or Paitilla? Not sure, by the National Police. Darlington admitted at the time that he owned 2 weapons of war, which I believe are assault weapons, as we would describe in the States, but he had them as a collector. He is a lawyer, Darlington, was investigated for alleged possession of weapons of war and ammunition, but was released after he posted bail. And this is one of the key bits. He was the spokesperson for financier Mark Harris, who was convicted of money laundering in July 23, 2005. I'm just bringing this up because this is not some innocent guy. He's a dual citizenship Panamanian American. He was a spokesperson for an incredibly corrupt person. His boss is so famous that he has a page on Wikipedia about his financial crimes because he had $1 billion under his management And he engaged in massive money laundering and tax evasion. So I'm just bringing it up because this is not some random guy. This is a lawyer for an incredibly corrupt guy. I've heard people reporting that he works for Quantum Minerals, but I haven't been able to confirm that by any news agencies. I don't know. All I'm trying to say is that this is not some innocent old man who was just trying to get to his grandma or trying to get to his mother, whatever, and he was stopped by traffic and couldn't keep up with it. This is a guy who's in the system. So, with all that, worth noting that Panama is an American tax haven? Yes. This guy, all I'm just trying to say, this is not some some random Panamanian just got tired with the woke and they took it into their own hands, and that's what we Americans should be doing. This is a guy who has connections to rich-ass Americans who's shooting guys who are protesting an enormous mining opening. How did conservatives react? Given that conservatives are principally opposed to violence, given that conservatives repeatedly said that BLM protesters taking the knee was violence against America, that it was a threat to the country, given that people talked about stripping the citizenship of those who burn flags, right? Trump fucking said that. I am sure the conservatives condemned this literal shooting of two random protesters, right? Here is Ian Miles Chong. It was only a matter of time before they pushed a man too far. Here's Matt Walsh quoting Ian Miles Chong. The most amazing thing about this story is that these people still wouldn't move out of the road even after the guy pulled a gun. Okay, I agree. Whenever someone pulls a gun, you should clearly just run the fuck away. So true. Ian Miles Chong says, man had enough of climate change activists blocking the road, so he took matters into his own hands. It was only a matter of time before something like this happened. These activists need to stop what they're doing, or incidents like this will be more frequent. Literally just victim blaming. Here is Amiri King, who's a pretty large conservative influencer. Oh, he's crying. Not really. Because two climate protesters were shot by 77-year-old Kenneth Darlington in Panama. Notice that he names the killer, but he doesn't name the victims. Think about who you're humanizing in that. Here's Sargon of Akkad. The environmental protesters should take note of how little sympathy was shown when two of their number were shot dead in cold blood. The climate change narrative is not really believed by people, and they're really tired of your vanity activism. And again, this is like peak Sargon of Akkad. One, there wasn't any sympathy shown to these people. They literally got coverage in mainstream American news, even though they were Panamanians killed, because of how fucked up it was. Two, there's no sympathy in your world, Sargon, because you're surrounded by conservative, insane freaks who justify killing people for making a bunch of traffic. Yeah, of course there's no sympathy when you surround yourself with people who justify murder. And three, the idea that climate change isn't believed by people who are just tired of the vanity activism. This wasn't even climate change. It was mining. It wouldn't even matter if people... So, zero research, zero sympathy, all freak. Sargon of Akkad to a T. And I was going to show this one, but it's a whole bunch of blue checks. There's a picture of the killer, and it's just a ton of blue checks, as you'd expect. Praising. And it's in reply to a guy who's saying, hey, this guy killed people in cold blood. That's bad. And blue checks are like, yeah, but he was doing climate protesting. Average Elon Musk fan. I wanted to also show a video. This is a conservative influencer named Johnny B. He's going to explain exactly what happened and why it's so base that the guy got shot. In fact, two guys got shot.
Category. If you're not familiar with FAFO, you know the idea. It's a matrix that the more that you F around, the greater the potential is for you to find out. You keep messing with the dog and poking the bear, or, going on the golf course and slapping the alligator's tail. The bear, the dog, the alligator, eventually, you keep effing around, you're going to find out. His name is Kenneth Darlington.
So, we have fucking around and finding out as the justification for shooting people who blocked traffic. I wonder what this guy's opinions are on January 6th protesters or January 6th people who stormed the Capitol. Were they fucking around? Was it bad that they found out? We will never know. By the way, in other videos, this guy proudly shows a Confederate flag. So, just some thoughts on his thoughts on insurrection.
The bear, the dog, the alligator, eventually, you keep effing around, you're going to find out. His name is Kenneth Darlington. He was down in Panama. He's a retired professor, and he took out, he gave 2 climate protesters the room temperature challenge. I'm going to tell you about it. On one hand, people are going, yeah.
The room temperature challenge is just a euphemism for killing people because it reduces them to the temperature of the room.
On the other, yeah, there's loss of life here, and it's tough. I get that.
I have to play this bit because it's so fucking funny.
About it. On one hand, people are going, yeah. On the other, yeah, there's loss of life here, and it's tough.
Yeah, there's loss of life here, and it's tough.
I get that. I get it.
I get that. I get it. This is so funny.
I'm also going to show you the meme of the week coming off of this. Like, today has been really wild online.
Yes, I know that people were killed, but the memes were so good. Oh my god, the memes were so good. They were so fire today. Ah! Average conservative influencer. Yes, there was loss of life, but it was very funny. I want to note that this isn't just a problem with this incident. I'm bringing this incident because it's a pretty clear incident of someone who was just pissed by a minor inconvenience who literally killed people. Didn't need to kill people whatsoever. Like, there's no self-defense motive here. The most that would have happened to the guy is he couldn't get where he was going on the highway. That's it, right? Unless he was driving like a truck that was like too high for other rated roads or something, he had other options. But he didn't take them. He shot people. And the response by conservatives is, this is justified, this is based, and it's really funny because of the memes. There was loss of life, but the meme of the week was so good! I love conservatives. Like, I don't think I could distill stupidity into a purer form than this. This isn't just this one incident, but we've seen a general rise of conservatives justifying violence. Last week, libs of TikTok, Chaya Raichik, posted this on Twitter. Today's front cover of USA Today, and if you zoom in, it's her holding a picture of USA Today, a news sheet of USA Today, titled, "When Libs of TikTok's Posts, Threats Increasingly Follow." For those of you who don't remember, after Libs of TikTok has said XYZ hospital is doing XYZ medical treatment for trans kids, they routinely receive bomb threats. I want to say that at least half a dozen hospitals and schools have been forced shut down because this woman said XYZ place is doing pro-trans thing. Same has happened to her reporting on drag events, right? She's posing with it. She's so fucking proud. And she changed her Twitter banner to have a version of her logo with a bomb on it. This little gender thing up here, she attached a little fuse to it because she's having so much fun with all the bomb threats that she sends to hospitals, with all the children's surgeries that she delays, not just trans surgeries, all surgeries that she delays by getting her insane fucking conservative followers to get people to send threats to hospitals. This woman is insane. And she has like 1 million followers. She's mainstream conservative. She goes on Fox News. This does not justify sexism. That's wrong. It does justify thinking that conservatives are increasingly more of an existential threat because this shit is terrifying. I used to see rhetoric like this on comments in like Breitbart. Like, unironically, you would see comments like this in 2010, like Breitbart, like maybe some Fox News comments. Now it's everywhere. Every platform with conservative speech, it's not just the commenters, it's not just randos, it is the pundits themselves, openly spurring, justifying, defending violence. I wanted to end with 2 more positive notes to this. One is ContraPoints. Here's End Wokeness, another conservative account with, I want to say, 500,000 followers. No veins bulging, no red face, no yelling. This is not anger. This is fatigue. ContraPoints says, yes, it's called cold-blooded, in what some legal contexts know as first-degree murder. He didn't Again, like he thought about killing these people, and then he did it. He had his gun out, he threatened them, and then he shot them. Yeah, he's gonna be charged the fuck. He was arrested the same day. He's in this man may die in prison. The climate activist murderers are tired. It's so freakish to see conservatives adopt the language of like TikTok leftists to justify violence. Tired is supposed to be when you're frustrated about living in a system that puts you down. It's not something that happens when once in a lifetime there's a protest and you can't drive down a street. Like, what is he tired of? The carbon taxes that America doesn't have? Is he tired of America not having enough open pit mines? Like, what are they tired of? I did want to say an even more positive note. The killing of the teachers. So this is an example of who reported that they were teachers, but I haven't been able to verify it. This is the World Socialist website, who are some insane Trotskyists. So take grain of salt everything they say. What they're reporting on here is pretty objective, just looking at the imagery. Killing of striking teachers in Panama fuels major mass protests against major copper mine. The killing of 2 more demonstrators in Panama on Tuesday has further escalated the movement of strikes, mass protests, and roadblocks that for 3 weeks has brought much of the country to a standstill to demand an end to all mining in Panama. Panama is one of the countries in South America that is incredibly unequal. The people protesting are protesting in part because farmers are getting screwed by these deals. They're not getting clean water. Farmers are not getting payouts by this. It's just money that's going to the central government. And the central government is overwhelmingly controlled by non-leftist parties that aren't redistributing to the poor. There are slums next to high skyscrapers, as there are in a lot of Latin America. It is a deeply unequal country. And of course, it is okay for people to protest that. Of course, it is okay for people to demand more. And it's good to see that for all the conservative justification of this violence, the average person is still disgusted by this and still demands a better future, even under the threat of possible violence by some insane dual citizen, extremely corrupt American lawyer who might get you on the road. So I think there's a cause for hope here, that people will fight even if there's a risk to their life for a better world, an environmentalist world. Oh my god, why are we debating niche Marxism? What happened? Conservatives have the worst road rage. Okay, story time. I was driving back to home after work at maybe 5:30 one evening, and this guy in a white F-150 is behind me. And he's tailing me the whole fucking way that I'm driving down this side road. Texas has these big highways and there's a side road. So I'm driving down 45 miles an hour. This guy's on my ass. Like, he has 1 second of stopping distance behind me on a 45 mile an hour road. And I'm like, okay, this is annoying, but it is a Texas, okay? And a lot of drivers are really fucking annoying in Texas. We get to the stoplight and we're both turning left. And so I'm like, okay, I'm going to be a normal person. I'm going to get into the correct lane. I go to that lane. He makes sure to pick the other lane so that he can pull up right next to me. For context, I've got a little Biden-Harris and a little Bernie sticker on the back of my Prius. He pulls up right next to me. He takes out a MAGA hat and he puts it on. And he turns and he just stares at me. He literally just stares until the light goes green. Non-stop eye contact from this insane freak in his gigantic, like, shiny, pristine, white pickup truck. Has never seen mud in his goddamn life, okay? This guy is staring me down. And that's it. I mean, that's where the story ends. But I'm just trying to be like, oh, no, that's not where the story ends. We both turn left. And he also actually needs to get into the same lane, so he races ahead of me and pulls right in front of me just to fucking end it like that. Oh my fucking god. I don't know why, but like, something about Texas makes drivers insane, and something about being a Trump fan makes drivers insane. I don't know why. Fudge Smith asks, why can't I own a nuclear thermonuclear device? Libcuck? Good question. I'm not going to answer. Dima the show, just swinging by to say I really appreciate you on Twitter and like your takes and work. Keep it up. Thank you. I've been trying to host a good show here, starting with some insane conservative takes. Someone with an incomprehensible name that ends in a fish says, wait, is this stream a prosperity church? Do I send cash by mail or seance? Well, what you do is you like the goddamn stream, okay? Every like is another person who joins the chat. You click that like, another person who comes in. This is not a prosperity gospel. It is a liberation gospel, okay? Every like you put in is one more person who becomes a socialist. That's right. Every single viewer of the stream, they join DSA. Not only do they join DSA, but they organize a union. Not only do they organize a union, they win a strike. Not only do they organize a strike, they win a general strike, and that's how we build socialism. Every single person that joins DSA because of me does that. It's true. Might be surprising. SDL fans, the strongest Union soldiers. Soviet Goose says, my family owns a red truck, and we're thinking of putting a hammer and sickle on it so people don't think we are conservatives. I mean, bumper stickers are a little cringe. I have mine just to, I don't know, it feels nice to signal it a little, but I would be worried about putting a hammer and sickle on, because I think you might actually get, like, evangelized. Very glad to see that Najawin and Jodinha are debating extremely niche Marxist theory, it seems like. I don't even... you guys are like 6 layers into an argument that you started while I was doing a segment. I can't possibly follow this. It needs to cover the whole door, says Soviet Goose. I think unironically, well, I don't know. There is a real risk that you might get, like, attacked on for having that. It's pronounced Jodinia. Jodinia. Is it, Slavic? That might be completely insensitive, but I'm just trying to... What is the origin of the name? Why is it pronounced like Jodinia? It's Brazilian? Okay. The true comrades, the Brazilian Slavic unity. Sorry, Jodinia. Najawin says, it's impossible to socialize every computer that can be used for economic activity. Oh my god, are you guys fucking debating the personal versus private property distinction in chat? Is this this is really where we're going right now? Lula's strongest warrior. Love to see it. Okay, fact. The personal private property distinction, in my eyes, is always semantic nonsense. Anytime you try and come up with like a formal, rigorous definition of what is personal or what isn't personal in like a Marxist sense, just doesn't fucking work. I think it's semantics by people who want to avoid getting to the question of like, oh, you want to collectivize property. Doesn't that mean that you might collectivize things that I want to own personally? And the correct answer is just to say yes, but overwhelmingly the things that we want to collectivize are things that are big, immovable, and that you can freely abandon. Things like housing, and maybe if we can achieve a world with car sharing, cars, and like that's it. Like literally, just to speak of it functionally, I think that in fact the market socialist option here also has a simple way to approach this. You don't care if someone is like making profit from their computer or whatever. That's silly. The idea that like Marxism has to like abolish profit, that's fucking silly. The thing that Marxism wants to abolish is the social relations, which leads to exploitation for the purpose of profit. And that's where we get into stuff like firms. The minute that you get past, like, oh, you're working on your laptop with some buddies on like a personal project, which is making you some money on socialist YouTube, and the minute that you start like employing other people because you have wealth and they don't, the minute that you start using your structural power to force people's wages down below what they should be, that's the concern. Like, in short, what we're not trying to abolish is people doing productive things for their personal benefit. We're trying to abolish a system which ties that productivity to fucking over other people. Yet again, Soviet Goose, I don't even actively moderate my server. I literally get like 5 pings a day in that server. I could not possibly moderate it. There are like 3,000, 2,000, 3,000 members. It's not even fucking possible. I'm an anti-market socialist, so I'm disagreeing with SDL. Damn, Jodinia, you've abandoned the light and the faith of SDLism. Common Jodinia L. Of the only Jodinia opinion I know, we have one L. Based market socialist. I actually think that I've very much come around to the view that, like, the market socialist view, by nature of not preferring one solution to every economic problem, in general, just makes it far, far, far more capable of dealing with incentive problems, of dealing with, like, some weird some weird theory. Because instead of your solution having to be like, we're going to nationalize everything, you can say, we'll nationalize some things, we'll cooperativize some things, right? This allows you to have instead of having all of your eggs in one basket, it just allows you a flexibility, I think, when you're arguing about these things. Okay, I've been promised the truck meme. Oh my! What the fuck is this?
My fucking God! Drive your fucking car! Why are you so fucking slow? How the fuck do you expect me to make it to my destination when there's no other lane for me to drive in? You are so goddamn motherfucking slow! Where am I supposed to go? This is clearly the only lane I can drive in, and you are so slow!
I'm already speeding.
How am I supposed to get home in time to kiss my uncle on the mouth? Oh my...
There's nothing wrong with kissing your uncle on the mouth. In an appropriate context. But, yeah, that is really what it's like. Jesus fucking Christ. It's not even, the worst part is that it's not even pickup trucks. It's like pickup trucks and sports cars and, okay, I even want to be clear about this. It's sports cars, I don't even know what the fucking name for it, but it's like luxury cars and pristine pickup trucks. It's not all pickup trucks. Dirty pickup trucks are normal drivers. Overwhelmingly, they are normal drivers. If you see a pickup truck and it's got a pile of shit in the back, if there's like equipment poking every which way, then that person is completely normal. But if it's a pickup truck that is shinier than your car, then that's not a worker, okay? That's just a guy who wants a big truck to compensate for something. And that's why they're completely insufferable. It's the same reason that someone who drives a luxury car or a sports car is completely insufferable on the road, because they're not doing it as like a utilitarian choice on how to most efficiently get from their home to their work or whatever. They're doing it as a symbol of who they are. Sedans are the only acceptable car unless you need a truck for work or a van SUV for family. I've been a real fan. So the Prius I drive is a hatchback. And I'm actually a real fan of that because it lets me move stuff. It's sort of the argument that people always have for the pickup is, oh, well, what if I need to like go camping and carry 4,000 pounds of equipment out to the wilderness? What if on the one day I do this out of every 4 years, I couldn't carry everything I needed to? And my answer is just like, well, I can do that in my car that gets 50 miles per gallon because it's a hatchback. And the hatchbacks only get, I want to say, like half a mile per gallon worse fuel economy than do sedan, than like the 4-seater cars, the 5-seater cars, right? So I'm a big fan. If you're gonna have a car, you might as well be able to use it for as many things as possible, you know? Camping also doesn't require a giant pickup. I mean, I completely agree. Like, you can go camping. Well, actually, my mom, when I was young, she would go camping with me when I was like, I don't know, 8 to 15 or something. And we would just like throw like 2 roll-up mattresses in the back, like a tent, whatever. It can all fit in the back of a 5-seater car, right? Pickup trucks got Riz, says Hi Dork. What the riz of what? Of not being able to fit your whole car into a parking spot? What do I think about car culture? One of the takes that I've had for years now is that one of the things which drove me towards what I call library socialism, like I'm not just the guy who wants to like collectivize the factories or whatever. I would eventually like to see a society where there's increasing amounts of collectivization of car ownership, of like kitchens, and a lot of other things that we don't usually think about making like communal property or whatever. But I want to see a world where you don't own your car. It's an autonomous vehicle that drives to you and drops you off. And it costs money because you're getting a premium service instead of taking public transit. But like owning a car that you don't use 90% of the day is a huge, huge, huge waste. Every bit of steel that goes into a car could have gone into something else. Every bit of engineering that went into a car could have gone into something else. Fudge Smith says, thanks for that. I got books I gotta return to the library. That's right, SDL saving in library fees. This is the true prosperity cult. Hydork says, because they have pickup lines, I assume. Oh, because pickup trucks, teehee. Yeah, like an interesting proposal that I saw was that there was a suggestion to turn in one Spanish city every car into a taxi, and how many cars would it require to do so to get everyone to work? And if you assume a tiny bit of carpooling, which Uber can already do, right? The technology already exists, then it would require 3 to 10% as many cars as currently exist. So it's just like, the benefit of cars is that you have freedom, but the solution to that is just have rentals, right? The solution is just like, oh, you want to go like out to the middle of the wilderness, rent a car, right? And if cars are way less like necessary for everyday life, then they should be way cheaper. This take is blue-pilled. You want to privately own your car? East Coast, least coast. What does that even mean? What are you guys even talking about? Hydork is woeing over fucking pickup trucks. Incredible. Now say upzoning. Now say upzoning. I mean, I do unironically think that the future of humanity is in very dense cities for a lot of reasons. That I think that the de-densification of American cities has contributed to the increasing breakup of American social activity. It is easier to subsidize social activity. It is easier to organize clubs and friend groups and whatnot if you are closer together. So an example is that, to my knowledge, the only DSA chapter which hosts like sports leagues is New York City DSA. And the reason they can do that is because of public transit and density. They're also in the largest chapter by like 3 or 4 times. So it's possible that as other chapters grow, we will see that develop. But there's a reason that social groups are easier to start in very, very, very dense places. That's good. Like did I see the correction paper today? No, I did not read the correction paper to some random other paper. Hi, Dork. I appreciate it though. Feel free to DM it to me. It will go on the list. Yes, yeah, Evan, we will live in the pods. I mean, I'm pod-pilled, okay? Like, actually, okay, there's a story from East Germany, I believe, where one of the first women to join a central planning division, her job was, because it was sexist in the 50s, to most efficiently design a city. And her unique invention was designing cabinets which didn't have backboards, but were well fitted, and I want to say grouted, or I don't know exactly how, but they were fitted to the walls, so that it would save wood by like 25%. And I'm very pilled on the idea of like well-maintained communal kitchens for single families. I think that as people move towards like larger families, there is a need to have independent space. For example, like for a child to learn how to cook in like a protective environment where like they can make mistakes, and the only person that will see them making mistakes is like the family, for example. Like I think there's a benefit to having private spaces as you move through family life. But for a good like 10 to 20 years of people's lives, from like college to early adulthood, a lot of people can live in spaces with communal living. I'm still completely on board with the take that, like, if you want to see an egalitarian world along the lines of sexes, you need to have a world where food preparation is so cheap that making food on your own is a choice. And it's in fact the more expensive choice, so that anyone who wants food can just get it. It's not going to be like the woman's job, because it's nobody's job. The only other way you get a world like that is a very slow cultural change. So I simply think we should accelerate the process by making gigantic food factories which turn out food so cheap that you never need to cook again. Is that too much to ask for? Is it too much to ask for for a gigantic food factory in every city? Isn't this your public canteen? I shouldn't go down this route. I'm going to lose all of my followers who think that I'm completely fucking insane. Fire Neuron says, I love how you're describing living in university. People love university until they, 1, want to have sex, or 2, want to have families. So the solution is single person bedrooms, so you can do the former, and allowing people to move into larger living spaces for families. Like, that's it. You can save on housing costs by allowing housing that adjusts as people change their living. One of actually the oddities of American zoning is that we zone all like, literally think about it. The name for the zoning is single family zoning. We aren't zoning things aimed at young adults. We aren't zoning things aimed at like young, no kid couples, right? We are aiming for families, even down to the way that we describe our zoning. And that's fucked up. That's dumb as shit. For a good 1/5 of your life cycle, from birth to death, the average person will not be even coupled. And I think it's like 1 in 6 people won't even have kids. Is that right? % people never have kids. Apparently, 1/6 of women between 40 and 44 were childless. I don't know if that's the same thing. But yeah, just my point is that, like, there's a huge group of people who don't live in like the heteronormative zone typical way, and we should build for that. University sucks says for I suck at knives. Okay, question to you. Did it suck because you had to share a bedroom? Because that's my number one bet, is that it forced you to share a bedroom with another person, and they might have been your best friend in high school, or they might have been a total stranger. And I find that overwhelmingly, that is the biggest complaint. Do you think that we'll ever reach legit gender equality? Absolutely. In fact, in some countries, we're already seeing the female-male academics gaps reverse. In the Eastern Bloc, we've already seen the math gap basically approach 0 in the former Eastern Bloc, like the former communist countries. And the Nordic countries, very similarly, we've almost approached 0 as well. And in fact, in college admissions, women dominate, right? Women make up, I want to say, like 55% of college admissions. I am actually convinced that like 20 years down the line, there will be a need to consider men's equity and men's liberation in the context of why are boys not doing as well as girls. And I know that in some countries, wage parity has been roughly approached as well. I want to say that in Ireland, wage parity has roughly been approached. All I'm trying to say is, like, this is a slow process. I bet that it'll take like 20, 30 years, but there will be a point 20, 30, 40 years down the line where we're going to start discussing like not just women's underperformance because of social expectations, but underperformance of all people based on gendered expectations. Will I help you with speech and debate? No, unfortunately, I'm pretty busy. Najawin is contesting the stats, but has not typed up a response yet. My big suggestion with speech and debate is, so you know how I have a big fact sheet. This document originally emerged from a practice that I started doing in high school. If you are just starting speech and debate, you will learn that cards need to be cut, meaning that you take a block of text and you subset down to the key portions that you want people to read. And you attach that to a source. And for me, that usually means I attached it to like the source link, a PDF link, etc., etc., etc. And that process came in real handy to me for stuff like lower section. Stuff like what you want to do is give like an author name, a brief summary, which is what you already do, right? You already give a tag in speech and debate. Then you give links back to the original source and an archive source that you can always access it because I never want to lose any of this data. And like a picture, a paragraph, whatever. And so all I want to say is that card cutting to me is one of the key ways of doing well in debate. I think that practicing the ability to research topics, stuff literally just like, when you want to research a topic, start with topic name meta study, topic name literature review, and that will set you on the course to finding a shit ton of really good studies. What website did I use to make the fact sheet? This is created by Custom Python Code. It's hosted on GitHub. Anyone can host anything on GitHub. You reminded me of Sheets, says Hydork. It's 4:30 a.m. I need to sleep. Good night, SDL. Good night, Hydork. Send me some of those studies. Just lie and call your opponent dumb. Unfortunately, that does not work in speech and debate. There is a lot of good critique of high school speech and debate, but it does actually require some level of argumentation. Let me see what response Najawin posted. Najawin says, wait, where is it? In science fields, as they become more and more female, they tend to get paid less. Yes, this is true. However, the overall gender pay gap has still been slowly declining. So my thoughts are that so we've actually seen recently in the last 5-10 years a huge influx of women into STEM fields, and that's really good. And it suggests that maybe 5-10 years down the line, there may be more equitable treatment in those STEM fields, which might be able to reduce those gaps. As well, a second thing that I would add is that a resurgent union movement would reduce earnings gaps. The strongest ways to reduce earning gaps between men and women are unions and minimum wages, and ideally some sort of solidaristic wage. But in the short term, minimum wages and unions are the strongest way to reduce men-women earning gaps. If we can rebuild that, again, we will be moving towards a direction of having egalitarian wages. I want to say that the wage gap is 80% lower in unionized firms. It's absurdly lower. There's still a wage gap. Like, sexism still exists. And that remaining sexism may be harder to kick out, but just demanding wage equality and wage transparency and minimum wages does an enormous amount to lift women up. Leftist women in STEM are doing God's work. Shout out to us. Shout out to Fired Neuron, everyone. What about men in the kitchen and women in the workforce? A total 180 spin. So I get that people see that as like a good outcome. I get that people want to maybe return to like a single income household. And I'm amenable to having a society where incomes are high enough that that's feasible. However, I don't think the solution is having anyone in the kitchen. Like, I am very much accelerationist on this issue, that I think the true way to ending the tyranny of housework, because I don't just want to end the tyranny of like housekeeping for women. I want to end it for everyone. I want Roombas in every house, right? I want automated kitchens in every house. I want food factories in every city, right? If people basically don't want to work, that's fine. But the question is, what should they be doing with their time? And the way I think of it is, well, they could do child rearing, but you also want people ideally to be engaging in like cultural production, in democracy, right? You want stay-at-home moms, stay-at-home dads to not just be staying at home 24/7 cleaning and cooking and doing housework. You want them to be like building democracy because now they have free time. You want them to be doing cultural works that you could not do on a full-time salary because you don't have enough time. But now, because they're at home, you want them to be able to doing that. Like, I very much think that we should be thinking of the dream as not men doing housework, but nobody doing housework and everyone having the leisure time to participate in culture. That's the dream. That nobody is too busy for culture. Best Trousers wrote an article on this. You can link it. This segment was sponsored by HelloFresh. I would love the idea of HelloFresh if it were simply 5 times cheaper, which it could be if it was done in bulk by the People's Food Factory. Lithic says, let me do labor for a breadwinner. Again, one of the things that I've often argued is that we should see one of the goals of prosperity as freedom. That if a world is so high income that it lets people do useless labor for fun or for personal satisfaction, that's good. Like, if people want to do like whatever it is that makes their, like, if they want to do something that makes their partner happy, even if it's like a quote unquote waste of time, that should be totally fine. The point here is that it should be a choice, right? And it's not. And it won't be, I think, until we automate the world. Tarpalicious says, I'm already living the dream, SDL. I'm a stay-at-home dad, and I play 2 to 3 sessions of D&D a week. Okay, salute to you, Tarpalicious, because that sounds fucking wonderful. I mean, I'm very, like, in my free time, I I basically don't read fiction. I'm either like doing something to not think, like turn my brain off, or I'm like working on some spreadsheet, working on some research. It's very hard for me to imagine a world where I wouldn't just be working. If it's not on like something for pay, it'll be something for my personal well-being. And maybe that's a personal bias to me, but I think that a world where people are free to do that passion project is a better world. Whether it's D&D, whether it's making some weird spreadsheet of like socialist movements throughout history, whatever. Yes, earlier I did say I am pod-pilled. We do need to turn into bees. We do need to live in beehives. Everything should be hexagon-shaped. Correct. Smoothest Brain is pointing out, what are your cooking a good meal by hand when you have an automatic kitchen? I actually think this is one of the things that we've seen already. As mass-produced goods became cheap and abundant, what did people start valuing? Handcraft goods. There's like Etsy exists in part because it's an alternate to cheap mass-produced things, right? In a world where everything is automated, it actually increases the value, like emotional value, of a handcrafted thing. This will be especially true as we start seeing 3D printing being integrated into industrial production, right? As 3D printing methods become more and more complete, it'll be very, very, very hard for handcraft work to outcompete on quality a lot of the 3D printed custom work, but it will be able to compete on like emotional resonance. And so again, for stuff like working for your partner's benefit or trying to build an emotional connection, that's great. But that all should be a choice, right? People didn't do kitchen work because they had a choice. They did it because one person had to do the kitchen work if either person wanted to eat. Oh my god. I don't like alternate keyboard layouts because I can only type on QWERTY. That's it. Handcraft sucks, I think, says Fudge Smith. Slower, less sturdy, more expensive. I mean, that's what's emerging. Like, there's a reason that people overwhelmingly don't use handicraft. I think, in fact, part of the reason that I think there's a broader problem in some left movements that valorize, that glorify, like a return to tradition of people working on their own projects, on their own individual goods, not on the factory floor, just because that's how it was done before industry. It's pastoralism. It's a view that like what's good is small and natural. And that's just not true, right? I want a world where people spend as little of their time, their short lives, wasted on working. And if that means that like fewer people are doing handicraft, then that's probably a good thing. Oh my god. Are we talking about STDs or is this a keyboard layout? I don't understand what's going on in chat. Okay. I want to do another follow-up about election coverage. So in the last segment that I went over, we talked about how conservatives are increasingly embracing violence. We saw libs of TikTok who was embracing, basically talking about bomb threats. We saw a bunch of conservatives justifying the killing of 2 climate protesters. I think part of the reason for that is that conservatives in the United States have been losing elections. And we'll talk about this more in the next section on cope from conservatives, including from Matt Walsh. But I wanted to first start with how good the elections were last night. They weren't all good. They were like 70, 80% good, which is more than you would expect for how low Biden approval ratings are. I will begin with a based meme.
Lies a mold, John Brown's body lies a moldering in the grave, while we the sons of bondage we ventured all the same. But though he lost his land while struggling for the slave, his soul is marching on. Let's go! Down south in the land of traitors, rattlesnakes and alligators. Right away, come away, right away, come away. Where cotton's king and in our chapels, Union boys will win the battles. Right away, come away, right away. Dixie boy must understand. We are America, second to none. Way down south in the land of traitors, rattlesnakes and alligators. Right away, come away.
It's a banger, okay? It is completely a banger. If you don't love that music, you are the cringe, okay? You are the cringe. More seriously, conservatives were really fucking mad because of, say, the election of Andy Bashir back here. They were really fucking mad about a lot of these elections. And a lot of these elections were in the South as well, which is why it has a Southern theme to it. I want to first start with DSA candidates. Here is a friend of mine's sheet on DSA candidacies. Of the races that we know the results for, 47 DSA members won their elections. Only 14 lost. The usual ratio is like 1/2 or 60%. This is insanely good. This is basically unprecedented. And I just wanted to note, every single DSA elected that was currently an incumbent won their race. Not a single DSA incumbent lost. So this was not a shift to the right. For all the talk that we hear, we haven't heard of red wave yet, but we have heard over and over and over that Biden's ratings are terrible, that Trump is going to win the next election. A world in which every DSA candidate wins their race is not a world which has shifted enormously right. It's not, of course, just our candidates. I highlighted the other day some ballot measures that DSA has endorsed. In Colorado, Proposition 2, which allowed Colorado to retain excess tax revenue from cigarettes, tobacco, and vapes, and directed that revenue to preschools, that got 66% of the vote. In Colorado Springs, there was a measure to do Cop City in Colorado Springs. It lost. Barely, but it lost. For an idea of, like, Americans love the fucking police. If you ask people whether they support the cops, it's like 70, 80, 90%. The fact that more funding for a police training area lost in a, like, pretty centrist, pretty purple state by 5 points is a big deal. For context, in Atlanta, Cop City there, I believe it's 11 of 13 or something of that order of the city council that supports Cop City. This is a shift. This is the right direction. Another one that won, in Portland, Maine, Initiative A would have uncapped rent control, meaning that rent could go up by any amount in any year. There was no cap to the increase of rent. This one lost by 30 fucking points. The people have embraced Maoism. The people love rent control. The people are abolishing landlords. They are pressing the anti-landlord button, and they're pressing it hard. In Ohio, Issue 1 constitutionally would protect abortion, and Issue 2 would legalize weed for people above 21. Full legalize. Abortion won by more than 10 points. Weed won by 15 points, give or take. Extremely good results to see. Ohio is a state that votes 45% Dem, but it votes 55 to 57% for legalizing weed and for constitutionally protecting the right to abortion. Again, good results to see if you're a liberal or a progressive or a socialist. The big loss in terms of DSA's endorsed measures was Maine, statewide. Question 3 would have been the closest to pressing a socialism button that the American electorate has been given so far. Question 3 would have created something called the Pine Tree Power Company, a public-owned, democratically governed electricity utility. And I learned recently, all of its workers would have been unionized. Very cool. Pine Tree Power, the project that endorsed it, was also co-created, co-run by Maine DSA. Unfortunately, question 3 lost really badly. The voters did not love the socialism button Maine-wide. But I want to bring this one up. I was dooming a little bit about this. Maine votes like 55% Dem. Pressing the socialism button only ran 25 points behind. For reference, only like 7% of Americans are socialists. But wanting to nationalize or cooperativize, whatever word you want to use, the public utility company in Maine. Like, this isn't just creating a public utility company. It's actually taking the existing ones and forcing them into a public-owned alternative. The fact that 30% of people in Maine, a purple state, which regularly sends one Republican to the House of, I forget, it's in the Electoral College, they regularly send 1/4 of their Electoral College votes to the Republican. We still got 30% of the vote. I know this is sort of like, yay, we lost, but this is a pretty aggressive measure. I'm like pleasantly surprised that the socialism measure, the do socialism for electricity measure, got 30% of the vote. I would not have believed you if you had told me that like a nationalized electricity bill had gotten like 30% of legislative votes. So this is very pleasantly surprising. It's still a pretty major loss, and I think what I advocated last time was that it's probably better to start how New York State did, which is create a public-owned utility rather than trying to nationalize, because I think the nationalization makes people upset, but the idea of creating public wealth does not make people nearly so upset. American public is on board with public-owned, say, like broadband, like internet. They are on board with public-owned energy utilities. They're just not on board with nationalization yet, but they're only not on board for nationalization by this margin. We can win that. Like, if we only win 10 percentage points every decade, by 2040, we might be able to nationalize Maine's electricity companies. That's pretty good. Like, socialism as a movement was dead in like 1990. It was on life support in like 2010. The idea that by, say, 2040, we could be talking about nationalizing a whole sector in a US state, pretty good. In a purple state, no less. Some other victories. Well, here, let me look at chat real quick. Why are there wigglers coming in? Why are there even wigglers in my emoji section? I don't know. Did I get this from Keffels? I think if anyone knew what it was, question 3 would have pressed the button, because I say it again, no one knew what it was. Its wording was a little bit off. I do also just think that nationalization polls poorly. For an idea, Medicare for All polls about 10 points behind a public option. And I bring that up because Medicare for All basically requires the nationalization of the entire US healthcare industry, whereas public healthcare as like an option does not. I have a lot of Walsh chat emotes. I think that my website was copied by White Nervosa from either Walsh or Keffels. I'm not sure. So these are like pretty good results overall. Like, there's a pretty major loss on the main ballot measure. At the same time, there are some major victories on a lot of other DSA endorsed measures. And DSA is only endorsing like the progressive edge of ballot measures, right? DSA is not endorsing like your average stock of run of the mill measure. It's endorsing stuff like, hey, we're going to use all this tax revenue to fund preschools, and that wins 2-1. That's really good to see. And that one won in Colorado, another purple state. Colorado votes, I want to say like 55 to 60% Dem. It's not like an uber democratic state, but it is uber pro funding preschools. So I think these are moderately good results. These also weren't the only victories we saw beyond just the DSA, which is on the progressive edge. In Kentucky, as shown by that based meme earlier, Andy Beshear beat Daniel Cameron, who is an insane conservative. Jodinia says, my girlfriend is calling me soy for watching a stream. I'm a fake communist. I don't know. I very much take the view that everyone needs relaxation time. And if this is relaxation for you, then I'm glad to hear it. Everyone needs like someone else to do the talking, someone else to do the thinking for them sometimes. No one can be like just a research machine nonstop or just like an activism machine nonstop. Everyone needs time off. Everyone needs like a leisure activity. So actually, your girlfriend is soy for denying the very humanity of watching a stream. The stream, watching it, is the most human thing a person can do. Also, girlfriend, if you're listening, you should like the stream to get more people watching it. In Kentucky, Andy Beshear, who is a centrist Dem, he's not great. He's better than Manchin. He's worse than Biden, but he's way better than Daniel Cameron, and he won. For context on Daniel Cameron, I think it's mentioned here. Is it? Yeah. Daniel Cameron let off Breonna Taylor's killers. He was the guy who let off the police, like every single person. He supports a 6-week ban on abortion. And he also has Trump's endorsement. So this guy is a theocrat. He's a fucking insane theocrat. And he lost by 5 points in Kentucky. And when I say insane theocrat, I mean average Republican. He's not more insane than the average Republican. He's just insane to a normal person. This guy is not like worse than the previous Republican, and he won't be worse than the next Republican. They're just all like this nowadays. For an idea of how good this result is, 52.5 to 47.5, that's a 5-point lead. In 2019, Andy Bashir got 49% to 48%, less than 0.5% margin of victory. This is a 10 times larger margin of victory. This is not suggestive of an environment where the whole population is shifting right? If anything, it suggests a shift leftward. In New Jersey, we saw pretty good results. New Jersey's General Assembly had an odd-year election. They gained, they went up to 46% of the seats in the General Assembly. Sorry, they went up to 51% of the seats in the General Assembly. And they won 57.5% of the vote. For comparison, in 2021, they won 55.3% of the vote. Not great. Like, this isn't like an enormous win for Democrats or whatever. But getting 2% more of the vote, getting 2% more of the seats, it's not suggestive of an environment where people are rapidly shifting right. And New Jersey is notable because it shifted right 2 elections ago, in 2021. I'm sorry, in 2019, it shifted right. And it hasn't continued to do so. It's actually shifted left. In Virginia, the state legislature also held an election. Now, the state Senate and the House of Delegates are both held by Democrats, which is good because the governor, who won in 2021, he was the guy to make the case for the red wave. Whenever people wanted to prove to you that everything is going right, they would point to the surprise election of a Republican in Virginia, which is a light blue state. A state which is now ruled by Democrats, and we're going to kick him the fuck out. Again, this is a win relative to the previous election. For an idea of how bad it was in 2021, the Republicans gained 8.3% of the popular vote. We didn't gain it all back, right? Again, we could do better, but we gained 1.8% of the vote. Not suggestive environment where things are shifting right. In Pennsylvania, we won the Supreme Court election by 5 points. Again, this is a really good margin to see. Pennsylvania is almost exactly 50-50. In the last 2 elections, it has been decided by less than 300,000 votes. This margin, almost 10 points, right? Really good to see. Danielle McCaffrey is also good because Carolyn Carluccio, not sure. Don't know how to pronounce those Italian names. She would be very on board with election denial. And Pennsylvania saw the most lawsuits by the Trump campaign to demand an overturn to the election. So the fact that this woman didn't get close to power is extremely good. It seems like democracy, at least in Pennsylvania, will survive another election cycle. Woohoo! Yay, democracy surviving another election cycle. If only there was something we could do to make it last longer and more durably. And one last piece of good news. Mississippi. So Mississippi is a very red state. Tate Reeves won, as you'd expect, but he won by less than 5 points. In the previous election, he also won by about 5 points. There has been almost no shift here, except a slight gain by the Democrats, by like a 0.2% by the Democrats. Again, Mississippi isn't even shifting right. So in all of these elections, the question is, where is the gigantic right shift that we should be seeing in a world where polls are churning out that Biden is losing swing states by 10 points? Swing states usually move in line with national opinion. If swing states are up 10 points for the Democrat, then the whole country is up 10 points for the Democrat. If Biden is down 10 points, why the fuck aren't any other Democrats? People are very partisan nowadays in the sense that they vote straight ballot way more than they used to. If Biden was down 10 points, if National Democrats were down 10 points, we should be seeing it. But we're not. So I don't think this makes the election safe. I think there's a very real risk that Trump wins. I just do think that this did help to dispel some of my dooming about some of the really abysmal polling that's been coming out against Biden. I don't think this is going to be a blue wave. I think it might be more analogous to 2018. Not 2018, to 2022, which was a moderately good election for Democrats. We lost less than we thought, and we won more than we thought. But it's not going to be like we won. It's not going to be that I don't even know that we're going to take the House of Representatives, and we will probably lose the Senate because Manchin is going to retire. So it's very likely that we will lose power, but not nearly as much as we should, theoretically, given how low Biden's approval is. So I'm a suck dumb left fan now, Swarmy. Who else would you be a fan of? Okay, this is the true suck dumb left. Why are you a liberal now? What happened? Oh my god. One last thing that I would add about two more things about the elections. The only thing that Republicans had to look forward to was the Mississippi election. Everything else, they did way worse than expected. You had people talking about how the Mississippi Democratic Party is dead.
Woo! Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
Mississippi is such a red state. They shouldn't have any trouble winning this election. The fact that it's within 5 points is embarrassing. Again, like moderately good news. And just one last thing, just a funny name. There was an election in Virginia. There's two elections of note in Virginia for our purposes. One is in the 72nd House of Delegates district between Schuyler Van Valkenburg, who is the Democrat, who literally has a name that sounds like the evil character in any pop novel, versus the Republican, whose name is Gay Donna Vandergriff. Work. Slay Queen. And in fact, Gay Donna did get slayed Queen because she lost by about 8 percentage points. There was an election, which was unfortunate to see. The woman who had previously done sex work as a OF model, she did not win her election, but I believe she lost it by like 1 to 2 percentage points, which is remarkable. Again, Virginia is a light blue state, and it's a state which is relatively religious and relatively conservative. The fact that she could get that close as a former sex worker is actually really good news. Like, sex workers are some of the most hated on people online, in general society. I don't even have polls of how hated they are, but like, it is so easy to find people justifying like violence against people who do sex work. The fact that someone can almost win an election as a sex worker, that's actually really good news. So all I'm saying is that like, the long run does not seem to be that the US is falling towards fascism. The short run does not seem to be that the US is drifting towards fascism. It seems likely that there's going to be a light blue shift from these elections. We need to convert Gay Donna, okay? Gay Donna needs to become a socialist icon. Susanna Gibson, yes, you're correct. No, I attacked people. There was so much hay, so much political hay made by conservatives out of this woman. They downloaded her videos, they used it in attack ads, they posted it all over Twitter, they spread it everywhere they could to try and smear this woman. And the fact that she almost won is really goddamn good. Bring back gays. That's so true. I can't believe the Democratic Party hates the gay people, okay? Why would the Democrats vote against gay Donna? What do they have against the homosexuals? So, long and short, the election results were good for the Democrats. They were good for the DSA. The DSA overwhelmingly won. They didn't lose a single incumbent, and they won about half of their new races. That's really good. All of this signals a slight shift left. Will I take the truck pill? Puppy from Los Andes says, recall that a whole rightoid journal ended up doxing OnlyFans workers. Yeah, I mean, I totally believe that. People are fucking evil to sex workers. Like, they straight up dehumanize people. And it's so frustrating, in part because, sort of with you see this with trans candidates too, that people run against them as if they are the queer menace. Like, you see them tied to drag races, you see them ignored. It's sort of how people used to treat female candidates, where they are treated as solely an identity candidate. That the only thing that matters about them is their transness. The only thing that matters about them is like being a sex worker. And what's frustrating is that like Susanna Gibson is like a centrist Dem. She's like she's like maybe somewhere like center left, somewhere in there. I want to say she was in support of like a public option for healthcare, for an idea of how center left she is. She's like Buttigieg. She has like a mind of her own. She's taken out positions. She supports like a bunch of policies which I think would make Virginia better. She supports like and like abortion access. She supports more pay for workers. She supported I believe she supported a preschool expansion program. Like, I just, you can look through her program and it's just a full political program. She's not like defined by being a sex worker, but her enemies seek to define her. That's actually one of the reasons that I think it's useful to use the word socialist, is not just because I am a socialist, but because that normalizing the word, getting Americans to think that the word is like not a bad thing, gets rid of one more thing that the conservatives can add, that the conservatives can use to box in our politics and stop shifts to better policy. The less ammunition they have, the less roots they have to smear us and attack us out of substance, the more they have to debate on things like abortion rights. Why do they want to take it away from people? The more they have to debate on things like workers' rights. Why do they hate unions? Why do they support right to work laws? Why don't they actually support workers? And the more that we focus on substance, I think the more likely we are to win. So in short, I think there's a rhetorical benefit to normalizing these things because it just reduces the right-wing rhetorical toolkit on what they can use to attack. And in fact, I will say that the word socialism is now looked on favorably by a majority of people 18 to 29. That doesn't mean they're socialists. About maybe 1 in 20, 7% of Americans are socialists. But half of young Americans, more than half, I think it's 60% of young Americans say that the word socialism is a good thing. They're not like, it just doesn't work on them anymore. The smear does not work anymore. And the more that you move people towards the progressive and left-wing side, the easier and easier it is to win elections on the merits of fighting for workers. Did you see the former CIA operative running for governor of Virginia? She's not that bad because she's pro-public option, pro-abortion, wants to fight climate change. I mean, it's hard for me to shill for a former CIA operative, but I'm sure it's hard to get worse than Republicans. Like, former CIA operative just means that she wants to overthrow democracy abroad. Republican means that they want to do that abroad and here. So, yes, Lithics is correct. The Red Scare is literally dying out. I unironically think that we've been in a slow, long, painful emergence from the 1980s Republican era, which shifted everything right by 20 points. And we've been just slowly shifting left. Oh my god, there are fucking ho-woes and oh-woes in my chat now. Oh my god. What's YouTube chat up to? This stream is extremely cringe. Swarmy, you were already in site chat saying that. You can't say it again. Cardboard Golem says we need to repopulate the hive. That's true. After we fill the pods, after we build the pods, we need to fill them with clones, okay? They can be fed from the food factories. That's the only real way to build socialism. Tinfoil says something in disgusting furry speak that I'm not even going to reread. Oh my god. The fucking OOs, man. YouTube chat is being gay and cringe because it is YouTube chat. Nothing cringe about being gay, but I would agree that it is being specifically gay and cringe. Smoothest Brain was talking about extracting socialism from the veneer that it is like tankyism or whatever. When we get rid of, says Smoothest Brain, the notion that you have to like bad communist dictators to be socialist, we can move forward with building socialism. I do actually think that one of the biggest roadblocks to getting people on board with the label is that among conservatives' minds, socialism is still tied to Russia, China, and Venezuela, and North Korea. When you ask them to identify where socialism occurs, they say Russia, even though Russia isn't socialist as shit. They say China, even though it's one of the most unequal countries on earth. They say Venezuela, which at least makes sense, right? Led by a socialist who implemented socialist policies. And North Korea, which is basically, at this point, like an autocratic, closed-off regime that we have no fucking idea what the labor relations are like because they don't even publish stats on it. We can't like interview the unions over there because they don't have independent unions. We can't interview opposition leaders because they don't have opposition leaders. So very, very, very much in the conservative mind, socialism is tied to Venezuela economic failure and authoritarians. So I think that divorcing it as much as possible is a goal for growth of socialism. Yeah, absolutely. Where would you say is socialism? Some things in China are socialist. So, for example, China under Xi has started moving back towards a co-determination model where workers elect, I want to say it's 50% of boards of certain companies. That's good to see, right? But co-determination isn't just a China thing. It's all over Europe, right? Germany has relatively strong co-determination laws such that any firm with over 500 employees has a co-determined board of directors who are half elected by workers. So, like, where is co-determination? Well, that's like maybe one step towards socialism. Socialism looks like cooperatives. So are there cooperatives in China? Yes, there's a shit ton of cooperatives, but only in farming. And there's cooperatives in farming all over the world. So China's doing okay in that respect, right? But not enormously well. It's not like every farmer's in a cooperative. It's not even like a lot of urban workers are in cooperatives. And again, cooperatives are all over the world. In fact, in the United States, if you go to a credit union, that's a cooperative, right? That is a literal worker and consumer owned financial, like quote unquote, means of production. It's capital that is owned by the people broadly. And in a world where everyone was workers, it would be a worker owned piece of finance. So like, there's some things that China does well on socialism, then some things that it does really, really poorly. And I'm answering with specific reference to China as like a thing to bounce it off of. For example, China is an extremely unequal country. It is roughly as unequal as the United States in terms of income. And the United States is by no means a socialist country. Like, people suffer while others live in luxurious wealth. One of the hallmarks of every socialist country, whether it be authoritarian or democratic, is that they have seen an enormous decline in income inequality. So in Sweden, for example, the incomes of the top 1% went from about 20% of the economy to around 4 to 5%. In the Soviet Union, the incomes of the top 1%, again, went from about 20% to around 4 to 5%. China saw the exact opposite. The top 1% are also up in the 20-30 range in China, just like they are in the States. That is not a world where we are abolishing class. That is not an egalitarian world. That is not a world where everyone is worker, and therefore we can talk about abolishing the worker class by making work increasingly voluntary. Similarly, China under Xi has increasingly adopted the language of workfare, that you have to work to deserve welfare. That is very similar to the language that Clinton adopted. Like, it's often literally word for word the stuff that Clinton would say, that you should not eat if you don't work, that there are people who just want to be welfare, sit around on welfare and do nothing. that people need to learn the value of work, that people working gives them like an elevation to a better well-being in life. All very similar to stuff that you saw during the workfare reforms under Clinton. That's not like looking good. So I'm bringing this up because like there is, in my opinion, no country which is socialism or does socialism right now. Even when the Soviet Union existed, I would contend that extremely poor central planning and the total lack of democracy in the Soviet Union and China and North Korea and nowadays Venezuela demonstrates that these countries cannot be truly socialist, because for the means of production to be controlled by the people, to be controlled by the workers, and eventually controlled by everyone after you've abolished the working class and the owning class and made everyone classless, for the means of production to be owned by the people in that system, you need to have a lever of control for those people. And without democracy, that lever doesn't exist. Like, it's that simple. Everything that's nationalized and owned by the government, if that government isn't democratic, you can't even pretend to say that it's owned by the people. So all I would say is that there is no country that is socialist. There are elements of socialism in lots of countries. For an example, outside of China would be Norway's social wealth fund, which might not seem initially socialist, but it's an example of building public wealth that it's not in private hands. It's controlled democratically, because Norway is an extremely democratic country, and it is one of the only countries on earth, including China, where public wealth has grown in the past half century. And that means that Norway is increasingly able to use its financial wealth to determine working conditions around the world, to determine what gets invested in and what doesn't. One of the purposes of socialism is to be able to direct economic production. There's a very famous Marx quote, which goes to the order of, men make history, but not of their own choosing. Because we don't freely make history. We don't just decide to do a history and enact an ideology. We are limited by the material conditions of our society. We are limited by what people believe. We are limited by the technological limits of our society. We are limited by the level to which our society's moved up to that technological limit of the means of production. We're limited by our ability to produce technical change. So public wealth is an ability for the people to control the direction of the market. So for example, Norway can use its funds to uninvest, to divest from companies which are tied to slave labor, which empowers workers. That's like a very small goal, but if America was doing something like that, we could have an enormous fucking impact. If America completely uninvested, if we divested from every single company that did slave labor, the world would be very different. Slavery would be way, way, way less common. Especially if we say had an agency specifically directed to investigating where slave labor was occurring and having American public owned wealth pulling right the fuck out of any slave labor companies. You could even make higher demands. Maybe we only invest in unionized companies. Now that means if you want American money, you've got to let your workers unionize. All of this is power. In short, in my view, the goal of socialism in part is an equalization of power within a society to allow for democratic control. And two, directing that power for the benefit of the average person, trying to lift up the average worker, trying to lift up the average person. And we're like, that's just not very common. When China is investing in other countries, it is mostly investing in things which allow easier extraction of resources to China. The same is very, very much true for the United States, and with the added twist that we usually require neoliberal reforms, which make it easier, again, for extraction of finances and resources to our country. So, yeah. We have now entered a market socialism versus anti-market socialism debate in the chat. Very much appreciated. Shana Aurel Gadro says, hello to my favorite meme maker. YouTube chat isn't always cringe. That's so true. You are the only non-cringe person Sector C. I completely agree. Lord Pasta Productions has joined in on the OOing. And yes, Tam Krister, there's a site chat. You can join it at this link. We went through some of the election results. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the election cope from conservatives, because they are not pleased with how the elections went this last week. So 2 small examples, and then Matt Walsh. There were a lot of Republicans reacting like this, like Brandon Pritchard, who's a North Dakota state representative. He says, quote, direct democracy should not exist. Case in point, Ohio legalizing the slaughter of babies. For context, Ohio overwhelmingly passed, was it issue 1, which constitutionally protected abortion and reproductive health care. Not just abortion, but contraception of all kinds. Pritchard goes on, it would be an act of courage to ignore the results of the election. Again, to ignore the results of the election is an act of courage to him because it would not allow for the murder of Ohio babies. We are probably 10 years away from this opinion being acceptable, though. This is so fucking mask off. He is openly calling for ignoring elections and saying this opinion probably isn't acceptable, but maybe in 10 years it will be. So you have conservatives. This is like very much to me cope. Oh, our politics is extremely unpopular. We should just do a theocracy. We should just ignore the people. Another one. This time, if it loads, Mr. Twitter. This time on Newsmax, we're gonna play. Look, everyone on Newsmax is fucking insane, but of course they're fucking insane after an election.
And you put very sexy things like abortion and marijuana on the ballot, and a lot of young people come out and vote.
I have to replay that one. Just listen to this man.
And you put very sexy things like abortion and marijuana on the ballot.
You put very sexy things like abortion and marijuana. And I get saying that marijuana is like a sexy thing, which gets young people out to vote, but calling abortion sexy is so fucking funny. Like, that's how bad these people are coping, how badly we've whipped them, because they now think abortion is a winning issue for us. Keep that in your mind as we go later on to the Matt Walsh segment.
And a lot of young people come out and vote. It was a secret sauce for disaster in Ohio. I don't know what they were thinking, but that's why I thank goodness that most of the states in this country don't allow you to put everything on the ballot, because pure democracies are not the way to run a country.
So then you're...
And again, something I mentioned on the election day was that Republicans are getting louder and louder about not caring about democracy. You see it and it's sort of implicit in the rhetoric that America is not a democracy, we are a republic. The reason they're bringing up that rhetoric, right? The reason they're bringing up this talking point over and over and over again is because they don't actually care about democracy. They're not bringing it up to make some nuanced point about how we're a representative democracy, about how technically, because of the presidential system and the design of our Constitution, we're Republican nature. No, they're not making any fucking nuanced point. They want to say we're not a democracy, we are a republic. The point of that is to distance conservatives from democracy, from distancing themselves to democracy as a value. And it's paid off. The fact that people can go on conservative TV and say, pure democracy bad, when pure democracy was such a fucking victory. Okay, for context, most states, I don't even want to say most states, I believe all states did not have direct democracy until 1910. This was a progressive movement victory that swept across the western states and some eastern states and enacted 3 big reforms. It was first allowing state legislatures to send something down for a referendum, to allow a referendum from the state legislature to the people. Initiatives, which are when the people get enough signatures to send something up to get a direct vote, which is what issue 1 in Ohio was. And that basically makes something into law, these binding initiatives from the people upwards. And 3, recall elections, that any person who gets enough people to sign on saying, hey, I want to recall this guy, can be immediately recalled. These were 3 huge improvements, and conservatives at the time were fucking mauling. They fucking despised this. Conservatives at the time talked about how this would be the downfall of our representative system, that too much democracy would destroy the republic. It is, in fact, identical to the rhetoric that you are seeing today. Pure democracies are not the way to run a country. Literally the same rhetoric 100 years later, because conservatives know that they want to limit it purely to representative democracy, and they want to further limit it within representative democracy. They want to limit the vote. They want to limit who can vote, how easily, how many days. They want to limit who can run. They want to limit as much as they possibly can because they want to maintain power as much as they possibly can because they can't win open elections. The more that young people turn out to vote, the more that voter turnout is high, especially when it's high among young people who are a very low turnout demographic, the more they lose. They're holding on to power by abandoning democracy. That is both, one, encouraging, it means we're winning, and two, terrifying. Newsmax is almost as large as Fox News nowadays. Newsmax gets, I believe, almost as many views as Fox News does. Maybe like 1/2 as many views. This is an enormous station. The fact that so many conservatives are getting rhetoric like this is fucking insane. For an example of the not being fully on board with democracy, here's Tim Pool, who said, quote, raise the voting age to 30. He said it 2 days after Republicans had terrible fucking elections. Terrible in part because youth turned out. Now, knowing that it's Tim Pool, he pulled his usual tactic. For those who aren't aware, what Tim Pool likes to do is just sort of say things on Twitter, and his defense for when he says something stupid is that he's intentionally saying stupid stuff on Twitter so that he can epically own a journalist who isn't aware that he says stupid things on Twitter. David also missed my raise the voting age to 42, ban voting, and baby should vote tweets. Welcome to the internet. This isn't welcome to the internet. This is a specific Tim Pool thing where he's literally Schrodinger's asshole. He will say stuff like raise the voting age to 30, and then also say a dozen other really fucking stupid things so that you can't tell which really dumb fucking stupid thing he believes. And the problem is that Tim Pool isn't like some genius where it's very obvious that this is a sarcastic statement. He has said stuff that Trump was going to win a 48, 49, or 50 state landslide. He didn't say it once, he said that a dozen times. Trump, of course, lost both elections in the popular vote. He did not win a 50 state landslide. He barely won 30 states. He's a fucking moron, so it's hard to tell when he's being intentionally a moron or an unintentional moron. But I think it's indicative that he chooses 2 days after the election to talk about raising the voting age, when conservatives are saying more or less the same stuff. I want to speak more broadly about a rise of authoritarian views among conservatives, and then we'll go to Matt Walsh. Here's Dave Rubin. You may remember Dave Rubin, broadcasting from a way better looking studio. I don't know why he's currently broadcasting from the inside of some kind of metal container, but things have really gone downhill over at the Rubin Report. 2, you may remember Dave Rubin as a free speech extremist. Here is friend of the stream, Bad Stats, with a clip of Dave Rubin talking with Eric Weinstein about why you need to suppress people for saying things that are anti-West. For context, Dave Rubin said that it was justified for France to ban pro-Palestinian protests because he doesn't actually fucking believe in free speech anymore. Free speech was always for the defense of white nationalism. That was always the point. You need free speech so that people can say white nationalist things openly. But now that that goal has faded away, he's anti-free speech because pro-Palestinian people are using it. Let's listen.
This 200,000 person sized protest with Al-Qaeda flags and Hamas flags and River to the Sea chants and everything else. What does a Western society do related to speech? Understanding that you're going to have Western Europe.
Again, context, he called himself a free speech absolutist who said that anything that does not incite violence deserves protection. And like Hamas flag bad, Al-Qaeda flag bad, from the river to the sea, from a left-wing protester, from a progressive protester, is just demanding an egalitarian, binational state where Israeli people, Arab people, Palestinian people can all live with equal rights, democratic rights under the law. What does free speech absolutist Dave Rubin and his friend Eric Weinstein, one of the intellectual dark web types, have to say about these big protests?
Understanding that you're going to have Western Europe has different laws related to speech than we do.
You're going to have to consider things that you've never considered, because what we're doing is we're normalizing the precursors of genocide. These are the precursors of genocide, make no mistake. I think that many of the recourses that we've thought about, free markets, free speech, democracy, have to be rethought if they become gamed. And it's
So, free speech, free markets, and democracy have to be, quote, rethought because people are bringing up what he thinks to be the precursors of genocide. Okay, so his point is that, hey, maybe some free speech can lead, not directly to incitement of violence, but lead to a societal construction of a society that could lead to, a societal construction of a movement, of a political demand that could lead to political violence. You might call it social murder, perhaps. Now, again, they never applied this rhetoric to people like Le Pen. They never applied this rhetoric to white nationalists. They never apply it to fascists. It's always free speech for fascists. But once Palestinians get out on the street, and once some pro-Palestinian protesters say extremely fucked up things in favor of Hamas, it's time to reconsider democracy.
It's time to recognize that Western society has been gamed. And if you do not decorrupt and de-game what has happened, and you keep saying we want democracy, we want freedom of movement, et cetera, diversity is our strength, you're talking about killing many people. And
another thing that he wants to reconsider is freedom of movement. Now, I think this is just a not a virtue signal. This is just a dog whistle for immigration. He wants to ban immigration, in addition to rethinking democracy. But if you take him at his word, rethinking freedom of movement is one of the most authoritarian things you can do. One of the most authoritarian things that happened in the Soviet Union and in China was the creation of internal passports. You could not go from one province to another without giving your passport to a guard at some border somewhere. The idea that a country should have internal borders is fucking insane. The US should never have these. In fact, this is the argument for open borders worldwide. Why have country borders when we don't have internal borders in the United States? Why not just expand that?
By the way, this starts with the Jews, and it's not ending there.
How do you, as a Western nation, defend free speech and defend the right to protest and all that stuff without self-immolating? Which seems like it might be happening.
Maybe you're...
Dave Rubin says that the right to protest might be causing the self-immolation of the West. Dave Rubin brought on dozens of white nationalists, by the way, and extremely favorable to all of them.
Misunderstanding. That's what the people who are the hardest line from that side have figured out.
No,
they have figured out you are going to be slow to realize that free speech will kill you.
In Florida, DeSantis has passed laws.
Okay. Free speech will kill you, says Eric Weinstein, an intellectual dark web type. Again, the intellectual dark web got its feet off by signing a petition saying that it's always wrong to censor people in universities. They are now talking about rethinking freedom of speech, movement, and democracy, and the right to protest, because some people were too pro-Palestine. Dave Rubin, who's already endorsed the French ban on pro-Palestinian protesters, which was dropped, I want to say 3 weeks ago, is now going to talk about Ron DeSantis' policies.
Florida, DeSantis has passed laws. We ban some of these protests because he's talking about material support.
And he makes us uncomfortable by banning speech.
However, it's material support, but yes, people are arguing that he's banning speech.
My point is that he's recognized
this is where
the phase transition.
Right.
So for context, Ron DeSantis banned pro-Palestinian groups from virtually all Florida universities on the pretext that they were, quote, providing material aid to Hamas. His justification for that was literally a statement in which pro-Palestine protesters said they were part of the global movement for Palestinian liberation. That's the amount of stretching that we've gone to here. That an American who says they're part of a movement for Palestinian liberation, they stand with resistance against Israel, that now equates to direct material support for Hamas. He's not even arguing something like, oh, they're donating to Hamas. It literally just statements. That's it. And they're both in favor of it. Dave Rubin is in favor of this ban on speech. Eric Weinstein is in favor of the ban on speech.
That you need an interpretation of the world that allows you not to have a suicide pact. Democracy is not a suicide pact. Free speech is not a suicide pact. Tolerance is not a suicide pact. Immigration is not a suicide pact. When you start to realize that someone has gamed your culture, there are times when you have to uninvite a dinner guest.
That line, the last one, might not sound that insane, but I want to replay it.
This is not a suicide pact. When you start to realize that someone has gamed your culture, there are times when you have to uninvite a dinner guest.
There are times you have to uninvite a dinner guest in the context of immigration and democracy. What do you think he's talking about? What could he possibly be talking about? So, I'm bringing this all up again because you need to understand that the conservative movement in this country is insane and increasingly authoritarian. He didn't say gaining cultures, he said gaming cultures. His idea is that immigrants have come in, they've gamed free speech, and now they're causing the suicide of the West. And therefore, we should uninvite the dinner guest. Beyond the aesthetics, optics, and hypocrisy, asks Lithix, what do you think conservatives are really gunning for politically? It depends on the conservative. I think that there are conservatives who are just pro-business. They're like the old-time libertarian conservatives. They just want less regulation, and they're willing to make a deal with the fascist devil if it gives them more profit. I think that's where a lot of the money for conservative movements come from, like the Koch brothers. They are enormously just in it to reduce taxes, to reduce regulation, so they can make as much profit as possible, so they can have as few unions as possible, so they can fuck over as many workers as possible to get more money. That's where a lot of the money comes from. That's the capital part of the alliance. The other part of the modern conservative alliance is the conservatives, and they are a spectrum. They go from people who just want to sort of stay where we are now. You get sort of the moderate conservatives. There may be pro-gay. There may be like not super anti-immigration, right? There are people who sort of want to stay where we are now, but they don't want to take any steps left. That's where it starts. That's maybe like 5% of conservatives nowadays. Then you go left, then you go right, and you go through the national conservatives and the fascists. And both of them want to go back. The national conservatives they talk about mass deportation of people from the country. They talk about wanting to like stop allowing the market to endorse progressive ideas, right? Like they have in this conversation, essentially. And then further than that, you have people who want to abolish democracy. I think that is the overall number one goal of the conservative movement behind all of it, is they want to abolish democracy, and they want to institute conservative values and conservative policies in a way that is extremely hard to undo. In short, they want a functional theocracy, or they want a functional fascist state. It sort of depends a little bit. When you get to like the people who I would call fascist or Christian nationalist, there's a disjunct. The fascists are usually the secular, really, really, really racist ones, and then there's less racist but really, really, really Christian ones who would go for more of the Christian nationalist theocracy kind. But I don't think that's a big difference from our perspective. They basically want to curtail democracy. They want to curtail the ability of popular movements and democracy to unseat their power, to culturally change the society they want to have. In short, they want authoritarian society, right? I think they are authoritarians. They're increasingly authoritarians. That's the underlying motive. They don't trust democracy. They think that democracy is ratcheting things leftward, so they have to abolish it. That's it. They feel locked in. They feel like they have to abolish democracy, and they're going to try. Let's turn now to Matt Walsh. I'm going to start with the funny clip and then do his full show on abortion. So, this is part of a longer show. Ari Drennan, a pro-trans advocate, says, disastrous night for anti-trans politicians at the ballot box. What did Matt Walsh lead his show with today? It's even funnier than you can imagine.
I'm not going to talk about how Michelle Obama conspicuously doesn't list her pronouns in her Twitter bio, even though most prominent Democrats, including AOC and Pete Buttigieg, are proudly doing so. I'm not going to talk about broad shoulders or deep voices or a weird lack of baby pictures or anything like that. I'm certainly not going to show you the footage of Ted Nugent's infamous discussion with Kyle Rittenhouse from back in April, where he outlined some of his own observations and the evidence that he has found that Michelle Obama is a man. I'm not going to show you any of that. I deeply hope that you don't look up that footage for yourself, which you can find on YouTube or Twitter. I'm not going to
It's so funny. This is the one transphobia they can't fucking let die, is Michelle Obama is actually secretly a man. Like, this is, I don't even know who this is effective propaganda for. Like, let's take it on its through line. Let's accept everything that he says is true. Michelle Obama is a man. Obama married a man, and Michelle Obama has been hiding it all this time. Okay, Obama's not in office. 70% of people are pro-gay nowadays. 50% to 60% are pro-trans nowadays. Who gives a shit? Like, what is even the anti-trans propaganda here? Is it that Michelle Obama has a bulge and the liberals are lying to you about the bulge? Where are these bulge truthers? Who are the people who are like, oh my God, I've been lied to about Michelle Obama. I need to vote for Donald Trump. What person is motivated by this? The footage, says Zoomy Deer, is a Photoshop JPEG with a red circle. It's so funny nowadays how you can make any conservative think that a woman is a man just by releasing any picture where like a flap of wind, where like an odd angle of the knees got like a tiny bulge around like their crotch section. It's so fucking funny. Like, the funniest thing about it is that surely Michelle Obama has the resources to have like gender reassignment surgery, right? Like, why would she even have a bulge? If she's been a conservative this long, for this deep, why? Okay. Michelle Obama aside, putting aside the bulge factor, Matt Walsh also released a show in which he spent 13 minutes arguing that conservatives should not compromise on abortion. Again, for context, the conservatives got completely blasted on abortion. Pro-abortion Supreme Court Justice candidate won in Pennsylvania. Abortion is now constitutionally protected in Ohio. 55+% of Ohioans voted to constitutionally protect abortion completely, not even like 15 weeks, 21 weeks, whatever, completely protect abortion and all reproductive health care. Enormous win in a pretty red state. He doesn't want to compromise. In fairness to Matt, this is because he is a true ideologue and he's pretty open about it.
Yesterday was election day in a few states around the country. It was not a good day for Republicans. This should come as no surprise, as Republicans haven't had a good day on election day since 2018.
Extremely based. Thank you for admitting it, Matt Walsh. Conservatism is losing. Common democracy W.
It's been loss after loss after loss since then. Last night, Republicans lost the governor's race in Kentucky. They lost the state house of Virginia. And the most troubling result of all, they lost on a ballot initiative in Ohio that has now enshrined child sacrifice as a constitutional right.
I know that he's being hyperbolic, but could you imagine, like, the Moloch bill gets 60% of the vote in Ohio? How many conservatives would unironically... we would see a mass die-off of the conservative political class, is all I'm saying. Yeah, he's soy-facing, calling it child sacrifice. I mean, he does this consistently throughout the show, where he implies that it's some sort of, like, it's child sacrifice as if it were to Moloch, as if it were to, like, a satanic god ritual, instead of just women trying to make sure that they can live a full and fulfilling life, and trying to make sure that they can bring a child into this world who also receives a full and fulfilling life, not the life of an accident that they can't fully treat, that they can't fully care for, that they can't fully be there for.
Reading from the Daily Wire, quote, voters in Ohio voted Tuesday to approve a ballot initiative that places a right to an abortion into the state's constitution. Pro-life advocates say the measure will effectively make abortion legal at any point in pregnancy. The initiative brought in millions in spending, with more than $18 million being spent in favor of the pro-abortion initiative, with just $7 million being spent in opposition since August 9th, according to NBC News. The effort to put abortion into the state constitution was backed by the Ohio Democratic Party, the ACLU of Ohio, Planned Parenthood, and Ohio's Women's Alliance.
He's also forgetting to include the DSA of Ohio, okay? We've got Cleveland, we got Cincinnati, we got Columbus, and they are all soldiers, okay? Soldiers for the rights of women. Salute.
Martin Haskell, a proponent of partial birth abortion, gave $100,000 to Ohio physicians for reproductive rights, a political action committee that opposed a Republican-backed measure that would have made it more difficult to amend the state constitution, and has advocated for passage of Issue 1.
He sort of glosses over that, but that was actually a really big issue. About 3 to 4 months before the actual referendum, Ohio Republicans tried to fuck up the ability to actually hold a referendum. They would have required that anything which gets passed into the state, that any referendum which gets passed has to get 60% of the vote. And I believe they also enormously increased the signature requirement because they knew that their policies are unpopular. They know that legalizing weed, workers' rights, Medicare for all, these are popular policies. They want to abolish direct democracy because they are losing. Existential 8 Ball says, I forgot my login. Well, welcome back. They need the Obamas and Clintons to stay relevant to feed their shadow cabinet myth. I mean, Trump went on Fox News and he said that he thinks that Obama is pulling the strings, like almost word for word, behind Biden. And he thinks it's in fact so obvious that any person who couldn't see it is just blind to the facts. This isn't like a minor conspiracy theory. It's everyone in the Republican Party relies on a shadowy cabal of like the black man pulling the strings behind the scenes. It's so fucking dumb.
Prominent Ohio Republicans like Governor Mike DeWine and Senator J.D. Vance.
I thought that like crashed on me. Sorry. His show just went black for a minute. I'm sorry.
Has advocated for passage of Issue 1. Prominent Ohio Republicans like Governor Mike DeWine and Senator J.D. Vance spoke out against enshrining abortion into the state's constitution, calling the measure extreme. Now, this victory for baby murder was, of course, cause for celebration in the media and among child sacrifice enthusiasts across the nation. In Ohio, they applauded and cheered and embraced with tears of joy in their eyes. Watch.
Abortion is health care. And abortion access is the law of the land in Ohio. Tonight, Ohioans United for Reproductive Rights passed Issue 1 and put Ohioans back in charge of their decisions about pregnancy and abortion. Together, we successfully enshrined the right to reproductive freedom into the Ohio Constitution.
Wow, those really looks like some child sacrifice fans. How are you going to lead into that by being like, wow, Ohio voted to embrace Moloch. They embraced the Dark Lord. And then they get cut to a woman who's like, oh my God, abortion is healthcare and we won. Woohoo! Come on, man. Are we supposed to be scared or are we supposed to be annoyed that she has like a Valley accent?
Just imagine reacting that way to the news that children in the womb just lost all of their human rights. Because that's what this constitutional amendment does. It says that children in the womb have no rights at all. If you are not yourself a bloodthirsty sociopath, it is impossible to fully imagine reacting this way, which is why, if you're like me, when you see them joyously celebrating the mass slaughter of children, you become more resolved than ever to fight and defeat these people.
Brief reminder, the U.S. is the only country which hasn't signed on to people have a right to food. The U.S. does not enforce the human rights conditions in its own country. And a big reason why is conservatives like Matt Walsh. If you wanted, say, people to have a right to food, this guy would oppose you. If you want people to have a right to life after birth, he would oppose you. Republicans are pro-life until it gets out of the womb. And then they are on your own fucking accord. They are anti-welfare. They're anti-state assistance. They want you to fend for yourself. Good fucking luck. I just want to bring up that, like, the idea of this bill obliterates human rights for people in the womb is wrong. The vast majority, 99% of abortions occur before the 21st week, which is the earliest period possible for at that point a fetus to have a possibility of being extracted from the womb and surviving independently. And at 21 weeks, the possibility is something like 1 in 100. Even fewer abortions occur later, and as you get later and later and later into the how long the fetus has been growing, it gets more and more and more due to health reasons. There are on the order of something like, I believe it's something like 300 abortions per year after week 21. If you want to call that child sacrifice, be my guest. But you're overwhelmingly talking about child sacrifice which might kill the woman did it not occur. So the Dark Lord Moloch is apparently gifting women the gift of life or some shit in like the macabre analogy here. And it's so fucking frustrating. They always want to talk about killing children instead of recognizing the vast majority of abortion, literally like something, I believe it's like 75% occurs even before it gets to like as large as like your pinky nail. It's just, I don't know. It's so silly to talk about that the human rights of literal clumps of cells when these people don't even believe in for human rights in full grown adults, right? Completely absurd.
But if you're like many milquetoast Republicans, you become more resolved than ever to cower and compromise and give these people whatever they want in hopes that they will have mercy on you. And that has essentially been the analysis from a great many alleged conservatives since last night and before that. They have determined that not only was the result in Ohio an indictment of the pro-life message, but that the other results were also indictments of the pro-life message. In fact, these Republicans insist that every Republican defeat in every recent election is because of abortion. We must abandon the issue or compromise significantly on it in order to have any chance of winning, they say. According to this conventional right-wing wisdom, the overturning of Roe in the Supreme Court was not a great victory for human rights, but was in fact a political disaster that is solely to blame for all of the losing the Republicans have been doing.
Roe v. Wade has been a political disaster for the conservative right. It has also been an enormous loss of human rights. Puppy from Los Andes says, do I edit segments into videos? I actually have a bunch ready to go, but I've been lazing around and not doing that. I should actually do that tomorrow. And you know what? I'm hoping this week to do Monday, Wednesday, Friday, which I know I'm always saying this, and I hope that you all rib me for it when I fail to keep up to it. But I'm trying to do Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then on Tuesday and Thursday, try and do some editing to clip things. I actually need to talk with High Progressive and Cherry about what to do for intros and stuff like that, because all of my segments that I've ever done before have just been raw cuts. Yeah, Najwan says, yeah, sure. I actually appreciate that. Knowing that you will rib me because I won't appear timely does actually help get me out there, okay? Without a deadline, I am the most procrastinatory person on earth. So I literally have like 25 half-written blog posts that I will never write because the like impetus to write them is gone. So I actually do appreciate it. I need someone cracking the whip, okay? I need a fire underneath me. Just like the children need a fire underneath them as we sacrifice them to Moloch. Thank you, Mr. Matt Walsh.
The fact that this Republican track record of losing stretches back before Dobbs, the fact that they have been getting wiped out since before the Supreme Court issued any decision on this topic has apparently not occurred to these people. Or it has, but they find it convenient to blame pro-lifers anyway.
It's worth noting what he's referring to here is the 2018 elections. Part of the reason that Republicans have done so poorly in the post-Trump era is that Trump was such a reactionary candidate that he negatively polarized. He actively pushed like suburban women in particular 5 to 10 points left. And that's why they're losing elections, especially off-season elections. He made college-educated suburban women despise him. So yeah, it's not just abortion, it's the whole conservative message. When conservatives get into power and do their insane autocratic shit, people hate it. Why do you think Andy Bashir is winning in Kentucky? He's a Democrat in like a plus 20 Republican state. He's winning because when Republicans get into power, they destroy workers' rights. They're terrible on the environment. They destroy everything that people care about. In dozens of Republican states, Republicans have gotten in, gutted school budgets, and people immediately kick them out because these people are insane.
If you turned on Fox News last night, and I'm not sure why you would ever want to do such a thing, you would have heard a lot of this kind of capitulating and blame shifting. Here's just a short taste of it.
Democrats are trying to scare women into thinking Republicans don't want abortion legal under any circumstances. And I go back to Pennsylvania 2022. The Republican candidate for governor, if I remember correctly, no exceptions for rape, incest, or the mother's life, and lost to a non-incumbent gubernatorial candidate, Democratic candidate, by a margin that was not seen since the 1940s. So I have to believe that is an indication that the women in America, suburban moms, want it probably legal and rare and probably earlier than, at the point of viability. How do they stop bumbling on abortion? What's the answer?
Well, number one, the Republicans have to clear up this issue across these states with clear lines.
Bashir, my beloved.
It's like a 15 to 20 week abortion ban with exceptions for life, incest, and rape, and make it clear. You look at states where that is set in stone, and we don't have these problems. We don't have these problems in Florida. We don't have these problems in Georgia. We don't have these problems in North Carolina.
Florida's abortion rights are actually constitutionally protected, and it is currently fighting in court between Ron DeSantis and his insane theocrats and the Supreme Court interpreting the Constitution. Because even the Republicans on the Supreme Court there are like, well, it does say there's constitutional right to abortion. So we'll see.
And part of that is because of that particular issue.
So that's
So, Fox News is too far left for Matt Walsh because they think that we should ban abortion at 15 or 21 weeks. Just like, to be very clear, this guy wants all abortion banned. He is a 6-week or 0-week banner. He doesn't want it to exist, and he opposes abortion pills. Completely insane. When we call him, like, when I say he's a theocrat, he's a theocrat. Yeah. I'm so happy to see conservatives turn on Fox News for being too woke. That is so fucking funny.
Sean Hannity and Reince Priebus talking about how Republicans can start winning. Now, you may ask yourself, what in God's name do these two know about winning? What wins do they have under their belt? In what way has either of them ever in their entire careers helped conservatism win anything?
It's so funny to say this when Fox News literally wins Republicans' elections. Like, Fox News, I believe it's something like every 1% of the population that watches Fox News, 5% more of them vote Republican. So, like, Fox News is excellent Republican propaganda. I want to be very clear. And he's pissed about it because they said, hey, we keep losing these abortion elections. Maybe we should do something so we don't keep losing these abortion elections. The thing that you need to understand is that Matt Walsh is a theocrat first, and Fox News is a Republican Party apparatus. Fox News wants Republicans to win. Matt Walsh wants theocracy to win. So I actually gave him a little bit of praise for that. He's got his principles. They're just completely insane. And the last thing I note is, what wins does Matt Walsh have under his belt? He has what? A documentary?
Serious question.
Serious question to Matt Walsh, too. He has what? One documentary where he misquoted people and got the dumbest people, like pro-trans speakers, to speak on what is a woman. He never fucking spoke to any academic but one, and he cut out that academic's speaking. He wrote a children's book, which is so fucking bad. The only reason any of these things either get any attention at all is because the Daily Wire has billionaire money and pushes these ads everywhere. Fucking PragerU also gets billionaire money, and they get like 100,000 views. They get maybe 200,000 views on their crap. Matt Walsh gets like, I think it's like 100,000 views on his videos. He is an enormous, well-funded machine. What wins does he have under his belt? Before he was doing this, he was failing to get into any other career. Like, he has no career to speak of. He's not an elected official. He hasn't won any elections. He hasn't even gotten people out to canvass. He has less wins than Walsh. He has less wins than Destiny. That's how low it gets.
What have they ever done? What victory have they ever achieved? What ideological battles have they fought and won in their lives? What ideological battles have they fought at all? Why the hell would anyone come to them for insight on this issue or any other? These are all very good questions, but unfortunately they are not alone. The Republicans are losing because of the abortion issue. The issue is unwinnable. Pro-lifers are screwing everything up. And we must come out and endorse legalized abortion in order to win. That is the message.
I think everything that Matt Walsh said before this is the message is completely correct. That's true. Republicans should endorse legal abortion. That would be a good outcome for the world. Thank you, Matt Walsh.
From many, I mean, you heard Hannity say it. Abortion should be safe, legal, and rare. That's what he said. He's literally repeating pro-abortion talking points from the 90s. He's a 1990s Clinton-era Democrat, which is not exactly breaking news, I suppose. But just to be clear, if you are a supposed conservative now saying that we should embrace legalized abortion, that safe, legal, and rare should be our mantra, then you are, make no mistake, advocating for a full-scale surrender on one of the most pivotal, fundamental issues of our time. You're free to take that position, but please, for the love of God, don't pretend to be a fighter if you do. You're waving the white flag. You're doing the thing the left never does, and Republicans always do.
This is such a funny thing to say as a member of the left. The idea that the left never fights over prioritizing the most radical statement over electoral viability is so fucking funny that it hurts. Oh my God. There's something about the left that we always think the right is united and always wins, and the right thinks that the left is united and always wins, and it's so fucking funny. I think it's important to remember that like this guy's ideology is slowly dying out. Conservative Christianity is losing year by year. The percentage of people who are even Christians in the country goes down by 1% every year. People are shifting left culturally, economically. This guy's ideology is dying, but it won't be a radical victory where the left always wins. It's a slow victory of change and accommodation, change and acculturation, and a slow shift as the young get more powerful, as the young turn out to vote, and as the more conservative old people die. Najwin says, defund the police says what? From the river to the sea says what? I will defend from the river to the sea. It's a slogan which has been shouted, for example, by Jews for Peace. Not Jews for Peace, Jewish Voice for Peace, JVP, which is an excellent organization and is in no ways anti-Semitic. I will acknowledge that it is not an optically popular slogan. However, there's very little that is optically popular beyond calling for a ceasefire at the minute. I do think I will say, okay, in defense of pushing for radical politics, and partly actually defense of what Matt Walsh is saying, if you are a pundit, your role is not simply to say that which is popular. Your role is to say things which shift the window of acceptable discourse towards your side. There is a degree to which you need to push the boundaries of acceptable discourse. However, the idea that the left never compromises, the idea that the left never compromises and always wins, and the right always compromises and never wins, is so goddamn silly. Because defund the police has enormously disappeared. Nowhere defunded police. Like, that maybe sounds odd, but like, police departments did not decline at all across the country on average between 2019, 2018, and 2020. Nowhere seriously defunded the police for more than a year at most. The movement did not win. Like the idea that we failed to compromise and we won is completely wrong. The defund movement, I think, in retrospect, is actually an example of how there was mass popular support for something, and we failed to channel into long-term, real change. I think a lot of people did a lot of great work, but it did not build a long-term better society or a long-term movement. We've actually seen that over and over again. The Sunrise Movement and a lot of climate movements they rose up, a whole bunch of young people joined in, they were so on board with the movement, and then they faded away. They couldn't keep it going. They couldn't keep people engaged. I just want to bring up that, like, the idea that being the most radical means that you get the most change is not objectively true. The Iraq War protests were the largest the world had ever seen, and they didn't change shit. You have to find a way to convert that energy into some kind of long-term organizing. This is the reason that I keep shilling for the DSA. You need something which engages you between elections, that engages you between campaigns, which gives you some sort of ideology that drives you, even when it seems like progress is hard and slow. Maximalist demands and popular movements and marches do not always achieve that. That's all. So in short, it's very, very, very funny to hear Matt Walsh say what is so objectively not true about the left.
But before you hoist that flag, let me offer a few thoughts, a few counter-arguments to the Sean Hannitys of the world. First of all, you can blame pro-lifers for the Republican Party's string of electoral defeats, or, again, especially given that this string of defeats began before Dobbs, you can consider instead the possibility that Republicans, by and large, have been running bad candidates and bad campaigns. This is especially worth considering given that many of the Republican losers over the past few years have not exactly been pro-life hardliners. In plenty of cases, they've been essentially pro-abortion. Dr. Oz lost in Pennsylvania. I mean, we heard Hannity blame the loss in the governor race because supposedly the person was a hardline pro-lifer. Dr. Oz, liberal on the issue in Pennsylvania, and he lost. So how does that work with your equation, Sean?
It's funny to hear him say all this and not realize that, hey, maybe the Republicans are losing because a lot of issues they're unpopular on. Even if they liberalized on abortion, they suck on workers' rights. They suck on so many issues that it is genuinely unpopular in a lot of places to run on Republican policies. To answer your question, Zumi, Dobbs was the case which led to the de facto repeal of Roe v. Wade and therefore essentially remanded, gave control over abortion back to the states. That's why all the states which had trigger bans, which as soon as Roe v. Wade was overturned, they immediately banned abortion, either that year or like 3 months later or at the end of the year. That's why it rolled out so quickly, because they were actually literally planning on the repeal of Roe v. Wade, and that's what happened after Dobbs.
Second, the claim that conservatives should moderate on abortion is not some brilliant new insight, okay? I love all these people acting like they just came up with this. You know, I've just been thinking about it, and I think that this is not some bold political innovation. This is what the Republican establishment has been saying for my entire life, since I was born and before. The Republican establishment has insisted that the only way to win is to go soft on abortion, compromise, hide from the issue, undersell it. This has been the conventional milquetoast Republican wisdom forever. Does it appear to have been effective? Does it have an actual track record of success? Ask yourself that. The Republican establishment has been losing and scapegoating social conservatives forever. They have.
This is particularly funny to hear in the context of the Federalist Project. Conservatives were so anti-abortion that they have been organizing a 50-year project to take control of the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade. Like, yeah, the establishment are correct. Abortion is popular in this country. The idea that overturning Roe v. Wade would hurt Republicans was correct. Like, they are correct to say that social conservative policies are hated because whenever voters get a chance to be like, can we have a right to abortion, they overwhelmingly do. It isn't just Ohio. Kansas overwhelmingly voted to keep their constitutional right to abortion by even higher margins than Ohio did. And so I want to be clear that, like, some social conservative policies are popular, especially those relating to immigration and safety and police. But overwhelmingly on cultural issues, social conservative policies are deeply, deeply unpopular in the United States, and they have been getting deeply, deeply less popular over time. Najawin is correcting me. The Federalist Society is a much worse and more insidious project. It's trying to do way worse things than just abortion. That's correct. I'm sorry. I should just say that part of the Federalist Society's goal was to take over the Supreme Court. And part of the reason for that is that they felt the best way to undemocratically safeguard things like an end to abortion rights, to safeguard a restriction on democracy, to safeguard a reduction of workers' rights, all of these things which are popular electorally, was to take control of the Supreme Court. So it is a larger project. That's fair. Just one of its main goals, one of the big, so like Trump notoriously put a ton of Federalist Society judges in power, and they have been extremely anti-abortion now that they're in power.
Have been blaming us for their failures since always. This is nothing new. Why would you buy into it now? The truth is that social conservatives are the only ones on the right to have been doing anything or winning anything recently. Not only are we not to blame for Republican losses, but we are the only ones who can claim any wins in the last few years, especially. Who else has done anything? Anybody? Hardcore social conservatives know how to fight the culture war. In fact, we're the only ones on the right who do.
Notice that he didn't give any actual examples here. He isn't like, we're the only ones who know how to fight and win. For example, we overturned abortion in XYZ state. For example, we repealed gay marriage in XYZ state. For example, whatever. He just wants the rhetoric of conservatives win and only conservatives know how to fight. Because he wants you to believe in social conservative values. He wants people to adopt those social conservative values. He doesn't actually have to argue that they win elections. He just wants to give them the valence of victory, the idea that they win elections.
Third, this is most important. Before you tell me that the pro-life message is a political loser, answer me this. How many Republican candidates fought back hard and effectively on this issue, actively went after the left, ran ads attacking their opponents for supporting the dismemberment of fully developed infants, which nearly every Democrat does, and actually countered the left's pro-abortion narrative with a strong and affirmative pro-life narrative. How many did that? See, this is the problem. The pro-life message is being blamed in races where the pro-life message was never even articulated.
What's so frustrating about these channels is because their audience is so willing to just accept what the speaker says, he never cites examples. He's not like, hey, here's this pro-life warrior who overperformed. Hey, here's this governor's race where the pro-life warrior did really, really, really well, right? Where are the examples? Where's the evidence? It's all about giving you the idea that social conservative values are secretly popular, and only if we fought for them, then the people would wake up. Which is so dumb, because that social conservative ideology has been dying for 20 years, 30 years, 100 years, dying basically since industrialization.
It's being blamed for losing when there was never any fight. Pro-aborts in Ohio outspent the other side nearly 3-1 since August. And that's emblematic of the situation across the country. Our side is pro-lifers are fighting. Republicans are not putting up a fight.
Can I just, as a small aside, say that it's so funny to see that basically all conservative content creators have adopted the do a stream and then call it a show format. Like, you can see him visually sitting there to think. I think that he's got a teleprompter because he was reading from a screen before. So he's either looking at a screen or looking at a teleprompter. And yet he's still pausing, and he doesn't edit these shows to, like, cut those out. I know it's a low bar, but, like, this man probably makes $10 million a year, right? This is, like, the people on Daily Wire make bank. This isn't his house. This is a set behind him, right? The windows aren't real. The banjo isn't real. He's probably never touched a banjo in his life. All of this is fake. He's writing in a set, and they don't just fucking edit things out. I don't know. It's so silly. I'm doing this from my fucking shitty one-person apartment on a shoestring budget of $0, and I can usually be more coherent than this guy.
So that doesn't mean we can't win, but it does mean we won't win if we don't even try. Consider this. Has any Republican anywhere run an ad saying, essentially, here's what happens in a third trimester abortion. My opponent supports this. This is the most basic strategy, and I'm not aware of anyone who's even attempted it. Now, I'm not saying that they should show an abortion in an ad, because nobody would run it if they do, and you need people to run it, but they can describe what the procedure involves, okay? There's a way to get this message across. And it's just and people don't know this. Okay, a lot of people don't know this. They don't really know what they're talking about when it comes to this issue. They don't know what this issue is. They don't understand.
This is Matt Walsh saying that people don't understand what abortion is when it is like a non-stop conservative talking point is so goddamn funny. Nobody bothered to think about abortion messaging in the Republican Party, which is notorious for compiling 1,000-page opposition research on people. Like, what?
And so has there been anyone who's run an ad saying, look, here's what this is. Here's what this guy over here is running against me. He supports this. And so if you agree with him, then vote for him. You know what? If you agree with him on that, I don't even want your vote. But if you're a decent person, then I think you know what you need to do. The point is to go on offense, to flip the script, to flip the conversation, focus it on the horrors and barbarity of abortion and the abortion industry. This has not really been done. It has not really been attempted. Most of the losing candidates have not done this. They have hid from the issue instead of going on offense, which is, of course, the Republican specialty.
Again, there's just something so funny about this that, like, you ask voters directly, hey, do you want a constitutional right to abortion? All of it, the whole thing, and every reproductive right. And in Ohio, a +5 Republican state, the voters are like, absolutely not. And they vote plus 20% for complete abortion protection. What are you talking about? If you just talked more about third trimester, like late term abortions, that would save you. That's the only thing that happened. The voters were fucking on board with that because the average voter, I think, who looks even a little bit into this, realizes, hey, quote unquote third trimester abortions after the 21st week are really, really, really rare. And they're overwhelmingly going to be the result of people who need to do so to survive. Yeah, and Najwin is like, that happened constantly. That people called people baby murderers all the time. No, doctors were literally murdered. People shot doctors, and it made national news, and Republicans did partial defenses of saying, well, he is murdering people all the time. Maybe it's self-defense for the babies. This was like mainstream Republican talking points in the 90s. I mean, I know Matt Walsh has the political brain of a goldfish, so maybe he forgot, but like, Jesus Christ, yes, this has been tried. They failed.
You know, Democrats want to spend their entire time talking about the hard cases, rape, incest, life of the mother, the cases that account for fewer than 1% of all abortions.
Also, and so I want to be clear, late abortions are so rare that we don't even have good statistics on the motivations of those who have them because they represent 1% of the population, give or take. Like, it's trying to pull a population which is maybe about 20 times rarer than trans people, is women who get those abortions. It's so hard to research, but there is so much basically anecdotal and research from doctors to suggest that the overwhelming reason for late abortions is because of the health of the mother or because of basically the mental health of the mother. That like the mother has fallen into, say, extreme poverty or an abusive relationship where they cannot allow, they really, really don't want a child to be raised by an abusive partner, for example. And I get that that's maybe more questionable, but like health rises enormously as a reason for abortion as the abortion gets later and later and later. So does basically strong social reasons like extreme poverty and abusive relationships and so on. And I think all of that, to me, makes perfect sense. Whatever, just.
They focus the whole conversation on that. Republicans allow themselves to get baited into focusing the conversation there where Democrats want to focus it. Rarely have they responded by saying, we're not going to talk about the 1% of cases until you answer some questions about the 99%. Here's what abortion is. Here's why 99% of abortions are performed. Here's what happens in most of these abortions. Here's what happens in a third trimester abortion. You need to answer for that before we talk about anything else.
Okay, I wanted to talk a bit about, I've been citing this throughout the video, but I wanted to finally bring up just an idea of when and where abortions occur. So, late abortions are so rare that modern surveys don't even ask about weeks after 21. They just ask about 21 plus. So all of these last groups in modern surveys gets grouped together because all told, abortions after 21 weeks totals up to 1%. 1% in 1991. And it's actually gotten lower with time as pregnancy tests have gotten better and as abortion pills have gotten more and more accessible. In fact, if you want to get more early abortions, one of the best ways to do so is universal healthcare, universal contraception, and free contraception. Because then people are more willing to go to a doctor, more willing to get pregnancy tests, and more willing to end what is at that point a clump of cells. 52% of abortions occur before 9 weeks. Like, I just want to be very clear. When you compare this to survival rates, sorry, this is the original table where I got this from. In 1992, based on the estimate of number of abortions, there were 320 abortions after 26 weeks. 26 weeks is when a baby has a roughly 1 in 3 chance of surviving if extracted from the womb. Like, you were talking about hundreds every year, at most. So yeah, if you talk about 99% of abortions, they'll look like someone takes a pill and they have a normal period, and that's it. Like, that's literally it. If you think that killing that clump of cells is a violation of a human life, then you are to the point where you should just consider sperm a violation of human life. You should consider an ovulation without impregnation a violation of human life. If life that early on is imbued with like the innate human spirit or whatever, then so is the sperm. Like, so dumb. I want to compare this also to I also want to add a note that this data is likely an overestimate of the number of late abortions. This was conducted from survey data, but because of how rare these categories are, quote, the number of late-term abortions, third, random error in coding gestational age could substantially inflate the estimated number of abortions performed beyond 26 weeks because these procedures constitute such a small proportion of abortions overall. If even 1 or 2 people accidentally wrote the wrong number of weeks, that would maybe double the rate of perceived over 26 abortions. And because they're so rare, it's very likely that errors make up a larger and larger percent of those coded as very high weeks. This all might sound sort of abstract and mundane, but the point is that the numbers I'm giving you are, I think, the high end of the estimate of late-term abortions. So we are talking about, at most, hundreds of late abortions, overwhelmingly due to health. If you talk about this story, the average person sees, oh, these early abortions, they're safe, they're legal, let's embrace them. Let's give people contraceptive access, because that's what a sane person says. Matt Walsh doesn't believe that. Matt Walsh thinks that life is created at conception because God comes down and puts the spirit in, and when you abort, you're sending that spirit up to heaven. So yeah, he hates all of this. He's not just opposed to the bits where it starts to become an independent human being. He's opposed to all of it because of religious reasons, not scientific ones. And if you try to explain that to the median person who is at least partially secular, who isn't a theocrat like Matt Walsh, yeah, they're going to think that's goddamn insane. For comparison, just, sorry, 1 minute. I'm trying to pull up the data. These very early, like 20-week plus, are considered peri-viable. As in, they're not quite viable births, they are peri-viable because they are starting to get to the point where they could survive independent of the womb in, say, a NICU unit. But these are not independently living human beings. When we look at the viability, leave a graph? Yes. When we look at viability by gestational week, here's 22 weeks. Remember, 0.67% of abortions, 1% of abortions occur 22 weeks or later. If you were delivered at 22 weeks, you would die 95% of the time. If it was at 23 weeks, you die 3/4 of the time, half of the time at 24, a quarter of the time at 25, and a fifth of the time at 26. And an additional third of the times for all of these, if you did survive, you would have a severe developmental impairment, either mental or physical. So we're talking about the edge, the very edge of when beings become viable, when human beings become viable. 26 weeks, there's only 0.02% of abortions occur by this last period, when humans start to become independently living. So yeah, it's absurd to focus on late abortions. They are so rare. And remember, we're not just talking at 26 weeks. This is all abortions after 26 weeks, including ones done very late for the health of the mother. So I'm deeply frustrated by this. Matt Walsh wants to focus on the very late abortions because they come the closest to looking like and having arguments that might approach like, hey, maybe there's a possibility if this person could be like taken out of the womb, they could go to a NICU, they could survive independently. That's the closest you get to those arguments. But those are overwhelmingly rare. If you want women to be in control of their body, you care about the 99% that occur before then. Overwhelmingly pills. If you care about that, you want every person to have a pregnancy test. Why shouldn't the government male women who say that they're sexually available, sexually active, with a male or person who can impregnate them. Why not mail them like pregnancy tests? Why not mail people condoms? We've done this. We can do this. If you actually care so deeply about abortions, you care deeply about not wanting accidents to occur, you can avoid them. It just requires you to actually care about people rather than caring about fetuses. Because again, he's pro-life until it exits the womb. And then he's your standard fusionist conservative who loves his libertarian principles, who hates welfare, hates giving anything out to people, hates making people's lives better, hates giving women more control over their bodies.
We're not going to even talk about the 1% until you talk about the 99.
Again, that's what I think that we should talk about. The 99% occur before week 21. That's the 99%, which is so easily defensible to the American people because you are killing what is more or less a clump of cells. You are doing it long before viability can be reached. Months, like dozens of weeks before viability can be reached. What was Matt Walsh's take on the Panama shooter? I didn't find anything from him on the Panama shooter, but I guarantee you that this guy, dozens of Republican states have attempted to pass laws which legalize driving through protesters if they block the road. Like, this is not a niche Republican position. He's insane.
That should be the mantra, not safe, legal, and rare. No, the mantra is we're not going to let you people dictate this conversation. We're not going to let you hide from the difficult questions that you need to answer. Now, very few Republicans have had the balls or wherewithal or intelligence to respond that way. And so they lose. Now, the truth is, for me, I wouldn't compromise on abortion, even if it really did mean losing every election from now to kingdom come. To accept child murder is to forfeit your soul. If we are really a country, if it is true that we are now a country where child murder is so fundamentally popular that it's impossible to win by opposing it, then we are not a country worth saving anymore.
I agree, Matt. This country is so lost to Satanism. Liberals have taken it over. Socialists control the country, actually. I think that any political activity you try to encourage, organize, whatever, it's just going to fail. The deep state is controlled by Maoists, and they're not going to let you win. So really, I think you might direct your efforts elsewhere. Maybe something like gardening, something more productive, where you could find spiritual fulfilling. You could become maybe a priest in a convent where you only talk to other theocratic Christians. I think that would be really productive. You could really purify your soul, and you could ascend to heaven as soon as possible. That would be really good. I would completely support Matt Walsh thinking that the America can't be saved. It's so tragic. He should really retreat, just escape from politics altogether. Completely agree with Matt on this one. America's lost to Satan. Conservatives should just stop voting.
Then who cares about this country? Why are we even trying to save it? You're telling me that if that's the country that's like fundamentally grounded in the slaughter of children, where that's as popular as apple pie?
I do love the framing of America is grounded in the slaughter of children, but not in the sense of like, oh, we wage wars abroad which kill children. In the sense that the only thing driving America is abortion, as if like the gears of industry are literally oiled with like fetus blood.
And that's the country we're fighting for? No, we deserve whatever destruction's coming our way in that case.
That's the country I fight for.
I will never accept abortion. I will never compromise on it. I would rather die.
You don't need to have an abortion, Matt.
That's where I stand.
Just let others have it.
But the good news is that the whole premise is flawed. Okay, it's not, I don't believe that it's true that this country as a whole is so enamored with abortion. Okay, I don't believe that it's true that we are, in fact, a country of baby killers. There are some baby killers in this country.
That is, I just wanted to note, earlier I mentioned that in the 90s, there were literal terrorist attacks against abortion clinics that got mainstream news coverage and some support from conservative Republicans. When he's using the baby killer language, that's the exact same language that he says Republicans never thought to use and hasn't worked for them before. Like, this whole thing has been, why haven't Republicans ever thought to be conservative on abortion? Maybe that would win them some elections. They tried. They just lost. Ohio lost like almost 60-40. Yeah, they tried.
I don't think they're the majority. The pro-life message can win in this country, but only if we have the courage to fight for it and the intelligence to fight well. That's where Republicans tend to fail. both in the courage and the intelligence departments. And that is why they lose.
I completely agree. Republicans are cowards and they're morons. Thank you, Matt Walsh. Please keep going.
And that is why those Republicans are today canceled.
And he's doing that as a joke, but I did want to
Yesterday was
Oh my
election
God.
day.
Shh, enough. Go back to the convent. I wanted to add maybe one last parallel. Matt Walsh talked earlier about the left and how like the left can't compromise for electoral gain. I did want to add a sort of comparison with how Matt Walsh talks here with the language of how some leftists talk about running a socialist candidate. Matt Walsh says, if only we ran the true pro-life candidate, then the people would wake up. They would realize our message is true to America, that the soul of America needs to be saved from these child killers. And they would rise up and they would vote for us at the ballot box. These corporate, centrist Republicans, they don't know what true conservatism looks like. Once a true conservative candidate runs, we will win. That rhetoric is almost exactly parallel to a certain type of conservatives who say that if we just ran, a certain type of socialists, of leftists who say, if we just ran a true progressive, a true socialist, who spoke in the language of Marxism, of the working class rising up and seizing the means of production from the capitalists, that Americans would wake up, the proletariat from their slumber would rise up and into a socialist revolution would throw America until the United Socialist States of America would emerge. And it's bullshit. All of it's bullshit. The median voter is like basically fine with how America exists nowadays. They're like slightly to the left of America on some things, slightly to the right of America on other things. The idea that there's this great slumbering mass, this silent majority, if you will, of the proletariat or cultural conservatives is nonsense. Evangelicals vote at very high rates already. They're not slumbering out there. They're overwhelmingly Republican. They already vote Republican. Progressive voters in the United States are basically limited by the fact that they're young and they don't vote at very high rates. There is, to some degree, a slumbering progressive or slumbering socialist contingent, but it's not because they aren't aware of Marxism. It's because young people don't fucking vote. If young people voted at the rates that old people voted, Dems would have a like 60% majority in both houses. But they don't, right? And I just want to bring it up because like I find that a lot of people, when they're in the losing mode, when they realize that their politics isn't that popular, they want to retreat to fantasy. That's what Matt Walsh is doing. This whole thing about how if we just ran a true conservative candidate and talked more about abortion, then our politics would win. It's a refusal to accept elections and compromise in politics as it is. It's a rejection of that in favor of purism. And I don't want to end with this with like, the left is exactly as bad on the right on this one. I do actually think there's a point that if we could activate young left voters, we could win. There's more validity to it on the left than there is on the right. However, I just want to caution that this whole speech, which to me anyway, seems fantastical. It seems absurd. If Republicans ran more on abortion, Dems would also control both houses. They would control the House and the Senate. I completely support Matt Walsh encouraging Republicans to run on abortion because then we would win. This sort of purism, this fantasy just leads to losses. It doesn't actually lead to more power down the line. So I just want to be clear that I think that I'm glad that more conservatives are so afraid of bad election results for them, they are retreating into purism. Because if they were retreating into moderation, there's actually more of a risk that their politics could stick around for longer. If they get more extreme, there's more risk if they win, which I'm really scared about with Trump. If Trump wins and he's as extreme or even half as extreme as Matt Walsh, that is terrifying. But the more extreme they get, the harder and harder and harder it is for them to win power. It's a mixture. And I'm glad, so glad, that American people increasingly reject this absurd theocratic view. We have to keep pushing. We have to keep pushing for a secular, progressive United States because we are slowly winning. Yep, it's the myth of the silent majority. I think the right has the myth of the silent majority, and I think the quote-unquote left has the myth of the slumbering proletariat. Yeah, Lithis is posting the Pew Research projections. Let me pull them up. There's a great graph in here. That might even be the specific graph. Yeah. Nice. Thank you. I love my chatters doing all the work for me. This is a wonderful graph from Pew Research. In Pew Research's data, the portion of people who are Christians has fallen by roughly 0.5% per year over the past 20 years. Pretty consistently, almost linearly. Graphic content ahead. That's true. We're looking at graphic content. This is true SDL stream content right here. The portion of people who are religiously unaffiliated has been making up the almost entirety of the collapse of Christianity. It hasn't been people joining spiritual religions, Judaism, Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, whatever. They've been getting unaffiliated. Now, religiously unaffiliated does not mean atheist or agnostic. A lot of people who are religiously unaffiliated are spiritual but not religious. However, I will say that I perceive of these things as on a spectrum. Someone who says they are a Christian, go to church, they're regularly going and participating in all the activities of a Christian, they tend to be more conservative in virtually every way. As you move along the spectrum towards atheism, or even just towards secularism, a secular but religious person, you get enormously more progressive. Let me show an example real quick. I have another graph. This graph sorts people into 5 categories. It's your view on God or whether you're an atheist. So among Christians, sorry, not among Christians, among theists in the country who are overwhelmingly Christians, those who believe in an authoritative, basically a God who commands you what to do, versus those who believe in a benevolent God, those who is like designed the world for the good of people, versus a critical God, a God who criticizes bad actions but doesn't actively command you what to do, and a God who is distant, a sort of distant watchmaker, for example. As you move down the spectrum of decreasing amounts of control from God, the portion of people who vote Trump goes from 55 to 51 to 44 to 24, that's a 2 times drop, to 4%. Atheists in America voted 80 to 5 for Clinton. Atheists Pokemon went to the polls for comrade Lysate fan Hillary Clinton. Religiosity as a spectrum is enormously correlated with people's conservatism because it is so easy to justify things like a complete ban on abortion, completely hating trans people, not even being like critical of abortion. I can understand from a secular perspective some light anti-abortion perspectives. I can understand I don't agree with, like I completely disagree with, but I can understand where a secular person gets like lightly anti-trans, lightly anti-abortion. But to be radically pro banning abortion, to be radically like we need to ban drag queen like events, to be we need to ban all medication for all trans people, to the point where you get to that, you need an ideology which drives you. And an authoritarian God, an authoritative God who tells you exactly what to do, that is exactly the type of ideology that can get you to do that. It's not the only way. There's plenty of shitty atheists. After all, 4% of atheists were able to get to a similar conclusion. But God is one way to get people to an extreme conservative solution. TERFs tend to be super atheist, says Najawin. TERFs as a very narrow movement, yes. But note that TERFs have almost no power themselves and have to ally themselves with social conservatives who are overwhelmingly religious. Right? J.K. Rowling might be a feminist on her own. But to get her TERF politics into power, she had to align herself with religious and social conservatives in Britain. Right? Conservative atheists have basically no power. Like, just basically none. In fact, to my knowledge, the only atheist in, I think Raskin is the only atheist in the Senate. Am I wrong? Yeah, okay, he's not atheist, I'm sorry. He's atheist light. Jamie Raskin, he's not an atheist. He's a member of an organization that I worked for, the American Humanist Association, who are, to a man, extremely progressive atheists. Every single member of the AHA is like one step right of socialist. Oh no, Cinema's the other atheist. Oh no. Now I get it. Now I get the bad name. No. Raskin is not in the Senate. Cinema's an atheist. Yeah, so point is just that like Bernie's probably an atheist. I don't know that he's ever spoken on the matter, but he is a socialist Jewish person, which gives him like 80% odds of being an atheist. So, for context, left-wing Jewish people are overwhelmingly, like 50%, I believe, of left-wing Jews in the country are not religious. And if you go socialist, I'm just, call it 80. I heard Raskin speak at a congressional hearing. He's so good. Raskin is a really good center-left Dem. He's not a socialist by any means, but he is definitely on the good side of the Democratic Party. I would happily take 100 Raskins over 100 Pelosi's. Like if someone as good as Raskin, not any better, but just as good as Raskin, replaced every single centrist Dem, we would live in utopia. Najawin says that Obama was brought up by the Unitarian Universalists, so it's even odds that he's an atheist. Yeah, I think that's fair, but Obama made a big deal of bringing up religion and citing God all the time, so it's hard to square it, whether he's doing that for political expediency or whether he was maybe a deist in the Unitarian Universalist religion, or like sort of religion group. You use odd. In fact, Unitarian Universalists are the only religious group to the left of atheists. Like, take this, where was the graph? Take this graph, and it would be 3 Trump and like 80 Clinton for Unitarian Universalists, the only group. Cryptic Cole says, I bet the number of hidden atheists in government is pretty high. Statistically, I think you're probably right. College-educated people make up 98% of Congress people. And college-educated people, I believe, are 1/3 to 1/2 agnostic or atheist or unaffiliated. So I would take that bet. I would take the bet that maybe 10% of congressional Dems are secretly atheists, but praise God for electoral reasons. Which, based, if true, right? No complaint here. Atheists are, let me see, I bet you can pull up the poll real quick. Atheists are one of the most disliked group for the purpose of running for office. Here is Gallup. In 2020, 96% of people were willing to vote for a black candidate, 93% for a Jewish candidate, 80% for an evangelical Christian candidate, 80% for a lesbian candidate, only 66% for a Muslim, only 60% for an atheist, and only 45% for a socialist. Being an atheist is as bad as being a Muslim, or almost as bad as being a socialist. It's remarkable the degree to which Christians will not elect an atheist to lead them. And look at the movement on this one. Back in 1958, only 1 in 5 Americans would vote for an atheist. It's actually wild. When I say that we are slowly winning, this is why. We have tripled the portion of people willing to vote for an atheist. We have tripled the portion of people willing to vote for a black representative in Congress. Woman, now almost every person is willing to vote for a woman. I take any number above 90 as like, it's probably mostly polling noise above here, but people forget how truly fucking insane 1960s, 1950s America was. There was a poll done in the 40s where something like 1 in 3 US soldiers were not opposed to Hitler's ideology. Like we were a segregationist state which had only ended eugenics 10 years before, usually, right around World War II. Like we only ended it after we realized the Nazis were doing it and it was kind of evil. I want to be clear, like we live in a society which has moved so far left. I thought America was great in the 50s. It's so true. It's kind of wild for an idea of how disliked atheists are. I think everyone often gets a sense of how disliked Catholics were in like the 50s, right? JFK's election was a shock because the idea that so many people would vote for a Catholic was striking. More people in 1958 said they would vote for a Catholic than today say they would vote for an atheist. That's crazy. Let me even more unpopular than Muslims. That's kind of shocking. I think I would say these differences, the 60 versus 58 and the 66 versus 60, are likely to be within the margin of error. Let's see if it mentions the margin explicitly. No. So typical margin of error on a poll like this is like 3 percentage points. So subtract 3 from 66, you get 63. Add 3 to 60, you get 63. So they're within the margin of error, likely. I wonder how agnostic would poll. I bet you actually fewer people even know what agnostic is. Bluntly. Crab Navy General says, does a non-radical anti-abortion stance even make sense? The stance that I've taken is that I can imagine a world where neonatal intensive care unit technology has advanced to the point where, say at like 26 weeks or above, any baby that can be taken out, any fetus I should say, that can be taken out, that is now a baby, that can be put into a NICU, could survive. Let's say it's like 100% chance. I think that you could justify in that world, like, hey, you can still have like a forced early pregnancy. We're just gonna and like give it up for adoption or whatever. It'll just go to the NICU unit. I think that's like that's as radical I think you can go in favor of anti-abortion, is like at the point where it could survive independent of you, you can demand, okay, make it independent of me now. That's I think the correct view. Not the correct view. That's as radical as it could go. But right now, we do not live in that world. NICUs cannot handle a baby like that, a fetus like that. And to be clear, I think that in the status quo, arguing for that kind of like, oh, maybe we could have some some ban at like XYZ week is mostly a waste of time, because again, abortions after that period are so rare that overwhelmingly they're going to be a conversation between a doctor and a woman. Like I want to be very clear. There's only, I think, like a dozen clinics in the country that can handle abortions after 25 weeks. It is so rare that you have to go to a specialized clinic. It's not like a thing you do like one and done. It's very much women who realize that they're in some extremely bad circumstances, either for their medical well-being or social well-being, and they cannot have a child. And the pregnancy can't continue, right, for the health of the mother. And so I think that it's important to defend that right, absolutely. I think that, like, if we lived in a socialist world where there was no risk of this being, like, abused by theocrats, where healthcare was free for everyone, right, the NICU wouldn't cost you anything, where the adoption process was as clean as possible, where the foster care system was fully funded, where people in a foster care received as good lives as those outside of foster care, which is very much not the case. In that world, I think you could justify an argument like this. But we are so far from this world, so far, that I think that even having the argument is mostly worthless, right? It's sort of like arguing, like, I mean, I have this argument all the time. I shouldn't make fun of that. It's very much like, if we lived in utopia, what would the correct policy be? Okay, well, we can debate that, but back in real world, this doesn't actually matter. Is there any hope in trying to convince radical religious anti-abortionists? I tend to think that the solution mostly comes from chipping away at the religion, not the abortion. If you think that there is an inviolable human soul in each implanted egg, then I don't think that like we can have a theological argument that actually that's not when the soul is imbued by God, right? I don't think that you're going to get in there and be like, actually, I've looked at the Bible verses and there's an instance in the Bible where a woman uses abortion, so clearly it must be imbued in a later week, maybe 12 to 16. Like, I don't think that's going to persuade a lot of people. I know that some progressive Christians have tried. I tend to think that you're more likely to see long-term change by a combination of people just liberalizing on abortion in general, probably because they come to think on their own terms. They've shifted their religious views. I think it's, my experience is that it's very, 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 very hard to debate someone into a different religion. It has to be an internal like moment. It can be spurred on by watching other people's debates, by consuming content. Squid Raid. Oh, hey, President Sunday viewers. We were talking about Matt Walsh, who was talking about how actually conservatives should absolutely run on abortion. They should be super conservative on abortion. They should be the most pro-life people ever, because that's the politics that wins. And I was completely in agreement with Matt Walsh. Conservatives should run super strongly pro-abortion. I am completely in support of that. Matt Walsh also said that America may be a nation which can't be saved anymore because people in America, they love child sacrifice too much. And again, completely in agreement with Mr. Walsh. There's just no chance for conservatives to affect politics in America. Conservatives really should stop even trying. There's no chance. America's a broken country. Welcome all the squids. Wait, did it block you for squidding? You should come over to the site chat then, Naomi. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Wow, I didn't know President Sunday's had what, 60 viewers? That's pretty good. What was he talking about? Give me the squid report. Are still planning on covering the Second Thought Authoritarian video? Yes, I'm doing that next because I know I'm not going to cover it if I do anything else instead. Press Edent Sunday? Yes, press Edent Sunday. That's not what a soul means. A soul is just the form of life. Oh my god, Najwin, do not please... Najwin, somehow you managed to find the most pedantic view, and I say this with love, on every possible issue. You're not like, the soul doesn't exist. Like, you don't take the simple view. It has to be, actually, the soul is the form of life, and you foolish Christians don't believe in the implantation theory? Like, oh my god, I love you, Naja. The video is horrible, it's so dumb. Yeah, I really, really wanted to cover, President Sunday was debating Destiny? Really? That doesn't sound true. That sounds like a lie. It sounds like a Naomi Chance lie. He just debated Destiny. Destiny was being a drunk fool. Destiny was just on. Destiny called randomly. Destiny called in? What? He had 250 plus viewers. They're still coming in. It's true? Was it any good? Okay, what was the best thing that you heard from either side of the debate? What was the strongest argument? Wait, what do you, was it Israel-Palestine? Because that's all it talks about? It was Israel-Palestine? Hyena Girl says, I can confirm I was Destiny. Yep, it was Israel-Palestine, of course. The first guy was better. Destiny was in side chat asking to come on stream. That's really funny. It was the most sarcastic convo ever, says Rebecca Christensen. Nice to see you, Rebecca. Okay, I haven't watched the debate, but my bet is that President Sunday... Wait, actually, what would the debate be over? The conversation was shit, referring for his earlier similar comment. Oh, okay. I mean, if this is relating to like, was this basically in defense of that I believe that he described as offhand remark that like ethnic cleansing might be the only solution? Hyena Girl says, I'm so large, I'm very, very large, and I dominated that debate. Rah! That's so true. That's definitely how you win. It was defense in the end, yes. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that sounds completely insane to me. Like, actually, at the start of this stream, for those of you who weren't here, which is most of you now, I covered this video from Nagorno-Karabakh, which is also known as Artsakh, a region in now Azerbaijan, which used to be de facto controlled by Armenia. 2 areas in the Caucasus, which is south of Russia, like think Georgia, the country, north of Iran. For Victory Day, Azerbaijan posted a video. They filmed a video of their soldiers marching through a now empty city because 100,000 Armenians were expelled. And this shit is terrifying, right? This shit is absolutely fucking terrifying. These people deserved international support. The idea that even if it were peaceful, any number of people, 100,000 Armenians in this case, could just be expelled from their homes because another country has the might to do so seems absolutely insane. The idea that this was the only solution is completely absurd. The solution should have been the end of ethno-nationalist ideology within Azerbaijan. Right? The solution should have been that Azerbaijan received sanctions, that the Russian peacekeeping mission didn't spend all its time dicking around in Ukraine, winning absolutely nothing, but that war was driven a peace to, they came back down to Armenia, that a UN peacekeeping came in, right? But instead, we got ethnic cleansing. And that's exactly the same position I feel that you should have in Gaza. It's completely absurd to say that the only solution is ethnic cleansing. Destiny was pissed off because he was not admitted to the discussion. I can believe that. Der Einzige says that Destiny said the Palestinians should go somewhere else. Did Mr. Sunday's powers grow? He hasn't reached his final form yet, which will apparently be a squid with the sniffles and a cardigan and a top hat. I agree with you, SDL. This is the new norm, sadly, the norm of ethnic cleansing. Yeah, it's really actually frustrating. It feels very much like, I mean, there was never really an end to an era of ethnic cleansing, but it's so frustrating that for all the military might of the United States, right, for all the billions that we invest in the United States military, we can't even stop ethnic cleansings, right? For all the billions that we invest in the UN, the US can't vote. The US can't demand a peacekeeping force in Nagorno-Karabakh, Artsakh. Like, what is it all for? If the military is for anything, it's to stop violence. It's to stop people expelling other people. And we don't fucking do it. So, I don't know. I think it belies the idea that the US actually cares about rules-based order, for example. That the UN is an effective tool. The UN needs more independent power. The UN isn't supposed to stop them. That's literally not its goal. Okay, I'm not trying to say that in the status quo, like the defined goal of the UN is XYZ. I'm saying that's what it should be, right? The UN, back in the 50s, was supposed to take control of the colonies after the European powers gave them up. They were supposed to be placed under the mandate of the United Nations. Didn't actually fucking happen, but the world would have been better had it happened. That's what I'm advocating here for. That like, hey, if you can't stop trying to ethnically cleanse this area, we're just going to take control away from you. The UN should just come in and take control. If you can't try to stop imperializing an area, you don't get the keys anymore. Thank you for discussing this. People aren't talking about the ethnic cleansing in Azerbaijan. I wanted to mention this because it's not just like Israel. It's a broader problem that this keeps happening. Like the U.S. intervened unilaterally through NATO in the 1998 ethnic cleansing by Serbia, but we didn't intervene effectively in the early 1990 Balkan Wars, right? We didn't do shit. Not on the scale necessary to stop mass displacement, mass death, right? Bluntly, I feel like the thing that's so frustrating to me is sometimes people talk about how the US feels that it is the world police, right? And we're not, right? Like the degree to which the US is the world police is completely bullshit. We are not like this neutral force which is solely interested in preserving rules and peace. That's completely bullshit. But to whatever degree it is true that we do preserve rules and order, shouldn't we be doing it in the areas where rules and orders are being destroyed the most? Ethnic cleansing, mass death, and we aren't fucking doing it. Like the few good bits that you can take from US foreign policy, and we aren't doing it here. What's going on? And it's not just the US either, I want to be clear. This failure in particular of the ethnic cleansing of Armenians by Azerbaijan, that's a result of the Russian peacekeeping not willing to be able to stand up to Azerbaijan. Russia was nominally the one in charge of peacekeeping this area from Azerbaijan. What is my opinion on NATO? The argument I've given before is that NATO is exactly as bad as its constitutive member states. There's basically no action which NATO takes which would not have been taken by like a collective grouping of NATO members. All it does is slightly increase military expenditures and slightly group together quote unquote Western nations and make military intervention by those countries slightly more likely. So maybe like slightly net bad in that respect. But I think that it's often portrayed as this big bad, when the real big bad, in my view, is the countries that make it up. Insofar as they have bad foreign policy. In the same way that like SISTO, the counterpart to NATO that Russia set up, right? SISTO isn't bad in and of itself. It's as bad as Russian foreign policy is. Which could be good if Russia had good foreign policy. But it has terrible foreign policy, so SISTO is mostly bad. Like yeah. It's not really an independent organization the way the UN is. The UN has slowly accreted enough power that it sort of exists beyond just the members that make it up, right? That's the difference. Najawin says, this and our abandoning of the Kurds are actually having me annoyed at Biden's foreign policy. Okay, because you support Israel and Palestine. Okay, but I will agree with you. Okay, one, completely wrong in Israel and Palestine, as always, Najawin. But two, the abandoning of the Kurds wasn't a Biden thing. It was a Trump thing, and it was abysmal. It was terrible, terrible, terrible that we abandoned Kurdish people in their hopes of having it is so obvious that Kurdish people are mistreated by Syria. They are mistreated in Iraq still, even under the American puppet government, and they are mistreated so much in NATO member Turkey. It is so abysmal that we had the military power. We were literally there. We had the ability to try and give them greater autonomy and maybe even a nation, a proper nation state, I should say. And we didn't, right? Because it seems like it's so clear that we don't fight for human rights. We don't care. We aren't fighting because we deeply care about the Kurds. We are fighting because we care about maintaining stability in the area, because we do actually want a functioning economy, world economy. That's like, I think, the overarching desire. And we really hated ISIS, which understandable. Good. The Left Tech Cat says, the UK should have a special responsibility for Middle East, as if it was the guarantor of the Balfour Agreement. I think we should simply redirect the entire US military budget into the UN, and I think that would solve all world problems. Karasu Kafka says, I would add here that the intervention in the Balkans came to be after pushing for some solution for years. It was important that the US at the time tried to push for UN intervention. I can't really understand your last comment. Isn't the UN basically entirely toothless? So something that I've talked about over and over and over again is, if we want to see a democratic world, which we do, if you're a progressive, if you're a socialist, I think there is no world in which you can be satisfied with nation states, where you can be satisfied with countries as they exist. The idea that countries can just do whatever they want with basically no international repercussions is absurd. These are these huge units that have control over millions of people's lives that cannot be checked, that cannot be reasonably stopped from taking just atrocious actions. The future, in my view, has to be something like world federalism. And the only way you're going to do that in the institutions that currently exist is democratic UN. You have to start building out a part of the UN which has directly elected representatives, probably on the basis of population, and maybe if you want to do it bicameral, on the basis of population weighted by GDP, because the rich nations are never going to accept a purely democratic UN, at least at first. My suggestion would be, you want to democratize the UN, and the UN should be basically building up a sovereign wealth fund the way that Norway does. Countries should be giving more and more money to the UN, probably on, you need to give the UN the power to ratchet that upwards. My suggestion is that increasingly the UN should be given direct managerial control over stuff like international taxation, like managing stuff like tax havens, trying to track down tax cheats, for example. Give that power to the UN. Another example would be that the UN should be given direct mandate over certain areas, which are just like Israel has shown no ability to responsibly manage the areas of Palestine that it occupies, right? It should be given direct control over that. And all of that for the purpose of building up an independent wealth base of the UN so that it has the ability to do things even if member nations disagree. Like I'm so completely on board with the democratic UN that's independent of constitutive member states. I think that only democracy at the world level can hope to solve interstate conflicts in the long term in a sustainable way. Kersu is explaining their comment on the Balkans. The U.S. did not act alone in the Balkan intervention. Yes, that's what I would note with the NATO intervention in Serbia in 1998 is that it wasn't like the U.S. was like, hey, NATO, let's do an intervention. And then NATO completely agreed because the U.S. intervened and said they had to do it. It was certain elements of NATO that were already pro-U.S. and were already pro-intervention that the U.S. had been lobbying for like time and time and time again.
Wake up, liberal. I love you.
Oh, thank you, Lithix, for the tier 1 subscription. 1 minute, I'll read what you wrote. Just to speak to it, NATO, why I think NATO is as bad or as good as the US as foreign policy is because when NATO does something like the intervention in Serbia and Kosovo, that was because the US had been building up support campaign for years, right? It was exactly as bad as the constitutive member states. If the US hadn't been building up that support, the intervention would not have happened. Like, I think it's as simple as that. And that's a bad thing insofar as US policies are bad, and a good thing insofar as US policies are good. So I think the Kosovo intervention was a net good. For example, NATO's interventions are on net bad, like the invasion of Iraq, which had a lot of support from NATO members. Okay, I need to read Lithix's comment, and then I'm going to try and do the next thing after all of this rambling about ethnic cleansing was there was a video by the largest socialist on YouTube by number of subscribers, Second Thought, called, I actually forget the name. It's about authoritarianism. In short, it's actually a defense of authoritarianism, no matter how he wants to frame it. And I think it's really bad. It's another example. And last week we reviewed a video by Benny Carollo, which was an atrocious tanky, or was it 2 weeks ago? Atrocious, properly tanky, as in defending all the crimes of the Soviet Union, defending the crimes of Mao's China against people, hundreds of thousands of people. Not just like vanguardists, not just like, oh, Lenin was cool, but like actively defending the crimes of nominally socialist countries. This video has the exact same problem. It is a great condensation of a lot of the failures of authoritarian leftist thinking. Lithix, Lithix, thank you so much for the tier 1 subscription and for the excellent message, chat's too white. I agree, chat. Why are you white? Jimmy Neutron is correct. He does not mention fascists or Nazis in the video. Which I think is so funny, and I actually have a little bit talking about it with respect to the beginning of the usage of the term authoritarian. By the way, site chat, I'm probably going to look way less at site chat. YouTube chat. I'm going to look way less at YouTube chat during the segment. If you want a chance at me looking at you, head on over to site chat. I really appreciate your insights, but I can't do 2 chats at once and also do a segment. It's not my fault. I don't choose to be this way. Well, you do choose not to give me $5 a month. So kind of, isn't it your problem? You could choose not to be white. Thank you very much again, Lithix. By the way, y'all should like the stream. I'm going to set up for this segment. This one's going to take like an hour and a half. I got so mad at this video. It's funny, you just finished listening to Great Leader Has Fallen from Brigador's OST. With how much you stream, that's $5 per stream. Okay, point taken. That's a fair jab. That's completely correct. Now he's not looking, we can talk shit. I see you. I see you, desolate mirror. You can't hide. Rigador has such a good OST. I've never played the game, but the OST is so good. So good.
Often to a far greater...
No. Najwan says, I've already used my Prime subscription this month. You'll get mine next month. If you stream next month, I'll do at least one. Okay, I think I deserve a Prime subscription. That's pretty frequent for me. SDL, my favorite data mail. Well, I would be even more your favorite data mail if you came on over to Site Chat. Where I would see your messages during the upcoming segment because I'm not going to be able to look at two chats at once. A lot of games I've never played and aren't often interested have great OSTs. Okay, I've never played Celeste and I never intend to play Celeste, but there are like 6 songs from the OST that are such a goddamn bop. Oh my god, they're so good. What is the one? That one. Heart of the Mountain is so good. Okay, segment. Can't be too ADHD. Actually, you know what I should do? I should put on some music. Okay, I'm gonna put on Democracy Now, and because I have to get water and use the restroom before it. So let me pull up Democracy Now. I'm gonna play the first 4 minutes, I think, which were on Israel and Palestine, which I have not covered today, which I intended to, but I did not have enough time. I'm gonna make y'all listen to Amy Greatman.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give.
I'll be right back.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Gaza's 2 largest hospitals, Al-Shifa and Al-Quds, have closed as Gaza's health system collapses under relentless Israeli bombardment and blockades. At least 6 premature babies and 9 other patients have died at Al-Shifa due to the shortages of electricity. Photos show premature babies removed from their incubators, placed together on a bed for warmth as the last remaining hospital workers are forced to resort to desperate measures. Medical staff say Israeli forces have entered hospitals and fired at patients and forced hundreds of others onto the streets. Doctors and officials with the Palestinian Ministry of Health pleaded with international actors to allow for the safe evacuation and treatment of patients. Dr. Mohammed Kandil directs the emergency department at Al-Shifa.
Hospital under fires. The last example is Shifa Hospital ICU. There is another private obstetric hospital was targeted directly today, and 2 of our colleagues who are specialists in obstetric and gynecology were killed tonight. There is no service for pediatric patients in the northern area. 5 kids in the pediatric ICU left alone in Rantisa Hospital, and we don't know what's going on with them. The communication were lost, so they might be dead or alive. So now in Shifa Hospital, they cannot deal with the dead bodies. There is a tenth of dead bodies back in the hospital.
Nearly 200 medical...
There have been so many heartbreaking stories like this one. There was an American Médecins Frontières, Doctors Without Borders, volunteer who came back and did an interview on CNN. And she talked about how like today was the first day that she felt safe in 26 plus days. talking about how the men and women in Palestine fought to the death sometimes to keep the staff in equipment, to give them food, to give them electricity, to give them whatever fuel they had. There's so much desperation.
Workers have been reported killed since October 7th. Among the dead is Al-Shifa's Dr. Hammam Alo, whose family home was shelled by Israel. We spoke to Dr. Alo less than 2 weeks ago. Later in the broadcast, we'll play that whole interview. In Geneva, UN staff observed a minute of silence today in memory of the 101 employees of the UN's Palestinian refugee agency known as UNRWA, who've been killed in Israel's assault on Gaza.
I think it's worth noting that dozens of journalists have been killed, over 100 UN employees, dozens of nurses. It is just an abysmal killing that we've observed. I won't go too deeply into this because I wanted to cover it on Wednesday. But here is a graphic from the Washington Post on the number of children killed per month in various conflicts. In Syria, it was about 100 people. Syria displaced 12 million people, and it killed 200,000 people. But the rate of death in Syria over that conflict has been 100 per month. So far, in the month that Gaza has been bombed, it's been 4,000 children. It's just a really, really, really bad... It's hard to understate how fast the killing is occurring here. And last thing I'll add, and then I'll put in a little plug. There's a great charity that y'all should donate to called PCRF, which I'll mention again at the end. The reason why is because the amount of aid that Palestine has been receiving has been abysmally low. Here's the UN. This graph down here in the bottom right, which now is at the very bottom, is the number of trucks crossing per day. And they count them individually because even on the highest days, 100 trucks cross the border from Egypt, not from Israel, from Egypt only, compared to 500 trucks per day in 2023 on average. There is an abysmally low amount of aid coming in. Overwhelmingly, this is water and very, very needed medical supplies, and it's being funded in part by groups like the PCRF. Oh, I guess Layla finally closed down their donation campaign. My bad. You can donate to the PCRF at this link, which I'll also post in site chat. And I just want to bring this all up because there is just an abysmal amount of death occurring. 45% of houses in Gaza have been partially or wholly destroyed. Let me show that one. This is just abysmal. There's a reason that 1.6 million people have been displaced. It's because the housing is destroyed, housing is under constant bombardment, and the north has been forced by Israel to basically forced march to the south. Ethnically cleansed to the south. It's not clear whether, if ever, people deported from North Gaza to South Gaza will ever be allowed to come back. Israel claims that when fighting ends, they'll be allowed to come back. But they also claim that fighting will end when they've completely eliminated Hamas. That's the type of goal that you can extend forever. And they could also just be lying. In fact, one last thing before we go. An Israeli minister used the term Nakba in the video that's not loading here to describe what they are doing to Gaza. Nakba is a reference to when 700,000 Palestinians were expelled from Israel. And I went through in a previous stream literally 10 other statements like this from high Israeli officials. including Benjamin Netanyahu, including his Minister of Defense, including two military leaders, one of which is leading the Gaza offensive, the other of which controls the West Bank. Like, this is a slaughter. The intent is very much there for something like ethnic cleansing. It's killed 11,000 people, of which 4,500 are children. Demand a ceasefire. So, if you want to do a ceasefire, there might need to be... I might need to update that link as well, but the JVP link should be still accurate. Oh, nope, that link's fucked up. This link will take you to the Jewish Voice for Peace, which will take you to an auto dialer, which will call all three of your representatives and your senator. Your representative and your senators. And you can at least put something in their voicemail box to demand a change. And I will say that there has been a change. Today was the first day that Blinken talked about excess Palestinians dying. It was the first day that Macron talked about a ceasefire being necessary. Macron, right, a centrist in France. He was the guy who helped ban pro-Palestinian protests. So all I'm saying is that there has been an enormous shift in opinion. We've looked at the polling. The shift towards Palestine has been 10 to 20 points, enormous. As we've been watching, this is just so horrible. Okay, with that, Macron is stupid and already changed what he said. Are you joking me? He already changed it? Okay, I'll have to look into that. God damn it. That sounds very Macron. That is, if Macron did actually change it, that is completely consistent with what he is, which is completely inconsistent. Jesus Christ. Hair taking a different shape every time I touch it. Don't like that. Do any of y'all despise existing in a body that has to be maintained? God, that looks so bad. Netanyahu with Ben Gvir in his ear. I don't know if I trust anything they say about anything. Yeah. There's the links between Netanyahu and so many far right types in Israel is so extensive. Body horror, but it's just showering. Achieve apotheosis, never bother. I hate that sometimes it looks great and I do no work, and then sometimes I'm like, I will comb it and do my best, and it looks terrible. Why is that? Explain that to me, God. I'm gonna test the audio.
This episode is brought to you by Ground News. The practice of eating only people who
Test. All right. Three weeks ago, the largest socialist YouTuber by subscriber count, Second Thought, released a video titled, "We Need to Talk About Authoritarianism." I think the video is atrocious. I think it's an extremely bad video. The content of the video, in short, defends authoritarianism. It doesn't merely deny that authoritarianism exists. It defends the practices of authoritarianism by socialist countries, not only as justified, but necessary in any future socialist project. That's not an exaggeration. He says it almost word for word. So, before we get into the video, I want to start with my own definition of authoritarianism to frame how I'm reacting to this whole thing. I believe that authoritarianism is any set of practices which force ideological conformity on a group of people. And that's an intentionally vague definition because, first, I don't believe that authoritarianism can simply be defined in terms of governments. Authoritarianism is a social relation, which includes all groups that act in authoritarian ways. For example, groups like cults are authoritarian. Institutions like prisons are authoritarian. a slave of a private merchant. Even in a world where no government existed, that relationship is authoritarian because it is one person's ability to control the thoughts of another. In fact, one of the other terms for cult is a high control group. That's where I'm approaching this from. Authoritarian is not just a term for reference to government practices. It is a reference to anything which approaches that type of control. In fact, I've seen people make the opposite analogy, that cults are akin to minor governments. Prisons are akin to miniature totalitarian governments. So, in short, authoritarianism to me is just a set of practices. It doesn't have to be government driven. It's anything which attempts to control the behavior and beliefs of other people. 2, authoritarianism is not a binary thing. There is no hard line between a cult, a strict religion, and a decreasingly strict religion, a spiritual but not religious person, an atheist person. There is no sharp line that occurs at any point there. It is all a ratcheting up of belief and control mechanisms. The reason that I bring this up is that it's not that you're authoritarian or pro-freedom, right? You can think of authoritarianism as a list of behaviors, of control behaviors. And the more behaviors that you do, the more ability that you have to control people's minds, to control their thoughts and their beliefs, the more authoritarian you are. You can think of it as an authoritarian percent. You are X% authoritarian, 0, 50, 100, or anywhere in between. So we might describe authoritarianism as a spectrum from fully open to fully totalitarian. And I think that's, again, really useful for understanding societies, because no society is truly totalitarian and no society is truly open. Even countries like the United States engage in a lot of behaviors meant to control your thoughts and your beliefs. That's more or less inevitable. Unless you're an anarchist and you want to abolish society altogether, some degree of authoritarianism, quote unquote, some degree of thought control is inevitable. However, I believe that as socialists and as believers in freedom, as believers in liberty, it is our goal to try and build a society that does so as little as possible. Only the minimum necessary amounts of thought control. Imagine things like a person who is a violent serial killer. You may wish to control his behavior and actions, but the only reason you do so is because he would impose those actions upon the rest of society. You want to minimize control such that interpersonal authoritarianism, interpersonal violence is minimized, as well as violence from the government, violent control from the government, and so on. In short, I think it is extremely important to maintain a very open society. Freedom matters. It is one of the key goals of socialists. Free press, free speech, in and out of the workplace, a vote, in and out of the workplace, liberty everywhere for everyone. In short, that's why I really, really, really don't like this video, which takes almost the exact opposite view.
This episode is brought to you by Ground News. Authoritarianism, the practice of eating only people who have published books. Wait, that's not right. Authoritarianism, truly one of the words of all time.
I actually like this intro. I know I saw a few people calling it cringe. I live for this kind of cringe, okay? Dumb jokes, I'm fully for it. So far, completely in favor of the second thought video.
Decadent 7 syllables long authoritarianism, truly one of the words of all time. A decadent 7 syllables long and wonderfully vague. If you've ever had a conversation about politics, and if you're watching this channel, I'm sure you have, you've likely heard someone use the term, or maybe you've even used it yourself. It's popular in pretty much every corner of the mainstream political spectrum. Liberals, conservatives, the dreaded centrists, and even some lefty groups like anarchist and libertarian socialists. But what does it mean? And what gives it so much weight in the political discourse? Well, that's what this video is about. We've got a pretty poor understanding of what authority is here in the West, but I bet we can fix that. Let's start with the generally accepted definition. Authoritarianism, favoring or enforcing strict obedience to authority, especially that of the government, at the expense of personal freedom. Okay.
One of the reasons that I made the distinction that it doesn't have to be a government, that, say, ideological groups like a socialist group can be authoritarian, is that he actually praises this element of the definition.
This is a pretty bad definition if we're being honest. It mentions the government in there, but doesn't really commit to being political, just kinda, when you want people to follow the rules. That's not super helpful when we're trying to nail down a heavily used term, and one that deals with some serious topics. Okay, so what if we expand it to include how people generally use the term? Generally speaking, when someone uses the word authoritarian, they are often, but not always, using it as a term to demonize a system that is different from their own, regardless of the facts. They're using it as a synonym for totalitarian, a word you don't really hear much anymore. It's sort of fallen by the wayside in favor of authoritarian, kind of like using the word commie as a slur has been superseded by tanky in the last few years.
There's a lot of funny things here. First, the idea that using commie as a slur instead of tanky is so fucking funny. I call people commie all the time because they're communist. That's totally fine. If you want to call me like a pinko or whatever, that's totally fine. We've reclaimed that slur, okay? People use tanky not as a slur, but as a description of a type of socialism and a type of socialist which defends the crimes of authoritarian socialist countries. For example, people who defend the Holodomor in the Soviet Union, who defend the Great Purge in the Soviet Union, who defend the mass killing of counter-revolutionaries in China, etc., etc. This is what defines a tanky, quote unquote, because they believe that the use of force against dissidents or alleged dissidents by these governments was acceptable because they were nominally socialist and they were defending the revolution. That's what defines a tanky. I've been trying, in fact, to use the word vanguardist as different from communist. And in fact, I do almost all the time now for people who are Leninists, Trotskyists, Marxists, Leninists, Stalinists, therefore, or Maoists, people who believe in a vanguard party. Because communist is a broader term than just the vanguardist. The vanguardist will tell you that if you don't believe in like Leninism and whatnot, you're not a real communist. But the anarcho-communists are absolutely communists. There are communists even before Marx. There were socialists even before Marx as well. I also want to note, brief note on the terms. Here is Google Ngram. I want you to note, this is a review of all books in the English language for totalitarian and totalitarianism, and authoritarian and authoritarianism. So totalitarian and totalitarianism, look at what years they rose up. In fact, if we zoom in, why? They really start to peak in 1993. We turn the smoothing off, they enormously start to peak in 1993 because the word totalitarian started to describe the Nazis. It didn't start in 1917 or 1920s. It started in the 1930s and peaked in 1940 because it was about the Nazis. Authoritarian did rise as a secondary term because not all regimes are as controlling as the Nazi regime. The Nazi regime was totalitarian in a very real sense. It didn't just try to regiment people's ideology in the broad sense of, hey, listen to the leader, hey, don't do any overt signs of disagreement. They also actively tried to get people involved in Nazi movements. They actively promoted their ideology. One in seven people in Germany were party members of the Nazis. They were a very actively evangelical party and used both social pressure and government pressure to enforce their worldview. That's why they're called totalitarian. That and the concentration camps, that and the censorship, right? That and all the political unfreedom. I would also just note that this association is even more clear when you add a second term, Soviet authoritarian, when you look at Soviet in front of these, or Nazi in front of these terms. The term emerged. The term totalitarian literally emerged to describe the Nazis. Why is all of this so important? Well, Soviet totalitarianism only emerged in the post-war period, but the word itself emerged to describe the Nazis. You want to know which regime, which type of ideology he does not discuss in this entire video is fascists, is Nazism. That's why the term exists. We did not invent totalitarian to describe the communists. Even that is wrong. It's so dumb. I know this isn't too important, but like, no, commie is not a slur for tanky, and no, totalitarian is not a slur for communist. Completely wrong. Just objectively wrong. This is an edited video by a guy who has 1.6 million subscribers. Please do better.
Same idea, different era. Both of these words, authoritarian and totalitarian, have been leveled at fascism and communism, often in a direct attempt to conflate the two. This is largely due to the US's extreme anti-communism post-World War II, to the point that they'd lump in their former friends, the people without whom the Allies could not have won the war, with what most people believe to be the greatest evil in history. Yeah, that's all well and good. People use a political term vaguely to demonize their opponents. Big surprise.
Again, the only passing reference to the Nazis is not even a name. And I don't know if that's for a monetization reason or whatever, but when he lists examples of those that get called authoritarian later, you know which ones he does not list. Just again, this is a term used not just against the left, is all I'm trying to bring up. When people say authoritarian, they don't mean communist.
But we still need some specifics. What exactly makes a state authoritarian? Well, if you have a scroll through the comments of just about any political video that talks about socialism, you'll find people ready with their pre-written list of objections, usually bundled under the prime objection, that's authoritarian. Things on that list include the existence of large prisons or labor camps, a covert...
That's correct, that is authoritarian.
Police force...
A covert police force is authoritarian.
State media...
State media is authoritarian, but NPR is an extremely bad example to use here, and I'll get back to it in a second.
A strongman leader...
Trump is a strongman leader who, fortunately, we got the fuck rid of. And I strongly encourage other people in authoritarian countries to strongly get rid of their leaders. I hope they can vote them out. But please vote harder to get rid of Vladimir Putin.
Censorship, that sort of thing.
His example of censorship is Twitter suspending accounts.
And to be fair, all those things do sound scary, and none of them are ideal. I think we can all agree that we'd love to live in a society where prisons didn't need to exist. But let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Okay, before we get too far away from it, I want to talk a little bit about NPR. It is so easy for our state media to post incredibly critical articles about Donald Trump. Here's an article from NPR titled, "Trump Escalates Racist Rhetoric and Plays on White Grievance at Recent Rallies in 2022. I want to challenge you, viewer. If you are a viewer who is a fan of Second Thought, if you're Second Thought yourself, I challenge you to find a single article from the Korean Central News Agency or Rodong Sinmun that is as critical of Kim Jong-un. A single article. Just one. It's so dumb to use NPR here. It's so dumb. And yes, he did do the Twitter free speech warrior thing. Getting censored by Twitter is exactly as bad as the Chinese government taking away your ability to access the internet, as the Chinese government placing you under house arrest. Completely agree. 1-to-1. Very silly. Very silly. What you're going to see throughout the whole of this video is that he will point to what I think are authoritarian practices within the United States. And instead of arguing, hey, these things were bad in the United States, they were also bad in socialist countries, and we should try and build a socialist project that doesn't have any of those. He will instead say, wow, those are bad in the United States. And in fact, they're just as bad as they were in socialist countries. So why are we criticizing the socialist countries? Dog, I criticize that in the United States too. What are you talking about? Of course I hate mass incarceration in the United States. Why wouldn't I criticize it in socialist countries?
Before we go any further, I want to emphasize that I'm not trying to attack anyone here. The objection to authoritarianism is present in a lot of different camps. People may define it a little differently. For example, a libertarian might call seatbelt laws authoritarian, while a liberal might consider the influence of the church on the government authoritarian. Meanwhile, my anarchist friends are yelling from the back of the room that the very existence of a state is authoritarian and we need to abolish bedtime. Again, teasing, no offense intended.
Again, I unironically like little jokes like these, so I can't shit on him like this. I actually do want to agree that I think that the existence of the state, by my definition, is authoritarian. I just think that you bite the bullet and you say, yeah, it's authoritarian and it's justified. And that's what he does later in the video. But the types of authoritarianism that he justifies are the things that he listed just now. Mass incarceration, prisons, surveillance, censorship, and so on. He's not talking about little authoritarianism, quote unquote necessary authoritarianism. He thinks that necessary authoritarianism includes mass suppression of basic freedoms.
Okay, we all on the same page? Authoritarianism is a red flag for a lot of people, and there are some specific objections we can consider. So, let's consider them. Here's what we're going to do for the rest of the video. First, we'll look at the list of objections as understood by liberals. And I mean that in the broadest sense. Liberals as in subjects of liberal states, not in the conservative versus liberal sense.
I want to make a brief note on the phrasing here. He says that he defines liberals as subjects of liberal states. Again, an undercurrent here throughout the video is that he thinks of authoritarianism in terms of states. He's unable to think of just criticizing a state, just thinking in terms of an ideology. It always has to be a state versus state battle. It can't just be, hey, the US does bad things and China does bad things and both are bad at the same time. It has to be a question of liberal state subjects versus socialist state subjects. As Najwin says, that's not what liberal means at all. Liberal is an ideology. Socialist is an ideology. You can be a socialist in a liberal country, as in fact are most of the viewers here.
Liberals as in subjects of liberal states, not in the conservative versus liberal sense. Then we'll look at those same objections as understood by the left. Again, pretty broadly speaking. Basically everyone from social democrats and beyond. Then finally, we'll consider a better way to understand authority and authoritarianism. Sound good?
Worth mentioning, this video has 300,000 views. Again, this is the largest socialist YouTuber online, and he is explicitly pro-authoritarianism. And he's got great production quality, so props to that.
All right, liberal friends, I've got a pretty good idea of the kinds of places you feel are authoritarian. Top of the list, Soviet Union, the big one. Perhaps the target of the most intense smear campaign in history. Then we've got Cuba, China, North Korea, and likely a handful of other projects. But I think it's safe to say that these are the big ones.
Again, notice, not a mention of Nazi Germany, not a mention of fascist Spain, not a mention of fascist Italy, not a mention, in fact, of any right-wing country. Every project here is a socialist project because he wants to portray the word authoritarian as a slur against socialists, as a slur against communists, instead of a description of certain types of socialism. How often have you heard a liberal call Sweden or the Swedish Democrats the Swedish Social Democrats in the 1970s authoritarian? Right? You do not hear this about reformist socialist governments almost ever because these governments did not engage in the practices that were authoritarian. His equation is false.
When you look at any of these projects, it's not difficult to see the one thing they all have in common. They're all socialist. And when you see this, it's not entirely unreasonable to come to the conclusion that authoritarianism is a core feature of socialism.
I agree. There were no other socialist projects than the revolutionary socialist ones. We should completely ignore reformist socialism. Good point. All socialism is authoritarian.
We'll address this a bit more thoroughly in a few minutes, but suffice it to say that in the West, we may have a slightly biased opinion on the matter, through no fault of our own. We've just been subjected to nearly 100 years of Red Scare propaganda at this point. Everything we're taught growing up in the imperial core, especially in the US, points us towards the conclusion that communism is evil and capitalism is righteous. But here's the part where I'm going to have to ask you to be willing to consider some unpleasant truths.
I actually do think this is a good point, but one that he really can't capitulate on, he can't capitalize on because he defends authoritarianism. Red Scare propaganda in the US is authoritarian. It is an attempt to control the ideology of people in the United States. All the propaganda put out by government ministries, put out by government propaganda all across the West is government propaganda intended to authoritatively control your politics. Yeah, it's authoritarian and it's bad. And so in fact, he's got a good point here, but does he follow this up later in the video to say, and that's why it's always bad to put up propaganda that controls people's ideology? We will see.
And I don't say these things to engage in whataboutism or because I'm anti-American or something. Quite the contrary. I believe that in order for any country to live up to the standards it sets for others, it needs to soberly reflect on the facts. And the facts indicate that everything we're taught about these awful authoritarian socialist countries, we are also guilty of.
Not to do an authoritarianism, but I can't believe that other countries don't live up to the standards we set for them. That is literally whataboutism. That is the definition of whataboutism. 2, again, this is the brainworms of only being able to think in terms of country versus country. When you're talking about authoritarianism in terms of the standards that countries set for each other, as opposed to, hey, what people want in that people of given ideologies want from a country, again, you've lost the plot. This is brainworms. When a libertarian socialist says, hey, I think that XYZ country is authoritarian, they're not saying, and I only think that because the UN set those standards, or I only think that because the US set those standards. They're the ones setting the standards. Very silly.
And often to a far greater degree, is we are also guilty of, and often to a far greater degree. Let me elaborate. One thing that rarely gets the attention it deserves is how we talk about authoritarianism. And I mean that literally, like the very words we use. Take the DPRK. We never hear about the government of North Korea. We hear about the Kim regime. This is common when Westerners talk about non-capitalist governments, or even capitalist ones that aren't vassal states of the US. They have a regime, we and our allies have a government. The way we talk about different systems goes a long way towards coloring our perception of them. People criticize labor camps or secret police, or a long way towards coloring our perception of them.
I actually agree with his point here, and it's something that I've tried to adopt in my own rhetoric. There's a few countries like Nazi regime where I keep the term regime around, but I actually try, just for the sake of being as quote-unquote neutral as possible, of trying to say government of everywhere, because it's fine just to call something an authoritarian government rather than say regime. It's an easy, I think, maybe sleight of hand, which can bias people's rhetoric. Conversely, when you see people talking about American regime, it's like always a tanky or a like anti-US, completely insane reactionary. I actually do, like, I have actually been attempting in my own language to replace the word regime for authoritarian government. I don't know. I actually agree with this one, but it's a very minor point. If you called it the American regime, like the American democratically elected regime, it's a minor difference. It's literally semantics. The meat of the matter is the authoritarian policies that we talk about. I do agree that rhetoric does matter, though, so fair point.
People criticize labor camps or secret police or any number of other scary authoritarian words. But here's the thing. We have those too. And if you look at the data, often to a far greater extent than any socialist project in history.
The structure of the section was literally people criticize labor camps, secret police, censorship, etc. But what about us doing it even worse? It is literally structured as a whataboutism. Like, I can't make this up. He even says the word. He could at least try.
We just don't call them by those names. We don't have secret police, we have plainclothes officers or the intelligence community.
Again, what frustrates me about this one is that we actually do have secret police. Do not call them plainclothes officers. Secret police are the highly secretive security apparatus of some sort of government which attempts to basically eliminate ideological opponents, right? When he's talking about the intelligence community, some of those are secret police. Plainclothes officers are cops that go undercover, and they're not doing it almost always in the United States against political enemies. When they are doing it against political enemies, they're usually working with the FBI. They're usually working with the CIA. Like, unironically, the FBI, especially before the Church Committee, did a lot of secret police activity. Yeah. But the fact that someone is not wearing uniform does not make them a secret police. The word secret police does not literally mean that you are a police person, but in secret. It means a specific type of policing related to the ideological conformity that secret police allow. Like, God damn it.
We don't have gulags, we have detention centers, which, by the way, house far more inmates than the Soviet Union ever did.
Before we get off the secret police one, I want to mention examples of the FBI doing exactly that for an idea of how different it looks than to what plainclothes police do. Here is Gentry 1991. So back in 1991, when the Bureau of Investigation was set up, the IWW had 100,000 members. Sorry, not 100,000. It had 20 to 50,000 members. And the Socialist Party had 100,000 members. They were starting to prepare raids, right? Raids against thousands and thousands of people. This was done over the will of the Labor Secretary because the Bureau of Intelligence was already that strong. And an idea of how secret police actually work. Quote, there is no better evidence of the thoroughness with which the two communist parties had been infiltrated than the paragraph which follows. Quote, if possible, you should arrange with your undercover informants to have meetings of the Communist Party and Communist Labor Party held on the night of the raids already set. I have been informed by some of the Bureau officers that such arrangements will be made. This would facilitate the making of the arrests, unquote. The secret police so effectively infiltrated communists in 1919, they were able to schedule meetings for a big national raid all over the country, which brought up 10,000 people. 10,000 people. All of which were released almost immediately. For an idea, again, of how secret police operate. Quote, many of the prisoners that were arrested were so illiterate they could not even spell communist, much less understand its meaning. Although the figures would be much disputed, upwards of 10,000 people were arrested. All but 4,000 were released after a few days, mostly because they were American citizens or because there wasn't even a red card to prove their party membership. When you want to look at what secret police in the States do, they do mass incarceration. They infiltrate your political groups. They arrest you all on one day. They take you away. They are silencing you directly. That's not what a plainclothes police officer does. Like, that's not happening at any socialist party nowadays. There are genuine instances of the FBI. For example, in Colorado, in Colorado Springs, I believe, the FBI worked with a plainclothes informant to try and get members of a Black Lives Matter protest to buy a gun which had its serial numbers filed off, which is a felony. And the purpose of all that was to try and neuter their political activity. But that is like the exception, not the rule. And that was the FBI operating as secret police, not a plainclothes officer. Jesus fucking Christ. For another idea of what COINTELPRO actually, it's almost entrapment. For an idea of what actual secret police activity looks like, back during COINTELPRO, they would plant stories with friendly media contacts, again, authoritarian, trying to control people's idea of what you do. Trying to control people's ideology by placing. Yes, they did activities like this towards the Black Panther Party. Absolutely, Jimmy Neutron. COINTELPRO actively targeted the Black Panther Party. And Lithix, you're correct. This COINTELPRO activity that we're about to read about was hugely curtailed by the Church Committee in, I want to say, the 70s or 90s. Look it up. Google the Church Committee. There was a huge public hearing before Congress, and COINTELPRO got neutered. Now, what you could argue is that a lot of it just went underground. It was distributed to a bunch of programs, and it still goes on today, but it goes on in a far lesser scope, and that does matter. It means that socialist activities nowadays can operate in a way they just couldn't. COINTELPRO during the Black Panther Party era was so intensive that COINTELPRO operatives were actively getting the Black Panther Party into shootouts with other socialist parties, like unironically getting them to kill each other. That does not happen nowadays. Anyway, maybe if the socialist movement gets stronger, we'll see if the FBI gets more and more aggressive, but it's not happening yet. COINTELPRO would send anonymous letters or phone calls to disseminate derogatory information, real or fake, such as planting the rumor that a person was a homosexual or some other kind of sexual deviant. COINTELPRO operates would literally call your mom and tell them that you were gay. They would call your employer and tell them that you were gay. Or they would tell them that you're a member of the Communist Party, and they would get you fired. COINTELPRO techniques like intrusive photography, like literally just taking pictures of people all the time, lockstep surveillance, having people just follow you behind, and hang-up calls. The point of all this, again, was, quote, it caused disruption when others, such as business associates, became aware that the person was under investigation. If you find out that a guy who you're working with is under 24/7 surveillance by the FBI, you're not going to want to work with him. If you're a boss, you're going to fire him. If you're like a coworker in a socialist or leftist group, you're going to kick him the fuck out. One last thing they did, and this is where the term jacketing comes from, the placement of a snitch jacket on someone. An example, William Albertson was a New York communist and a party functionary, meaning pretty high up the chain. A dedicated Marxist since his youth, he was a hard-working, effective party leader. And he became a prime target for COINTELPRO against CPUSA. The Bureau, quote, neutralized Albertson by planting what appeared to be an FBI informant's report in his automobile. They literally faked a report on Communist Party activities, put it inside his automobile. As a result, Albertson was expelled from the party, denounced in the party press, the Daily Worker, as a stool pigeon, fired from his job, and shunned from his friends. Although Albertson died in an accident, a number of others so labeled committed suicide or died of heart attacks or other stress-related causes. Like, COINTELPRO was on the line between straight up killing you and getting all of your friends to despise you because you were a gay, pedophilic, homosexual communist. This is evil. This is what secret police do. Please, please do not compare this with a guy doing a drug bust by walking up and asking for some weed. I swear to God. Give the FBI some goddamn credit for their insanely anti-communist activities. Holy shit. That shit sucks. Never let that happen again. Do not equate it to this. Jesus Christ.
Officers or the intelligence community. We don't have gulags, we have detention centers, which, by the way, house far more inmates than the Soviet Union ever did.
Again, what makes me mad here is the quality control. Detention centers in the US context specifically means centers which hold people for CBP or ICE. CBP is the Border Patrol, and ICE is Immigration and Customs for the interior. So Borders Patrol is the borders, ICE is the interior of the area of the United States. And just for an idea of how many people detention centers hold, they hold way too fucking many. Under Trump, from 2019, okay. There's a joke. Every graph that is something bad in the United States, there's always a turning point in 1980. And it's no different in this case. The modern detention system was created by Ronald goddamn Reagan because he got so mad about the Mariel boat lift, which is a whole bunch of people coming over from Cuba, that he created the modern CBP and modern ICE system. As a result, the number of people in detention rose from almost zero, like less than 1,000 on an average day, to 50,000 people under Trump. That's terrifying. 50,000 people in border concentration camps is fucking terrifying. And people would often stay there for weeks to months to years. At the same time, gulags contain a lot more than 50,000 people. He's trying to make a comparison here to US prisons, I think. Detention centers don't even use a lot of forced labor or prison labor. That's mostly private prisons and regular prisons. For an idea of how many people are incarcerated in the United States, it's about 716 per 100,000, which means that roughly about 1 in 150 people are incarcerated in the United States. That's terrifying. That's horrific, right? We talked earlier in the stream about how Gaza, 1 in 200 people have been killed in Gaza, and that sounds horrific. We're doing more than that in terms of incarceration every goddamn day. That's horrifying, right? For gulags, it was even worse. Under Stalin, it was 1.6 people per 1.6 per 1,000 people. Wait, I'm sorry, I'm doing the math wrong. It was 1.6 per 100 people. 1 in 75 people. Is that even right? Let me undo the formula. 1 in 62 people was incarcerated at the height of Stalinist gulags. That's how bad it was. Jesus Christ. Please realize how bad it was that our current incarceration rate is roughly a fifth of that under the height of Stalin's authoritarian rule. It was so goddamn bad. This is what I mean when I say there is a sort of sanding down of differences. There's a flattening of differences. What we do is authoritarian. Prisons are always authoritarian. They are miniature totalitarian societies. But the scope of difference between the United States and the Soviet Union is enormous. We don't have a difference of it's not a qualitative difference. It's not like one of us has prisons and the other doesn't. Both of us have prisons, but one has prisons that contain many times more people. And it's worth noting, 1 minute. It's worth noting that a huge portion of those in the gulags were political prisoners. Even towards the end of Stalin's rule, at the end of the Stalin government, there were 600,000 political prisoners in the gulag system. It's so bad. Please do not compare people arrested explicitly for crimes against socialism to the U.S. Like it's so our mass incarceration is so bad. Imagine that, but 4 times worse. And they arrest people for speaking out against the Soviets. The Soviets, right? Like it's the frustration here is that both are evil. We should want less detention centers. In fact, we should want 0 detention centers. We should want open borders. At the same time, that's why you should condemn gulags, because gulags. Okay, there were 3 million people in the gulags at the end of Stalin's reign. If we divide 2467 by 50,000, that's equivalent to 49 times the US detention camp system. Right? That's how evil this is. If you hate the detention camp system, you should despise the gulag system. And yeah.
And of course, we don't have slave labor, we have penal labor. We put inmates to work manufacturing hand sanitizer during a pandemic or fighting fires because enshrined in the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution, slavery is illegal except as punishment for a crime.
Yeah, and we should end that. That's terrible. That's why the gulags were so bad, right? Like,
and a lot of the time, that crime is just being poor. A parking ticket you couldn't pay. Getting caught with the same drug a rich person uses, but you don't have the money to buy yourself out of trouble.
For an idea of scope again, 800,000 people were sent through the late 1900s private prison, basically prisoner selling program, where a prisoner would be rented to a private company for the purpose of work. And the US incarcerated back then around 10 times fewer people than the Soviet Union did. So that forced labor was on a scale 10 times less, if you want to think of it like that. The gulags had 20 million people pass through them. The southern, basically prisoner selling program had 800,000 people pass through them. Again, both were evil. It's wrong to say, oh, this is exactly as bad as the United States, right? Because it wasn't. It was way worse. And yes, as August notes, the rate of death in the gulags was insane. The rate of deaths in prisons is actually lower than it is in the general public. Basically because people can't die of like car accidents and certain other violent deaths. They're way less likely to die. So the death rate in prisons is actually lower than it is outside. Prisons kill people by reducing their lifespan afterwards, but the death rate in prisons is way lower. For comparison, here is the death rate in Soviet gulags, starting over here in 1929. And this white line is the civilian death rate. The civilian death rate was usually 2 times lower, meaning the gulag death rate was 2 to as many as 10 times higher than the civilian death rate in the Soviet Union. People died by the thousands in the gulags. By my estimate, it killed on the order of 1 million people over its existence. These were brutal places with forced labor, with no freedom of speech, in which hundreds of thousands of political prisoners worked and worked and worked, and hundreds of thousands of them died. It's worth remembering all that. Like, everything the US does is evil, and that's why this is so much more evil. Because they did this. The Soviet Union did this, but 10 times more, right?
We don't have a Ministry of War, we have a Department of Defense, despite never once fighting a defensive war. Every military action taken by the United States, from bombing hospitals to drone striking foreign citizens, is given the cover of defense. We don't have state media or propaganda, we just have news. Those news outlets are, of course, all owned by the same corporate interests who funnel millions of dollars a year into government pockets to make sure their profits are secure, and their anchors dutifully repeat the ruling class's ideological positions.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
I'm actually glad that he brought up Sinclair News as a point, but I'm frustrated that he didn't expand on it. He simply says, we have news while they have state media. All of that was private media. Sinclair is all privately owned. None of that is publicly owned. The reason they're all repeating that is because they're all owned by one entity, Sinclair.
Last month, dozens of local news anchors around the country spoke in unison to defend their stations and blast the so-called fake news media.
The sharing of biased and
False news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
But it wasn't their choice to make those statements, which sound like they're coming straight from the president's Twitter feed. And the president has their back, tweeting this morning the fakers at CNN, NBC, ABC, and CBS shouldn't be worried about the quality of Sinclair's reporting. But these are not anchors at Trump TV, at least not officially. These are all affiliates of Sinclair Broadcast Group. And while you likely have never heard of them, they own or operate more TV stations than any broadcaster in the U.S. And by the way, that includes NBC 10 in Providence, Rhode Island. And they
Oh my God. Keffels is rating in. Of course she's rating in during the tanky segment while we're talking about the authoritarianism of the defense of authoritarianism by Second Thoughts video. I think Keffels already covered this, but I want to go into insanely more detail. So welcome. Yes, that's true. Keffels left me in silence, okay? The Wiggler army destroyed me. Pro streamer fail. So true. We are the stream now. I can't easily see Twitch chat. If y'all want to head over to the site chat, then it's much easier for me to see y'all. Also, there is, I think, one Wiggler on the website for all of y'all. I don't know if this was copied from Keffel's chat or whatever, but I do love the Wiggler emote. So, reading from chat again, August says, his comparison of state-controlled media to corporate media obfuscates the problems of manufacturing consent for anyone who isn't already an authoritarian lunatic. I wanted to talk about that after getting through this segment here.
in the U.S. And by the way, that includes NBC 10 in Providence, Rhode Island. And they could own even more if the Federal Communications Commission approves their bid to buy Tribune Media. That fake news diatribe was just one of the outlet's many must-read or must-run commentaries and segments, all Trump-friendly and all mandatory for Sinclair stations. John Oliver pointed out one of these segments last summer. This is from Sinclair commentator Mark Hyman.
So I wanted to contextualize this because I actually think Second Thought is right to critique stuff like Sinclair News forcing a whole bunch of local anchors to all play one message. It is, in fact, authoritarian, but it's not authoritarian from the government. It's authoritarian from private enterprise. That's why I think it's so wrong to talk about authority in terms of a government control. I think it's so important to think about authority in terms of ability to control people's minds. And that's part of why it's so frustrating to see the elision between state-run media and news more broadly. Because state-run media is so pro-government that it's hard to take anything from it as a matter of truth. I mentioned earlier in this video that it's easy to find critical statements from NPR. I read an example to y'all. Trump escalates racist rhetoric and plays on white grievance at recent rallies. And I presented a challenge. Find a single article at this level of criticism from Korea Central News Agency or Rodong Sinmun. You can't, because NPR, although it is public funded, is not nearly so bad as these state-run agencies in North Korea. Sinclair News is actually way closer to an ideologically committed news service that is authoritarian. It is trying to control what you believe by selectively showing you and selectively editing clips of what the truth is, what the news is out there. Hey, Tipster, welcome to the chat. Happy to see y'all. I actually think it's fair to call Sinclair News authoritarian. And that's why I wish that this ended not in an equation between state media and Sinclair News Network, but an argument that Sinclair News Network should not exist. This is an argument for public funded media with editorial independence. But we don't get that argument. Again, one of the things I want you to run through your mind is, what solutions does Second Thought present? He keeps giving examples of, hey, here's an authoritarian institution in our society and in socialist societies. Is his solution going to be, therefore, we should try and build a society with none of these, with as little authoritarianism as possible? Or is it going to be that actually these things are all normal to the society and there's no way to function without them? Not very much of a cliffhanger for those of you who've already watched the video, but
extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely
Their guys are dictators, ours are presidents. Their state has a regime, ours has a government. We are free and happy, they're oppressed and miserable. Our nuclear arsenal is for deterrence. Theirs is a threat to global peace, despite the US being the only country on Earth to have ever used nuclear weapons. And we did it twice, on civilians, on purpose. We have a democracy, they have a dictatorship. Despite, by all accounts, places like Cuba and China having far more representation and opportunity for democratic involvement than places like the US.
I really wanted to dig into that one because it feels like an offhand comment to say that
democracy, and we did it twice, on civilians, on purpose. Like Cuba and China having far more representation and opportunity for democratic involvement than places like the US.
For him to say that Cuba and China have way more involvement for average citizens in democracy is completely absurd. Completely absurd. For an idea of how free and fair Cuban leadership is, and this is a brief one because I know far less about Cuban elections than other countries. Look at the people who were the first secretary of the Communist Party of Cuba. Fidel Castro, and then his brother, ruled for a collective 49.7 years. They were the first secretary of the ruling party of a country for 50 years. That means that from 1961 to 2021, a Castro led the ruling party of Cuba. There are bad political dynasties in the United States. Bush has been elected too often. A Clinton was almost elected too often. But 50 years of uninterrupted rule is fucking unacceptable. In any real country with real dissent, this is not what you observe. No country loves one party, one family so strongly that they will never unelect them. I challenge you to find a democratic country where people freely choose one party, and not just one party, but one family for 50 goddamn years. For China, it's even more obvious that there's no real dissent. Here's a list of minor political parties in China. What I want y'all to note is the year that they were founded. For example, the Revolutionary Committee of the Chinese Kuomintang, basically the left wing of the Kuomintang, the nationalist party in China that led the other side in the Civil War, founded 1948. China Democratic League, 41. China National Democratic Association, 45, 30, 25, 45, 47. China won the Civil War in 1949. Why is it that no minor parties established after 1949 have been able to thrive? In any normal country with well-functioning democracy, parties and coalitions within those parties rise and fall. In fact, I think it's a testament to the failure of US democracy that we only have two parties which have ruled for so long. In a truly proportional system, which China has, you should expect dozens of minor parties to rise up. Instead, every single party is one that exists before the foundation of the Chinese modern Communist Party Republic. Why is that? Well, all of these parties aren't in alliance with the Communist Party. You can see that in their votes for Xi Jinping. In the 13th Party Congress, in 2018, Xi Jinping received 2,970 votes in the National People's Congress, with not a single vote against, not a single abstention. If these parties were real dissenting parties, you'd expect at least a few dissents. The most dissents you get are against Hu Jintao, 3 against, 5 abstain. That's 99% support. This is just not what you observe in any system that has real democracy. I wanted to read very briefly from a description of a Soviet election for an idea of why, even if there is democracy at the local level, as there is in China, there is real ability to select which municipal candidate is elected. But at the same time, national democracy is so stunted that does not allow real political dissidence. Here is a British observer, a committed socialist, who is describing how the Soviets work. Just to read a little bit. A general election is going on in Russia during my stay this year. Save for the reports of the election in the newspapers, one would hardly have suspected it. I found myself searching the walls of Moscow for posters and cartoons. Nothing of the kind was to be seen. For any rival document, for any non-communist manifesto, for any jibes, witticism, invectives, slander, which in other countries are usual at these moments, one would have looked in vain. In other countries, the sovereign electors choose their governors. In Russia, they ratify the governor's choice. I want to bring up the idea that when real democracy occurs, people get ugly. You see dissent all the time. You see it you see it in the press. Parties set up their own presses. They put out propaganda. You see manifestos freely circulate. You see party platforms freely circulate. And you see people get fucking shit on by the other party, by the other groups. Who's shitting on Xi? Who is Xi's number one hater? I could name Donald Trump and Joe Biden so easily. Donald Trump shits on Joe Biden daily. Who is the Donald Trump to Xi? The fact that you can't think of one, even if you're deep into Chinese politics, is why there's no democracy there. The fact that there is no competitor is the sign that democracy does not exist in China. I know this is probably obvious to the average audience member of my stream, but I think it's worth bearing out in a video discussing why Second Thought is wrong. It's not just wrong by common sense. It's wrong even as you look into the details of it. In fact, the more details you look into Chinese democracy, the less of it you think survives. Birdie says, if there was, it was I think it's Qishang. And yeah, it didn't end well. What I want to point out is that real democracy requires vociferous, like super vocal, super loud, and super messy discussion. You see this in unions too. Whenever a union enters a truly democratic era, there instantly emerge two or more caucuses, usually one of which demands more democracy and more radical leadership, and the other of which demands more representative democracy and less radical leadership. They want to accept weaker plans, weaker goals from the union leadership, and more accommodation of the firm leadership. Whenever there's real dissent, people form parties and they shit on each other. Where is the shitting in China? The lack of shit is a sign that the democracy is way too clean to be real.
So the way we talk about government structures, characteristics, and actions matters. Without even knowing it, we can end up falling prey to some very subtle, very sophisticated propaganda that primes us to hate people we've never met, whose economic and government structures we know nothing about, and with whom we share far more in common than we do with our own leaders. Okay, fine, but those are just words. Who cares what we call our stuff? All right, let's talk specifics. In a striking 2012 article by Adam Gopnik called The Caging of America, the author notes that, quote, overall, there are now more people under correctional supervision in America, more than 6 million, than were in the gulag under Stalin at its height. And this is coming from an American writer with a thoroughly liberal worldview. It's at its height.
I just want to note again, this is comparing the wrong numbers. Just as he compared gulags to detention centers before, comparing gulags to correctional supervision is completely wrong. As far as I'm aware, there's no estimate of the number of people who, after they left the gulag, were still under state surveillance, which is what correctional supervision means. It's people who report in, for example, on like where they are, people who have to report in on what their progress they're having towards getting a job, etc. To compare this to the active supervision and the active forced labor of the gulag is completely wrong. And again, just bringing up, the gulags weren't the end of the Soviet incarceration system. The gulags were the correctional labor camps. They were also correctional labor colonies, which were usually far, far, far better. And then on top, there was the regular prison system. The last two, the correctional labor colonies and the regular prison system, survived to today. And I bring it up because like there's just no comparison. Even modern US incarceration rates over here on the right, which start to peter out after about 2010, do not compare with the amount of incarceration under the Soviet Union. It's mass incarceration in the United States is deeply, deeply wrong. It was 1,000 times less lethal than the gulag. It required enormously far less political prisoners to be arrested for their speech. It is bluntly a difference of scope. We should want mass incarceration to end as it ended after Stalin died. This, what you saw here, was one of the greatest freeing of people from incarceration in world history. When Khrushchev came into power, literal millions of people left the prisons in the Soviet Union. We should want that for America.
And this is coming from an American writer with a thoroughly liberal worldview. It's a poignant comparison because, as we all know, Stalin, gulags, and the Soviet Union are the trifecta of what the average person sees as authoritarianism.
I guarantee you that when someone says authoritarian, they're also thinking of Nazi Germany, Imperial Japan, and a whole bunch of fascist countries. I'm so sick of this equivocation. God damn it.
The fact that we're doing worse than that, even if you buy the inflated numbers of widely debunked books like the Black Book of Communism, should tell you something. And
if you buy the Black Book of Communism numbers, then literal 20 million people were killed by the Soviet Union. We are not doing better than that. Again, for comparison here, this white line is average civilian mortality rate. These spikes are hundreds of thousands of people dying in the gulag system. It's the US prison system, charitably, by my estimates, killed about 10,000 to 100,000 people, if you include capital punishment. It's so frustrating. And that's between, say, 1900 and 2000 or so. That would make us about 1/20th as lethal as the gulag system under Stalin. It's really, really, really bad in the United States. That's why it was so terrifying that it was that much worse in the Soviet Union. God damn it.
Fun fact, the CIA wrote a report in the 50s that the whole Stalin strongman thing was largely a myth. It was just a very useful myth to the capitalist powers, so why not perpetuate it?
This is one of those things that I've seen floating around on Reddit, which is the dumbest thing that I've ever heard. Just to repeat it, for those of you who aren't aware, I'll let him say it one more time.
Was largely a myth. It was just a report in the 50s that the whole system should tell you something. And fun fact, the CIA wrote a report in the 50s that the whole Stalin strongman thing was largely a myth. It was just a very useful myth to the capitalist powers, so why not perpetuate it?
So this goes back to one CIA report, which says that Stalin was not a dictator per se, but rather the captain of a team of an elite Soviet leadership group that controlled the country. There were dozens of other contemporary CIA reports which directly just called him a dictator. For example, in this one, titled The Khrushchev Attack on Stalin, quote, the vehemence of Khrushchev's attack on Stalin before the 20th Congress of the CPSU suggests that Khrushchev and his colleagues bear profound psychological scars from their experience with the naked power of a dictator. The single report, which says that he wasn't a dictator, frames it like this. Even in Stalin's time, there was collective leadership. The Western idea of a dictator within the communist setup is exaggerated. Misunderstandings on that subject are caused by a lack of comprehension of the real nature and organization of the communist power structure. Stalin, although holding wide powers, was merely the captain of a team, and it seems obvious that Khrushchev will be the new captain. However, it does not appear that any of the present leaders will rise to the stature of Lenin and Stalin. So, it will be safer to assume that developments in Moscow will be along the lines of what is called collective leadership. Vehemence. I'm bringing this up because even in the charitable evaluation of this CIA report, they're not saying that Stalin was a democratic leader. Collective leadership does not mean that the US made up a dictatorship story as propaganda to smear Stalin. It means that he was the premier, the number one leader of the elite leadership group that controlled the Soviet Union, right? Junta literally refers to a group of military leaders. There can still be one leader of that group, like Pinochet. Even if Pinochet did delegate some of his powers to underlings, he was the guy where the buck stopped. It's worth noting that Stalin literally killed, let me pull this up, literally killed an enormous portion of the Soviet leadership at the time. If he was a captain of the team had enormous ability to kill other members of the leadership. Of the 21 members of the first Communist Party meeting, like the leadership meeting, and the first Soviet government, 21 were still alive by the time the Great Purge occurred. Stalin killed 18 of those. 18 of 21. Those are these orange lines here. And what you'll notice is that this is basically a graph of when someone was born. This is basically a graph of when someone was born over on the left to when they died on the right. And it sort of goes along as people are naturally dying out. And then, there's a cliff. A cliff that occurs between 1936 and 1938. What could have caused this cliff of death of Soviet leadership that suddenly ends for the 3 surviving members who were not politically opposed to Stalin, I should mention? We can never know. So yes, Stalin was the leader of the team. He was a leader that was able to kill previous team members. Frustrating. This is the type of thing that I've seen floating around on Reddit because I see people like vaguely refer to the idea that the CIA debunked Stalin dictatorship. But the CIA, if you want to take the CIA at its word, they say that Stalin was the captain of a collective leadership team in charge of the Soviet Union. A leadership team which was not democratically elected. That doesn't mean that the Soviet Union was a brilliant, democratic, shining state. So frustrating. Neptune says 2, actually, one of the 3 was Stalin himself. Okay, I'm counting it because he didn't. Okay, fair enough. He killed 18 of the 20 other members. I don't know how to. That would be like if Trump came into power and killed 90% of Joe Biden's cabinet. Jesus Christ. The reason I say this is floating around on Reddit is I always see people they'll link the report or they'll quote that one sentence in the context of defending the Soviet Union was actually a democratic state. But that's not what it says. Read the goddamn report. And more broadly, read contemporaneous visits to the Soviet Union that actually evaluate whether or not there was real democracy, whether there was real competitiveness in the elections there. That quote that I went on earlier from the British Observer goes on and on and on to explain how the atmosphere of the elections was identical to that of a municipal election between nonpartisan candidates because they weren't electing a ideological candidate. They weren't electing a guy with the right vision of socialism. They were electing the right steward of the people's common property, like you'd elect a mayor or a water management guy out in California. There's a lot of local fire management boards that are elected, but you're not electing a guy for the fire management board because of his views on Marx. You're electing the guy to the fire management board based on his qualifications. And that's what people ran on in the Soviet Union. Qualifications, not politics. And if you want truly political government, if you want a government with real dissent, you need political governance. It's that simple. Stalin did not allow that. 600,000 political prisoners, 700,000 political prisoners, killed during the Great Purge, an additional 600,000 incarcerated for years and years and years. 1.5 million people.
But I know what you're thinking. Everybody knows the US has a thing for prisons. That's like one thing we could ease back on a little bit. That doesn't make the country authoritarian.
It does, actually. Every prison is an authoritarian institution, and to whatever degree we can reduce it, we are making the US less authoritarian. Completely wrong.
Let's continue then. How about surveillance? It's pretty widely believed that citizens of socialist states are the subject of extreme surveillance. But what if I told you that none of them hold a candle to the US? Don't believe me? Take a look at Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. Thanks to this piece of legislation, every single person in the United States is the subject of incredibly intense scrutiny. We have a mass surveillance program that allows for the collection of phone conversations, text messages, emails, web searches, and social media messages. Everything you do is being monitored. But wait, it's called the Foreign Surveillance Act, so why are we in the crosshairs? Well, it started out as a way to keep tabs on communications between US citizens and foreign nationals deemed a threat of some kind. But over the last decade or so, the scope of the project has expanded dramatically. What was once strictly a counterterrorism tool, which is already incredibly vague and dangerous, has now morphed into a domestic surveillance apparatus where the NSA provides this data to the CIA and the FBI, which they can use to open investigations into any person in the country without a warrant. But what if we want to give US intelligence agencies the benefit of the doubt? They're just doing their job, right? If you're not a criminal, you have nothing to hide. According to a 2022 report, the FBI and CIA conduct millions of these backdoor searches for no legitimate reason. They've pulled data on family members, journalists, political commentators, even government officials. For what reason? Who knows?
Najwin, just to respond to you, it does need a warrant, but it's in a warrant system which is extremely easy to get. So I maybe wrong slightly on the exact phrasing, but broadly right that it's a very easy warranting system. It's a very liberal approach to surveillance.
They want dirt on a politician they don't like, so they read their Twitter DMs. They saw you in a coffee shop and thought you were cute and asked the barista for your name. That's all they need. Some random intelligence creep can plug in your name, phone number, or email address and have access to years of your personal communications, web activity, address, personal details, all of it. No authoritarian regime in history has ever wielded that kind of surveillance power.
Okay, I'd like to read a tweet from People's Daily. A state Chinese media, by the way. Skynet, a facial recognition system that can scan China's population of 1.5 billion people in a second, is being used in 16 Chinese cities and provinces to help police crack down on criminals and improve security. Not only does China pioneer many of the facial recognition and mass surveillance systems that other countries like the United States have aped and copied, and in some ways we've also pioneered, they're boasting about it. They literally called it Skynet based on how quickly it could search through all people's facial data. Since this 2018 tweet, the network has been expanded all across China into a single integrated database where they can scan it. There have been some critiques of the actual technical capabilities that it might not actually be able to scan the way they say it can, but if you take their claim at face record, they can be scanning for your face every second. Have any authoritarian regimes have anything like the power that the NSA has? Yes, they're doing it right now. Every country on earth is building some insane, fucked up mass surveillance system, just like China is, just like the United States is. And in China, when they find out that you are saying something they don't want you to, they can ban words from their social media sites. They can ban you from the social media sites as well because they have direct political control. If banning from Twitter, as given as an example earlier in this video of censorship, then surely Weibo? Why? Is it WeChat? I'm losing my mind. It's the Chinese Twitter. What's the name for it? Weibo? Weibo. They can, it's Weibo, I'm sorry. They can ban you from that because they have direct political control there as well. Weibo, pronounced Weibo. Yeah. Sorry, I was confusing it with is it WeChat? I don't remember. The point is just that if you're worried about Twitter having direct FBI surveillance, you should be really worried about it in China. To the point that people have reported on phrases being banned because they make reference to Winnie the Pooh, which is that type of polite jesting and mockery that is essential to real democratic discourse. Let's Go Brandon is objectively good for the health of US democracy. In a world where Let's Go Brandon was banned on Twitter, we would live in a less democratic country. The fact that you can ban any phrase for any reason beyond directly inciting violence is absurd. I also wanted to mention, as a brief aside, Wikipedia is blocked in China for an idea of the level of internet control. You can't fucking access the people's democratically controlled Wikipedia. Wikipedia is literally so democratic that virtually every arbitration decision, every goddamn editorial decision is an accumulation of volunteer hours and direct votes. and the Socialist Project bans it. God damn it. They literally have 1.4 billion people that could be contributing to Wikipedia, and what are they doing? Banning it. God damn it. Anyway, the NSA is really bad. We should do less of the NSA, and so should China. One last thing. I forgot to mention, I wanted to read briefly from, he asked, do prisons make us authoritarian? And the answer is yes. I wanted to read briefly from Hardy 2016. From Western Europe to the United States to apartheid South Africa, prisons and their equivalents, even in the 60s, remained the punishment of choice. These prisons were not liberal institutions, but ones in which compulsory labor, corruption, beatings, and prisoner-on-prisoner violence abounded. Moreover, they were often places of severely curtailed rights and arbitrary rule. Some commentators from the period poignantly noted that prison systems in the West were in essence totalitarian islands in otherwise free societies. And it's completely correct. Every prison we build is one more authoritarian hotspot. Every prison we build is one more concession to totalitarianism. We should want to build a society that has as few people locked up as possible.
Okay, dystopian prison population, largest surveillance apparatus in history, that all sounds pretty bad. But at least we have the freedom to criticize the government, right? The secret police aren't going to come drag us away. Well, I've got some bad news for you there, too. US police are the most vicious and unaccountable in the world by far.
I want to note an elision here. He started with, you can criticize the government, and then he's going to pivot to police violence. Police violence is evil, and it's another authoritarian method of control in the United States. But it is usually not a political authoritarian method of control. Right? The people being killed by police are overwhelmingly not being killed for their statements. They're not being killed because they were too pro-Democrat, too pro-socialist, too pro-Trump.
There are plenty of videos online of police arresting journalists, brutalizing peaceful protesters, even laughing about killing innocent people. I have a whole video on the subject, actually. But here's the gist of it. According to ongoing reporting, US police kill over 1,000 American citizens per year. 1,000 people. And I can hear the objection already. Yeah, well, some of those people were probably criminals. Police are not meant to be judge, jury, and executioner.
True, correct.
They're meant to arrest people if they have to, and then hand them over to the judge, jury, and we really should talk about the executioner part. Open social media on any day of the week, and you'll see a story of an officer-involved shooting, where the media tries really hard to twist the reporting to make the cop sound less like a murderer. With body cameras often required these days, it's getting harder for them to hide their crimes, though they still try. Anyway, the bottom line is this. If we look at any other country on Earth, let's say China, the hot-button supposed authoritarian hellhole of the day, and we compare police violence stats, the US is far worse.
Yeah, people in the US kill far more people. But do they kill Trump supporters? If we lived in a society that was able to authoritarian control speech, why doesn't Joe Biden just send the cops in to bust up Tea Party protests and the like in the modern era? Why don't they go bust in Trump meetings? Why don't they go bust up the Republican National Convention? God damn it.
In the US, in 2022, police killed 1,201 people. In China, that number is 0. Oh, wait, nope, I read that wrong. 0 people killed by police since 2019, a year when 2 people were killed. 2 people in 5 years, in a country with a population 4 times greater than the United States.
I actually do. So people are talking about whether you should trust the numbers here. I don't know whether these numbers are accurate. I haven't looked into them deeply. I will say, however, that police violence numbers are way, 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 way lower outside the United States. The only countries that have similar rates of police killing are Latin American countries, and an enormous portion of that comes from because cops are armed in the US and they're armed in Latin American countries, which results in way more killing. In contrast, cops in China are mostly unarmed because the population mostly doesn't have guns either. So, for example, a lot of Chinese cops are armed with not this. This looks like it would kill people. With basically a giant like Y on stick, which they use to hold people away and detain them. And yes, there was a video by I Did a Thing creating a Australian version. So I want to bring this up because like the U.S. police is militarized, and the solution to that has to be in part a solution to our gun violence. It has to be a solution to social violence in general. OMG, what is this thing? It's actually like, I actually think this is a really good thing. It's a way to keep police officers safe and also be able to detain people who might be a threat to the police officer without using stuff like tasers or like spray or whatever. I don't know. I don't have strong opinions on the man catcher as opposed to other like ways to keep police officers able to like stop a person who is on some sort of episode. It's basically a big stick. Yeah, it's a big stick with a holder at the end. And you use it to hold the guy away from you. And it's used in a bunch of people will do it together. So like 2 or 3 people will crowd around someone and they'll hold them together. And because of the leverage involved, it's very hard to push against it. But like the reason I'm bringing all this up is that like police killing is horrific. It is mostly not related to the political freedom or lack thereof in the United States. The overwhelming majority of police killings were not because, hey, this person gave a speech that I disagreed with, right? Police killings are not going in and like the vast majority of officer-involved killings are not even related to protests, period. There are killings at protests, and they are evil. There are, in fact, under Trump, there was a black bagging at a protest. ICE took people and took them into a van and didn't properly arrest them because he's an authoritarian fuck. And that was terrifying. That's terrible. But overwhelmingly, police in the United States are not used for the purpose of stopping the freedom of speech of dissidents. The fact is that you can go on Twitter right now, call Biden a like coward who should have demanded a ceasefire because he like bathes in the blood of Palestinians, and you will not get arrested or touched by U.S. police whatsoever. So I'm frustrated by the elision here. Police violence is terrible, and using that to defend Chinese authoritarianism is also terrible. Why? They're both bad.
Since 2019, US police have killed nearly 5,000 American citizens. So, we have a more dystopian prison situation, we're the most spied on people on Earth, and our police murder 3 people on average every single day. If that's not authoritarian, I don't know what is.
Yeah, actually, NSA is authoritarian and it's bad. US policing is authoritarian and it's bad. And mass incarceration is authoritarian and it's bad. I completely agree. That is authoritarian. And it's bad when other countries do mass incarceration too. China doesn't actually do mass incarceration except for people in Xinjiang, which they do. Incarceration rates in Xinjiang of the Uyghur people, are 2 times the rate of mass incarceration in the United States. It's authoritarian here and it's authoritarian there. That's why it's bad. God damn it. Criticize it here, criticize it there.
And this isn't to run defense for the excesses of past and present socialist projects. In fact, socialists are among the loudest and most well-read critics of these experiments.
Socialists are among the loudest and most well-read critics of these experiments, he says, after having compared gulags to both detention centers and post-correctional supervision. He says after having cited a CIA report that doesn't actually say what he says, after having said that there is more democracy in China than there is in the United States, a democracy in which you cannot start an opposition party, cannot start an opposition press, in which you cannot align with any unions that disagree with the Chinese state because there is one union controlled by the Chinese state. Like, come on, man. What is the criticism that has been raised so far of China, of Cuba, of the socialist countries? What is a single criticism that he's raised so far, and what is his solution for future socialist projects?
The Deprogram Guys and I have a podcast episode specifically dedicated to the topic, and we plan to do more in the future. The point of all this is that if we're going to rightly level criticism at some states, we need to make sure to apply that standard universally. And that means starting at home rather than simply passing judgment on countries halfway around the world or that have long since passed.
Okay, I just love that this statement follows the next. First, we should apply standards universally. Second, we should start at home and not at countries that are afar or in the past. Which is it? If it's universal, it applies to all countries. Yes, actually, authoritarianism in the past was bad too, and it is bad for countries that we do not currently live in. If you are a socialist, you get to criticize other countries. If you live outside the United States, you get to criticize the United States for mass incarceration. Of course, yeah, absolutely. Again, I feel like this is the brainworms of always thinking in terms of states and interstate competition. He can't just think in terms of, hey, you are an individual socialist with an individual ideology. You may be part of a socialist organization. That org can criticize other countries with ease. Of course it can. What's stopping it? What's stopping you? The only argument that I've ever accepted on this one is that you should prioritize authoritarianism in your own country because you have more ability to stop it. However, I always hear this talking point used to critique people who raise criticisms of other countries. Like someone will say something to the degree of, I think it's really bad that people are being mass incarcerated in Xinjiang. And someone will say, well, why don't you spend more time criticizing mass incarceration in the United States? And for most leftists, that's irrelevant. Leftists in the United States already hate mass incarceration. The only argument that I've ever accepted on this one is you should organize your activity as a political agent should be directed towards your country because you live there, you have more control.
Okay, that's the liberal part taken care of. Now it's time to have a little chat with my friends on the Western left.
Oh my God, it's
the
me.
right does a very good job at presenting a unified front. The capitalist class and the forces of reaction are incredibly powerful in the imperial core.
I just want to point out, we earlier today watched a video by Matt Walsh in which he said that the left is in lockstep always, the right is always internally fighting, and only social conservatives know how to run a Republican successful campaign because centrist, liberal, 1990s core era, like vibe Republicans can't do shit. They always lose. We literally watched a 13-minute video of Matt Walsh shitting on centrist Republicans. This isn't to say that, like, I think the right is generally more politically unified than the quote-unquote left. However, I just want to bring up left unity versus right unity is always this weird dichotomy where everyone thinks the other side is united and their side is fractured. And the only reason you think that is because you spend all your time on your side looking at all the disagreements you have with fellow lefties. And if you spent more time on the right, you would realize they fucking despise each other.
The left is already on the back foot, and we have been for many, many years. This is why it's frankly absurd how much infighting goes on among the left. Social Democrats sniping at tankies for being authoritarian doesn't do the movement any good. Funnily enough, the label authoritarian is only ever applied to successful socialist projects. The ones that failed were somehow more pure. But the moment a new system takes steps to ensure the security of their people and their new project, they're labeled authoritarian. I think part of this.
Okay. So I want to be clear. This is why so many anarchists have often been critical of the phrase left unity. Because left unity is often spouted by people who want left unity as in don't criticize our socialist ideals, don't criticize our socialist projects. Left unity means stop criticizing socialism. It doesn't mean tactical unity and co-organization, right? That's the frustration. I do think there is a value of leftists working together. I've long argued that anarchists and communists should work in even organizations like the DSA because it is effective. If you want your work to have importance, you should work in large organizations that can actually direct that towards a feasible long-term change, like winning an election, getting a ballot measure onto the ballot, on running a union campaign, etc. All of these things need bodies, and more bodies working together, better. However, the fact that you work together on a project does not mean you agree. Actually, let me see if the Wikipedia page still has it. There's been fighting over this. Have they removed it again? They removed it again. God damn it. One sec. We are going back into history with the correct version of the DSA article. In the Democratic Socialists of America, there are, and this isn't even all of them, there are about 12 caucuses. Remember how earlier I was talking about how in any real democracy, always caucuses form and always they shit on each other? Just in terms of caucuses, which have NPC, which is the highest body in DSA, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 caucuses. And they all disagree with each other on how best to achieve socialism. You have communists. Red Star are basically Stalinists, in my view. And you have people who are basically reformist socialists. You go a step, quote unquote, left, and you get to groundwork, who are eco-socialists. And yet, they all work together because we have a shared project. Why I'm bringing this up is that left unity often functions as a cudgel. Why are you criticizing leftists? That we have to fight the right. There is a degree to which you can be overly critical towards the left, and you can overfocus on it. However, I just want to note, if there's one thing that's always defined socialists, it's hating on other socialists. Like, Rosa Luxemburg's Reform or Revolution is criticizing Bernstein. Bernstein's argument, which Luxemburg is referring to, is a critique of Marx. Marx's argument there is a critique of reformist socialists. It literally goes back for centuries, the infighting of socialists. It is to be a leftist is to have criticisms of other people who think they can build a better world. That's good. Don't criticize that. The only thing you should criticize is hyperfixation on it, or hyperfixation to the point that you think tankies are more of a threat than the theocrats in the Republican Party, right? Rosa did not deserve it. I do not agree with Najwin. All these socialists are ruining socialism. I agree. Left infighting tends to end in someone intentionally rendering themselves politically effective. Yes and no. There have been... It sort of depends on where you're talking about within the right. A lot of people, like Milo Yiannopoulos, who got expelled from the right, became political nobodies. It depends on how bad the thing you do and how easy it is to rehabilitate you. The right is way better at rehabilitating people with dirty records. The left demands way more purity, which is both a good and a bad thing. We demand people with records that aren't tainted, especially in elected offices, which again is both a good and a bad thing, because it means that our electeds tend to be way less corrupt. Our electeds tend to be way more ideologically driven and not just careerists, people who are in it for the power. At the same time, it also means that we are quick to turn on our own for minor discretions. It's always left unity till they win, then it's face the wall. I do want to note, again, the people that Stalin killed included people on the quote-unquote left opposition and quote-unquote the right opposition. When Stalin won, he killed 700,000 people for political crimes. Something like 300,000 of those were members of the Communist Party. Like, left unity only goes so far, and then the guy who demands absolute left unity kills you. As a second point, I wanted to say that criticizing tankies, and I mean this not just criticizing vanguardists, not just criticizing people who believe in a vanguard party, but specifically critiquing those who defend socialist authoritarian governments and the crimes of those governments, such as the Great Purge, the killing of hundreds of thousands. This matters. There is utility to criticizing a movement which equates socialism with authoritarianism, which he is about to do. The association between authoritarianism and socialism is one of the biggest problems holding back the socialist movement. When you ask centrists and conservatives the reason that they are not conservative, it is overwhelmingly because they identify socialism with the authoritarian countries that he talks about. They identify it with the Soviet Union, and they talk about the Great Purge and the Great Famines. They identify it with Maoist China. They talk about the Great Famine. They usually don't know about the killing of the counter-revolutionaries, but if they did, they would point to that as well. It taints the image of socialism to have people defending these things, and it also taints our activism. It means that our activism is not oriented towards building a truly liberatory project. It means that there's always an element in our movement that wants to defend censorship, that wants to defend controlling others for the purpose of advancing the movement. And that's terrifying and bad practice. The most effective the most effective socialist organization in this country has been the Democratic Socialists of America in recent years, in the past 50 years, because, in part of our democratic structure, we are able to accommodate internal disagreement, like those 7 caucuses plus another half dozen, because we are so democratic that we can accommodate those disagreements without just expelling the people that we disagree with, which is what happened every goddamn time in every previous socialist organization. That encourages us to focus outward. And this might sound odd. Because we are so democratic, it allows for a diversity of opinions. To some degree, that allows people to fight internally. But it means that the price of fighting internally is more or less you have to show up to a bunch of meetings. And the prize for winning internally is you get slightly more control on a national body, you get slightly more control over statements. But because the SA is member-driven, the work that people do is still driven by what they personally believe. that means that the prize of winning isn't, hey, I get to expel all the people I disagree with from the party, which is what the prize was in the Communist Party. That was the prize in the Socialist Party. You got to expel all the people who had the wrong politics from the party. And that means there's a toxic incentive to take total control of the national org and kick out all the people that disagree with you. You can't do that. Building an organization that seeks to change people within it, to educate socialists, to accommodate people and work towards common goals is objectively the correct way to build socialist power. This is why I so strongly criticize democratic centralism, the idea that everyone in a party must agree with the party line. That is one of the things that every vanguardist organization, not just hanky organizations, but all vanguardist organizations, Trotskyist, Stalinist, Marxist-Leninist, Maoist, Leninist, all of them, they all advocate that once the party comes to a decision, you have to agree with it. And that creates an organization that is toxic and unable to handle internal dissent. So, in short, the benefits are twofold. I actually want to read from the Communist Party USA. This was released on the day of Khrushchev's secret speech, where he outlined the crimes of Stalin. Quote, "The State Department wants the American people to believe that the tragedies, crimes, and injustices which took place during the Stalin era are evils inherent in socialism. But the crimes against innocent people perpetrated under Stalin's leadership are alien to socialism. They were an intolerable hindrance to the advance of socialism. Socialism is dedicated to the liberation of mankind from social injustice and to releasing the full capacities for the flowering of humanity. It requires an ever-expanding democracy, the growth of human freedom, personal liberties, the development of conditions which ultimately eliminate altogether the use of force between people." If Communist Party USA can shit on the Soviet Union, you can too. God damn it. And they were doing this at the height of the Cold War, by the way. This was 1956. Or 53, I forget. But either way, height of the Cold War. If you believe in liberation of all people, if you think that is the goal of socialism, there is no excuse whatsoever for refusing to critique the absolution, the reduction of freedom that occurs due to censorship, that occurs due to democratic centralist control over an organization. Absolutely not.
This is that there's a lack of understanding among Western self-professed leftists regarding...
Sorry, I gotta give more context because I spoke for so long.
Good. Funnily enough, the label authoritarian is only ever applied to successful socialist projects. The ones that failed were somehow more pure. But the moment a new system takes steps to ensure the security of their people and their new project, they're labeled authoritarian. I think part of this is that there's a lack of understanding among Western self-professed leftists regarding what it actually takes to change the status quo across an entire country. Every revolution, including bourgeois revolutions like the American one, are authoritarian by default. Those in power will never give up their power without a struggle. They're not going to let you vote out the very system that benefits them. To understand...
Okay. He's in a minute going to read you an Engels quote. I want to read you an Engels quote to start with. In 1842, Engels wrote, quote, "The middle class will never renounce its occupation of the House of Commons by agreeing to universal suffrage, because it would be immediately outvoted by the huge number of unpropertied people, poor people, as the inevitable consequence of giving way on universal suffrage." In 1842, Engels says they would never give everyone the vote because that means the poor would immediately seize control. In 1895, after Germany saw an extremely successful socialist movement, quote, "It came about that bourgeois and government feared far more the legal than the illegal action of the Workers' Party, more the successes of the election than the rebellion." Engels was not a reformist in the absolute sense. Without getting into the details, he was closer to what we would call a Trotskyist. He believed that you had to get a certain amount of control within parliament and then sort of do a self-coup where you establish a socialist government using that power. So you get, say, 55% of the vote in parliament. You use that to seize control of the military, use that to seize control of central institutions in the government, and you do a socialism. He's still a revolutionary in that sense. But But his theory was enormously predicated on educationalism, meaning the idea that you have to speak to workers and convert them to your ideology. You can't just organize a revolution. You can't just build up a stockpile of guns, get a whole bunch of people who believe in socialism, and do a revolution. You have to get millions of people on your side. Politics is million. Sorry. Politics is million. Politics is millions. Socialism requires millions. Absolutely. There is no world in which we would win the sort of revolution that Engels talked about unless we got half of the country or more on our side. It's a popular revolution, in short. When he talks about how all revolutions are authoritarian, what he's saying is that that means that some people impose their will on another. And that is true. All revolutions require some institutions which force one group of people to obey the will of another group of people, because no revolution is unanimous, absolutely. But democracy itself is authoritarian to some degree. When a majority imposes its will on the minority, that too is authoritarian. Our goal is simply to try and create a minimally authoritarian democracy, and in turn, to create a revolution that is so popular that it is able to seize control of power, not with any bullets, or with as few bullets as possible, with as little censorship as possible, with as little authoritarianism as possible. In my view. That view became increasingly common among the Western left from the 1910s to the 1920s as it became more and more clear that a popular, violent revolution like the 1848 revolution, where people took up guns and tried to march against their governments, would not succeed. That Engels actually has a quote in this same publication about how the only thing that could delay the slow victory of socialism by winning power in parliaments is a premature revolution, where people try and pick up arms and get mowed down in the streets. And that is forever used and hung over socialism as a sign that, hey, these are the revolutionaries. Hey, these want to kill you. Hey, they want to destroy all the order, all that is sacred. So, failed revolutions fuck over socialism, says Engels. He still maintains that people have a right to revolution. He just maintains that socialists shouldn't do it prematurely. They should take control of power first, and then do a self-coup. I'm even more reformist than Engels. I just want to be clear. The idea that Engels is saying, and that's why we should incarcerate 6 million people for the Soviet Union, is completely bullshit. The Swifty Revolution would not be bloodless. What?
To understand the nature of revolution a little better, let's go back to the man himself. No, the other one. His sugar daddy. There we go. Friedrich Engels.
Again, I am so partial to these cringe jokes. I love them so much. Like, unironically, I'm not. I actually think this is the type of shit which, like, this is a pretty serious video, and adding just a little bit of levity, just a little bit of humor, actually really elevates it. If you were watching this in a 19-minute segment, instead of listening to me ramble for 6 hours, this would be really good. I actually really like it.
This large beard wrote a brilliant little piece called On Authority. It's like a page long. None of you have any excuse not to read it. It's linked below. But here's the part that I think is most applicable to this video. Have these gentlemen ever seen a revolution? A revolution is certainly the most authoritarian thing there is. It is the act whereby one part of the population imposes its will upon the other part by means of rifles, bayonets, and cannon. Authoritarian means, if such there be at all. And if the victorious party does not want to have fought in vain, it must maintain this rule by means of the terror which its arms inspire in the reactionists. Would the Paris Commune have lasted a single day if it had not made use of this authority of the armed people against the bourgeois? Should we not, on the contrary, reproach it for not having used it freely enough? Therefore, either one of two things. Either the anti-authoritarians don't know what they're talking about, in which case they are creating nothing but confusion, or they do know, and in that case they are betraying the movement of the proletariat. In either case, they serve the reaction.
I want to add a small historical note here. The terror that Engels and Marx are talking about is a very directed terror. They argue that after seizure of power, socialists should direct violence, like they are actually talking about terror, against hated capitalists and hated landlords and other hated members like aristocrats of the old regime. And the reason for that is to build popular support for the revolution. This does not justify, say, the mass surveillance of every person for decades and decades and decades. He's talking about a revolutionary action, not the establishment of a permanent state which functions like that never-endingly.
While it might not feel good to be called out from beyond the grave, it's so important that we understand what Engels was talking about here, because it's still true today. If a mass of people decide they're done with the current oppressive system, rise up, build something new, and then fail to protect the gains they've made, their project will be destroyed. We've seen it many times throughout history.
So I just want to note that what Engels is talking about in On Authority really only works as a criticism of an individualist, anarchist, pacifist. Someone who thinks that violence is always wrong, who thinks that collective action is like always wrong or unjustified, and someone who doesn't want to establish a new state, right? If you believe that, say, you can reform your way to socialism, or that you can use a combination of unions and general strikes to build a socialist support. So, for example, in Kautsky's idea of revolution, he imagines that a majority of parliament would be taken over by socialists. The socialists would then begin to pass socialist laws. They would create, say, socialized healthcare. They would create socialized housing. And the capitalist class would deeply oppose this. They would try to overturn democracy. What would the socialists do in response? His method is not to kill people en masse. His method is the general strike. Kautsky suggests, and Engels is following very closely to Kautsky by the time he wrote in 1895, Kautsky suggests that we should hold a general strike, shutting down every factory until the ballot is restored. His suggestion is not go kill everyone. His suggestion is not go kill all the capitalists. It's, hey, we have the keys to power. We hold the economy hostage. We can just strike until we get democracy back. That, in fact, is part of how he imagined the revolution occurring. After you win democracy back, the capitalists will be so cowed and have lost so much power that then you can pass socialist policies with impunity. So I just want to say, like, it's frustrating to hear Engels' statement, which I think is actually pretty poorly written. I really do not agree with Engels' summary On Authority as a critique of anyone but individualist anarchist pacifists. But even if you accept it, even if you accept that there is a degree of authoritarianism in any revolution, like, for example, if you use the general strike, you are, by definition, using economic force to impose your will on the capitalists who resist you, right? That is authoritarian by my definition. The fact that you are doing that does not mean that, authoritarianism is not always bad. As I've said before, authoritarianism can be justified. The question is, how can you minimize that unnecessary use of force? You don't need to kill the capitalists if you can just general strike them. That's the argument.
Their project will be destroyed, and then fail to protect.
He's now going to explain that actually you can't just do a little bit of authoritarianism, you have to do a whole bunch to protect the project, or else it will always fail.
The gains they've made, their project will be destroyed. We've seen it many times throughout history. The reactionary elements in society won't go away, and people with wealth and power before the revolution will still have that wealth, and will have likely fled somewhere like the US where they can agitate for military or CIA intervention. This was the case in Chile in 1973, when the democratically elected socialist president Salvador Allende failed to take preventative measures to ensure the vicious reactionary class and their US-based co-conspirators couldn't undermine them. Long story short, the Chilean right wing launched a US-backed and US-funded coup to overthrow the government, eliminate Allende, and install a fascist military dictatorship that plunged the country into recession and suffering for decades. In order to avoid this happening, a budding socialist project, or heck, any project, requires police, it requires the shutting down of reactionary outlets, the banning of certain kinds of speech. There's a reason Germany banned everything related to the Nazis, for example. It's because they wanted to keep that sentiment from spreading as much as possible.
Again, it's worth noting that his only mention of Nazis in this whole video, beyond they're the ultimate evil, is it was good to ban what the Nazis said and did and ban Nazi propaganda to try and denazify Germany. He, for all the mention of authoritarian equals socialist, totalitarian equals socialist, this is the mention we get. I wanted to mention on Chile just a little bit. This is an instance where it's not clear that banning speech would have helped unless you were willing to straight up arrest all the conservative members of parliament. For some context on the coup, Pinochet wasn't in the press advocating for a coup. Pinochet wasn't like, hey, CIA, please come do a coup in the national press of Chile. This was a coup behind the scenes among the high brass of the military. He could have shut down any conservative outlet he wanted. That might actually have spurred on the revolution even faster, because then more members of the conservative military, more conservative members of the military might have been like, oh my God, he's doing authoritarianism. We have to coup him now. I'm not trying to, like, there were other ways that the plot might have been caught out, but the main way that it would have been caught out is if the Chilean left had more links to the military and had depoliticized the military and made it less able to do a coup. What that means, for example, is stuff like trying to make it so that, an obvious example would be try not to have generals with the ability just to order units to bomb the city, to bomb the Capitol building, but try and have more democratic control within the military. Try and have a more volunteer corps, try and have a more representative officer corps that is drawn from the general population, so it's less likely to be dominated by conservative elitists. In the past, the officer corps in the United States, for example, was overwhelmingly conservative. But nowadays, the officer corps is a college-educated centrist. That's good for the prospects of a coup against the United States. People love to play what is the quote? No, not that one. General Milley said something to the tune of, "We will form an iron circle on the date of January 6th, and we'll keep these Nazis out of the city if that's what it takes. We will shoot them dead if that's what it takes." That is the type of stuff you want for being counter-coup. I don't actually know what Allende could have done to stop a secretive right-wing coup. As an aside, this was actually the second coup attempt. A previous one, which was sponsored by the CIA directly, failed. Pinochet's was the second coup attempt, and it succeeded, and it was mostly homegrown. The US strongly supported it from abroad, but there wasn't direct CIA involvement. The CIA helped spur it on by doing stuff like encouraging a national truck strike, which enormously spurred inflation. The CIA spurred it on by trying to slow down exports of copper and crippling the Chilean economy. But if members of the military are going to do a coup to you, you have to find a way to surveil the military. And if you can't trust military surveillance, which is one of the few places where authoritarianism is maybe justified, because you don't want people who have all the guns to just decide to go out and kill people. If you can't trust that, then you're screwed. I just want to bring up the example. All of this is leading up to, and that's why it's good that we should ban speech, and that's why it's good that we should arrest political dissidents. Pinochet wasn't known to be a political dissident. You wouldn't have known to arrest him. God damn it.
Project, or heck, any project, requires police, it requires the shutting down of reactionary outlets, the banning of certain kinds of speech. There's a reason Germany banned everything related to the Nazis, for example. It's because they wanted to keep that sentiment from spreading as much as possible. It requires an intelligence apparatus to listen for terrorist plots.
It requires an intelligence apparatus to listen to terrorist plots. If phrased exactly like this, I completely agree. But this whole video has offered zero criticism of the Soviet Union or China or any other nominally socialist country for doing exactly this for far more than terrorist means. Jar Jar, Haras just posted the quote.
Which were all too common post-revolution.
I'm pretty sure this is literally surveillance from China.
In East Germany, the reactionaries would routinely attempt to blow up civilian train lines. It requires prisons to keep these people off the streets. And historically speaking, the socialists have been much better at using prisons for rehabilitation rather than just packing human beings away to rot like we do in the US.
I want to, again, draw a point here. Yes, some prisons are necessary. Some intelligence monitoring for terrorism is necessary. But note that he's using the broadest possible terms for each one of these descriptions. Oh, you need some intelligence monitoring. Oh, you need some police. You need some prisons. Okay, all that's true. The fact that some prisons are necessary does not justify mass incarceration, which is what actually occurred under Mao, which is what actually occurred under Stalin. That's what's frustrating here. There is an elision between the general concept basically being okay. Yes, some authoritarian control of people who want to do violence to others is acceptable. And the very specific defense of, and that's why the Soviet Union was good and cool, and if they didn't do what the Soviet Union did, the socialist project would have failed.
Off the streets. And historically speaking, the socialists have been much better at using prisons for rehabilitation rather than just packing human beings away to rot like we do in the US.
The phrase packing people away to rot is particularly funny. Again, mortality rates in the gulag. Jesus Christ, man. The civilian line here is the average civilian death rate over the time period. The mortality rate in the Soviet incarceration system was enormous, literally 5 to 10 times higher at times. On average, it was about as well, like in the good years, it only killed about as many people as died in civilian institutions. However, it's worth noting that the gulags overwhelmingly held young adults who you'd expect to have maybe a 2 times to 3 times lower mortality rate. The fact that they were only doing about as well as civilian mortality rate is really, really, really damning. I will say that after Stalin, the system was enormously reformed. Let me pull up the quote again. After Stalin, Soviet prisons were enormously changed. So for an idea, I showed this graph earlier of the number of political prisoners. After Stalin died, political prisoners went from 600,000 to about 10,000. So still really bad, but literally, what is that? A 2 order of magnitude change, right? Enormous difference. And the overall number of people in the gulag went to 0. When they say prisoners in the gulag, a lot of gulag camps that survived after the Khrushchev regime were converted into corrective labor colonies. So the gulags were literally corrective labor camps. Corrective labor colonies were sort of like distant, faraway prisons which involved forced labor. Sort of akin to, like, you might think of like a private prison in the United States. They got better, but they only got as much better as, like, again, the analogy is something like a private prison in the United States. Mortality rates enormously dropped, though. At the bottom of that graph that I showed just a minute ago, look at how in the late Stalin period, the mortality rate is so much lower than the civilian mortality rate. This is what it should have been the whole time if they deeply cared about rehabilitation. But because in the early Stalin period, they were deeply concerned with forced labor and getting as much labor as they could out of people, it was 2, 3, 4 times higher than what it was near the end of the Stalin period. To quote again from Hardy, who talks about the post-Soviet reforms, de-Stalinization in the penal sphere was a real and enduring legacy of the Khrushchev era. Although economic concerns continued to play an important role in penal facility operations, no longer did central economic planners treat the gulag simply as a source of labor power. Again, that means that under the Stalin years, it was a source of labor power. And you can actually get that when you read into gulag planning documents. They talked about number of people working per camp. They weren't talking about number of people released. They weren't talking about number of people reformed. Yeah, no, Bertie's right. The gulags were so cruel, the Soviet Union lost resources from them. They were net negative in resources. I don't think that's quite accurate. It's more accurate to say the gulags were deeply inefficient. The Soviet Union made up its own, they made estimates of productivity. And the productivity per hour worked of gulag prisoners was half that of a free laborer. So they weren't losing resources. In fact, they were often getting key resources from, like, lumber camps that people might not have been willing to do if they weren't forced to do so or paid a high amount to do so. But at the same time, they were producing half the amount that they would have if they just paid someone to go do it. Person Merson says, I'm probably just ignorant, but forced labor camp versus forced labor colony seems like a distinction without a difference. The term I'm referring to here is correctional labor camp, which is a gulag, versus correctional labor colony, which is more like a non-urban prison, which also involves labor in a factory of some kind, or labor in, like, say, a logging camp of some kind. The forced labor colonies did have an elevated mortality rate. They are, in this graph, they are the ITL. They also got enormously, no, that's sorry, ITL is the camps, the ITK were the colonies. So the colonies did have a really elevated mortality rate, but what you'll note is that this black line is usually much lower than the red line. The red line is the gulags. And see how it's something like 3 to 4 times higher than the black line? The prisons and the forced labor colonies were way, way, way better on people. The gulag system was a forced labor system. The forced labor camps were sort of, again, the analogy is like a private prison in the United States. People do die there, but not at like 10 times civilian rates, right? That's all. They weren't good. I'm just trying to say they weren't as bad as the gulags. There's an order of magnitude difference here. And in short, the point of all this was that people literally died as a result of the gulags. They were not these rehabilitative mega institutions, at least until Stalin died.
These things may not be morally correct, but like it or not, they are necessary. And that's something that every system has agreed on. I would love nothing more than to see an alternative work, but it never has. Maybe one day I'll be proven wrong. That would be amazing. But to the people who believe it is possible, you need to ask yourself how it's going to happen.
The answer of how it's going to happen without building an authoritarian police state is that you need to have a workers' movement radical enough that a coup is impossible. You need to have a workers' movement radical enough that the destruction of democracy is impossible, that if they try and destroy democracy, you shut down their economy. Like, unironically, I think Kautsky was correct on this. If there is a capitalist counter-revolution, you need to be able to press the economy stop button and not let it go until they let go of control of democracy. It's that simple.
We've seen what the people in Tsarist Russia had to do. We've seen what the Cubans had to do. We've seen what the Vietnamese had to do. What the Chinese had to do. What the Americans had to do to separate from the British.
Using the Americans as an example is so odd because American political repression amounted to the degree of you have to swear to the Constitution. If you are too open a loyalist, we are going to seize your property. And if you're way too vocal a loyalist, we will tar and feather you, which didn't actually kill people. They used like room temperature, like it didn't kill people. Point was that the political repression of the American Revolution was like several orders of magnitude less. That's partly because the nature of revolution was way easier in the 1700s. And because the revolution wasn't like a popular uprising to unseat the capitalist class, it was just a shift from the British aristocratic and capitalist class to an American capitalist class. It was a different kind of revolution as well. I just want to note again, when he brings up these examples, he says that it was necessary to do what the Soviet Union did. It was necessary to do what Vietnam did. It was necessary to do what China did. But he doesn't prove that. Right? His only example of this not working is the Chilean example. Why doesn't he go into any of the details for, say, what Russia did and say, look at the Red Terror, explain why this or that Red Terror was necessary? If you truly believe that what they did was necessary, justify it. It sort of feels like, again, when he wants to talk about how evil America is, he's willing to go in specific. He's willing to go into detail about the NSA's spying program to the point of having a 2-minute segment on it. But when he goes into detail of what Russia did, you get nothing more than a picture of Lenin. Come on. If you're going to defend the Great Purge, defend the Great Purge. If you're going to defend the Red Terror, defend the Red Terror.
Is handing an easy victorianism while I genuinely had to do to separate from the British. Your anti-authoritarianism, while I genuinely believe it comes from a good place, is handing an easy victory to the capitalist regime. They want you to play by their rules. It's their game. You play by their rules, you lose. End of story.
You play by their rules, end of story. Something, something, read theory, nerd. There's a whole element to which in Engels' treatise on the introduction to the Civil War in France, it talks about how the whole of history has been turned upside down. We, the revolutionaries, the upsetters, we are now using legality to destroy the capitalist class. They despise legality. His argument is that the capitalist class has come to despise democracy because we are too good at playing their game. God damn it.
One final thing that's important to note is that this anti-authoritarian stance is very much a Western thing. And I think the reason for that is that we here in the Imperial Core are in a very privileged position. We can hold these naive beliefs because we don't have any skin in the game. We're not the ones under the boot. We're not the ones whose resources are being extracted, or whose homes are being bombed, or whose cities are being occupied by armed invaders in the name of freedom and democracy. We have the luxury of condemning others because we've never been on the receiving end. Think for just a moment what it would be like if your neighborhood was occupied by a foreign military force, doing unspeakable things to your friends and loved ones, taking your belongings, burning homes, torturing people in the name of national security. What means would you resort to in that situation? I can't answer that for you, but it's something to think about. I know this has been
So I just want to note that people despised authoritarianism in these countries. Samizdat is a reference. It was originally a term before the Soviet Union for simply self-published books. But under the Soviet Union, samizdat took on the meaning of a book published without official approval. Because if you wanted to publish something in the Soviet Union, it had to be approved by one of the central publishing houses. And those publishing houses did not allow you to publish a pro-capitalist book. So, samizdat were often hand-typed copies of a book circulated surreptitiously, circulated illegally. Yeah, people despised authoritarianism in the Soviet Union. Yeah, they despise it today in China. That's why there's so many memes about trying to evade censorship of like Winnie the Pooh. The idea that only the Western left hates these things is so frustrating because there were whole movements of leftists in the Soviet Union that opposed authoritarianism. And they were shut down, right? The economic debate ended when Stalin took power in 1929. There were whole schools of thought that were emerging in the early 1920s in the Soviet Union between types of market socialism, types of planning, and types of basically doing like social democracy and then going to planning. And all of these got shut down in 1928 because Stalin decided the correct option was to nationalize everything right now. It's just frustrating. What we've done here so far is, 1, everything bad that socialist countries do, the West also does. 2, everything bad that socialist countries did was necessary. And 3, you only oppose it because you're a Westerner. Come on, man. If you're a socialist, then you believe in human flourishing, not just for people of one country. You believe it for the whole world. There's a reason that we talk about socialism expanding to the whole global proletariat, because we don't want anyone to be exploited by capitalism. We want a world where everyone is more in control of their destiny, of their work. In fact, earlier in this video, you said there's nothing wrong with criticizing socialist countries. In fact, you said that socialists are the loudest critics. So it is our duty, it is in fact apparently our historical lineage, to loudly criticize these socialist countries. Of course.
Kind of a heavy video, and for a lot of you, I'm sure this is the first time you've been asked to look at your home country more critically. If you're interested in learning more about any of the stuff we've talked about, there are links in the description. We all have a responsibility to choose our words carefully, apply labels correctly, and hold our own nations to the same standard we expect others to meet.
I agree. Mass incarceration is bad here, and it was bad in the Soviet Union. Let's hold that standard to all of these countries and stop saying that it was necessary. God damn it.
Maybe it's time we retire the word authoritarian and try to engage with the facts more precisely, more honestly, and in good faith.
What I hate about this closure is that in the entire video, he didn't give any argument that the word authoritarian isn't useful. The argument I've given throughout this entire video is that the word authoritarian is useful. You just have to think of it as a spectrum and as a thing that non-government entities can do too. When Sinclair forces all of its broadcasters to say one thing, that is authoritarian. Their goal is to influence people's control, to control people's ideology by controlling the news they consume. That is authoritarian. That's bad too. It is so frustrating to see, hey, look at all these things that are authoritarian, and maybe we shouldn't use the word at all. Why? Just call it, yes, it's all authoritarian. Just call it that. Say that it's on the spectrum of authoritarian and that we should try and move down that spectrum. Say that the more decarceration we have, the fewer people in prison we have, the better. The less secret police we have, the better. Yeah, absolutely. Even if you think some of these things are quote unquote necessary, you should want as few as possible. And we are way above that threshold here and in nominally socialist countries. And that's embarrassing. Demand better.
This is a really interesting topic when you dig into it, and as you might expect,
this is going to be his advertisement for Ground News. If you want to give him money, use his link in the description.
How do I help parents who benefits from this kind of slander? And ground authoritarianism for pushing back on false narratives produced by Western antagonists. As we've seen throughout the video, this behavior is par for the course, even among professional news outlets. As with anything, the key here is to remember who benefits from this kind of slander, and ground news goes a long way towards helping the reader understand what interests are funding each of these outlets. This is something I get asked about a lot. How do I help parents or friends break out of their little propaganda bubble? It's great to analyze rhetoric like this, examining wording to look for bias and determining who's behind each outlet, but it's a lot of work, and none of us have time for that. That's why I always recommend people check out Ground News, because it has a ton of really useful tools to make building media literacy skills a lot easier. Ground News is a web and mobile app that aggregates over 50,000 news sources and offers intuitive, easy-to-understand comparison tools so you can do things like what we did here. See how vague language is being used to serve particular interests. You can also see the political leaning, factuality rating, and ownership of every single news source. For example, reporting on this story about war with China and Russia is fairly evenly distributed, with 35% right bias, 35% center, and 29% left out of 21 total sources. We can also see who owns the outlets. On this story, it's mostly governments and media conglomerates, with 25% each. There's also a new comparison tool that points out the differences between left, right, and center-leaning sources. Ground News is the perfect first baby step towards media literacy, and signing up helps support what we're doing here at Second Thought. If you're looking for a way to give your friends and family a great set of tools to understand media bias, who it serves, and how to spot it, I highly recommend you check out Ground News at the link below. And if you really like it, they're currently offering a 30% discount for their Vantage subscription to all Second Thought viewers. You can only redeem the discount at ground.news/secondthought, so be sure to click the link below.
Great ad.
If you enjoyed this episode, consider dropping a like. If you hated it, a thumbs down. You can check out our previous content by clicking the links on your screen. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Okay, I wanted to end this with 3 notes. First, I just want to say that Second Thought, I do appreciate a decent chunk of his content, decreasingly so recently. However, if Second Thought would want to talk, or even just DM, talk about this in private, go over any of these sources, I would be absolutely happy to do so. I'd be happy to provide any of the sources for anything that I've talked about in this video. I'm not making this video because I think that Second Thought is a bad person. I think that Second Thought's ideology is wrong. I think that the video is wrong in the facts, and I think that the combination of the two will hurt the socialist movement. I think adopting a pro-authoritarian or authoritarian non-critical view will hurt the socialist movement. We need, more than almost anything else, to divorce socialism from the authoritarian visage of the Soviet Union, of Maoist China. These are killing the socialist movement in the United States. They are one of the strongest ways for people to criticize socialism without actually criticizing our economic policies. Second, I want to argue, again, that authoritarianism is not simply an action taken by a government. It's important to think of all these things as something that any group can do. Your friend group can use authoritarian tactics. They can shame you into believing things. They can use social pressure to make you believe things that you might not otherwise believe because it would be painful not to do so. They are using, in short, social force to make you believe things. That's part of how cults operate, right? It's not just the government thing to be able to control how you think. It's also how corporations work. It's how private owners it's part of how advertisement work. Advertisements want to make you feel a positive feeling in relation to their product without actually showing why you should feel that. That's why they show a cool car driving down a cool road so that you want to buy and feel cool yourself. It's literally propaganda. It is literally meant to make you feel something, not based on reason, not based on convincing you of the facts, but purely based on the force that they have to make you feel good or bad. And that might sound silly, but I think it's important to think of all of these things as part of an authoritarian complex. That the more a society has of these things, the less open, the less free it is. I can't get my camera to focus. Please? Please? Oh well. Poor camera focus is the real killer of socialist movement. So true. I guess one is that point one is I'd be happy to talk to Second Thought. 2 is that I think it's important to remember that authoritarianism isn't just something that a government can do. The reason why I'm mentioning that is a lot of vanguardist groups end up being very authoritarian. Democratic centralist groups, by the nature of how they function, by demanding obedience to the center, by expelling members who disagree, by demanding that you read certain texts so that you come into agreement with them, and not in a, hey, let's read these and criticize them way, but let's read these and discuss why they're true way. All of these are tactics that occur in increasingly authoritarian groups. I think it is important to criticize this because this model does not work. If you want to build a democratic society, you should not build an authoritarian group. You have to build a movement that functions like the society you want to build. Prefigurative politics applies not just to the structures that you build out in the world, not just to the mutual aid you do. You should want to build, if you want a truly democratic society, you need a truly democratic organization. And third, I just want to argue that defending authoritarianism abroad, defending authoritarianism in the past, makes it so much harder for people to believe you when you criticize authoritarianism here. What's frustrating about the word whataboutism, to me, is that often it's fair to criticize both. When Russia says, hey, the US has terrible human rights records in its prisons, how dare they criticize us for incarcerating political dissidents, they're right to criticize US human rights violations. But because they don't criticize their own human rights violations, it makes them seem like they have no standing. Similarly, when the US says, we stand for human rights while we have the highest incarceration rate in the world, we stand for human rights while 50,000 people are locked up on the border, we stand for human rights while we deny the fundamental human right to apply for asylum, that makes us seem like hypocrites. It makes it hard to believe that anything that we say is true. The same occurs for socialists who claim that they stand for human rights, but refuse to criticize the violations of those by nominally socialist projects. It seems like you're just batting for socialists and you're only using the words, the language of human rights to criticize capitalists' projects. That sucks. I think that we as socialists should care about democracy everywhere. Even if a country is capitalist, we want it to be a more democratic, less authoritarian one, because that should make the transition to a liberatory socialist project even easier. So it's so frustrating. It's so easy in all these instances to say, I guess I just want to say, it's so easy in every instance that Second Thought brings up to say, yes, actually, US prisons are authoritarian. And we should stop that, just like the Soviet Union should have stopped what it did. And that's what's frustrating about all this. It is not necessary to do whataboutism. It is not necessary to defend the Soviet Union, to advocate for socialism. You can, in the same breath, say that the Soviet Union was authoritarian and that some of the policies that it enacted, like, say, a single operator healthcare system, are good, and we should do those here. We should do the Breckinridge model. We should do the Semashko model. Those worked. Those don't rely on authoritarianism to work. Let's do them here. It's so frustrating because you can pick out the good and refuse to defend the bad, but because certain people, like Second Thought, have to think in terms of whole states. They have to defend the whole shebang, or criticize the whole shebang. The US can't have good elements, like its relatively strong defense for freedom of speech. In fact, Amnesty International doesn't say that there's a single US political prisoner because of people's speech. It's always for actions which verged on or included violence, or alleged violence. That's good. The fact that we have maybe 100 political prisoners, all of which were for actions rather than speech, is a relatively good thing. We should want 0 political prisoners, but it's good that we have 0 for speech. We should demand that standard for all countries. I just bring it up because it's frustrating that you can't pick out the good from an otherwise bad country, and you can't pick out the bad from an otherwise good country. It is so easy to criticize the bad elements of socialist projects and still say, hey, a lot of what they did was good. I liked the redistribution. I liked the common ownership of the means of production. Let's plan it better. Let's plan it democratically this time. So I actually think that failing to criticize past socialist countries does a disservice to the socialist movement by tying us to authoritarians, by leading to authoritarian movement groups, and failing to build a new movement for a new society that recognizes the importance of democratizing the society. If we do exactly what the Soviet Union did, we will fail exactly as the Soviet Union did, through stagnation, through political repression, and an inability to reform our economic system. Let's build real socialism this time. Democratic socialism. And let's fix my goddamn camera. There we go. Good speech. I don't know, man. Sucked unblurred. Own that fraud, Rainbow Krampus. Najwin says, I'd be fine with George Santos as a political prisoner. Okay. My take on George Santos is that we need an elected aristocracy. We need, like... Sucked on sleep. That's true. I am going to announce that I'm going to go to sleep. It is way too late. That video took too long. George Santos should run for, like, Jester of the United States. Does the DSA have snacks at their meetings? Every meeting I've been to in Austin had them, but it probably depends on your meeting, on your chapter size. Bigger ones will have more amenities. No more stream done left. I am about to done leave the stream. That was the episode that he was referring to on the program where he said he would criticize his own side. I should listen to it and see whether he does. It's titled Socialist L's, and I'm really, really, really hoping the Socialist L's includes like the Great Purge, the mismanagement, and like the criminal, in my mind, mismanagement of the 1931 to 33 famine, criminal mismanagement of the Great Leap Forward famine, the Great Leap Forward maybe period. Just all of the atrocities. I'm really hoping it includes them. Stream done, comma, left. That's actually really funny. Streamer done leaving. Be the snack-based change you want to see in the world. I haven't had any snacks. Dream done left? Okay, enough with the puns. This is too much. I guess I did want to... Something that's really stuck with me. This article from Hardy. Just the line that I've read a few times now, twice on stream, that prisons are in essence totalitarian islands in otherwise free societies. I really appreciate that line, actually. I think it's really important to consider the degree to which our society hosts these little totalitarian, not parasites, but just zones of undemocratic authoritarian control, right? Every cult is a failure of broader democracy because every person locked into a cult is another person who can't participate in broader society. Every person who is spending their time studying Scientology is another person who's unable to spend that time studying anything productive. Totalitarian ticks on the ass of the societal body. Yeah. Najuan says every Discord server. So true. Democracy exclusion zones. Oh my god, you're actually right. I just think it's important to think of these as like a broader political project. True liberation does not just demand that we oppose... How do I explain this? Liberalism was radical in 1700 because all of society was totalitarian. All of society was authoritarian. There were very few societies where you could openly criticize the king. In fact, you were often required to openly worship them as a representative of God, right? Liberalism was radical because it demanded a radical de-authoritarianization, a radical liberation of our political system towards democracy, towards direct control by the people. The left side of liberalism extended that and said, okay, let's do that, and let's make democracy as strong as possible. Let's include as many people as possible in voting systems. And let's start to dismantle many authoritarianisms in the home. Why should women be forced to work for a man, in fact be owned by a man? That's a democracy exclusion zone that existed all over Western society for millennia. And we tore that zone down. Every barrier that we can tear down to how people are limited in living their lives is another win for liberation. It's why I think that there is no ability to untie socialism and progressive values. I think that every reactionary belief which ties people in to a behavior that they cannot control is another barrier that has to be torn down. Just as we would tear down undemocracy in the firm, just as we would tear down undemocracy in political systems, we should want to demand a society where no one is compelled by their religion, by their interpersonal relationships with their partner, by their interpersonal relationships with whoever, to be controlled for no good reason, to be limited for no good reason. Liberation is universal. So I know that's maybe a sort of vague point to end on, but if you think of prisons as little totalitarian societies, you can start to think of, say, abusive relationships as little totalitarian societies. Every time we can build a more egalitarian world with less abusive relationships is one less little democratic exclusion zone. You can start to think of cults as democratic exclusion zones. Every time we can find a way for people out of the cult, one more person free. I just think it's important to recognize that freedom doesn't stop at the firm, it doesn't stop at politics. It really has to be universal for a truly free society. We'll never get there, but we should try. And with that, I'm gonna see who's still online. I'm going to free myself from the authoritarian control of having to keep talking after how many hours? Oh my God, 6 hours? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think bosses aren't quite akin to dictators, but I think it's important to think of them in a similar way. They don't have the same control as a dictator does because they only own a miniature society, one that you can freely enter and leave. But you are forced to enter one miniature society if you want to have a good life. And because of that, you are forced to pick a dictator. And there are some bosses that can function, there are some bosses, especially in democratic firms, who can function as captains of the team in a truly democratic collective leadership. Unionize the chat? Well, actually, speaking of that, y'all should get really fucking mad at me if I don't stream on Wednesday. Rib me if I don't stream on Wednesday. Despise me, spit on me if I don't stream on Wednesday. Because I'm trying to do it every 2 days. I'm trying to get actual streams out. No one is coming up with any names immediately, so let's check. Keffel is rated to me. Shark is live? No. They ended 2 hours ago. Conyer isn't live. Xanderhall's not live. Dune Mama's not live. Walsh is not live. Riverboat Jack is live. All right. I know where we're going. Here is the link to Riverboat Jack. If you are on YouTube or Twitch chat, you should click the link. I'm going to host it on the site, and then I'm going to end the stream. It's really cool to see more cooperatives emerge and more co-determined and union-dominated firms. Unions are another area where you insert democracy into the firm, because unions that are well-run are run by the people in it, unlike the firm itself, which is top-down. All right, we are going over to Riverboat Jack. Click the link if you're in chat. I'm going to click the host button, and I'm going to stop streaming, so you better do it quick. You got 3 seconds. Love y'all. Thank y'all so much. Really appreciate it. Very long stream. Thank y'all who donated. And go give Riverboat some likes,